Please be seated now. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to see you. My name is Timbrel, and later on I will introduce personally to each of you. And now we have honor to have His Excellency Mr. Norwing Altoig, Prime Minister of Mongolia. Please, Mr. Prime Minister.
Азийн худалдааг дэмжих форумын гишүүн байгууллагуудын тэргүүнүүдийн 27 дахь удаагийн чуулганы төлөөлөгчид эрхэмсийг хадагтаа ноёдоо.
Dear participants of the 27th CEO meeting of the Asian Trade Promotion Forum, ladies and gentlemen.
Гадаа их сайхан нартай байна.
It's a very sunny morning today.
Марлаг Монгол орон тавтаа зочлоорой.
Welcome to sunny Mongolia.
Аз ТV эдийн засгийн хурдтай хөгжлөөр дэлхийн нийтийн анхаарлыг татаж байгаа яг энэ цаг үед Азийн худалдааг дэмжих форумын ээлжит чуулган Монгол улсын нийслэл Улаанбаатар хотод болж байгаад би туул их сэтгэл хангалуун байгаа бөгөөд чуулганы үйл ажиллагаанд Монгол улсын засгийн газрын нэрийн өмнөөс амжилт хүсэж байгааг хүлээн авна уу.
I'm very happy that considering the rapid economic developments in Asia, attracting more and more interest worldwide, and I'm glad that this meeting of the Asian Trade Promotion Forum is being held in the capital city of Mongolia, Ulaanbaatar. And on behalf of the government of Mongolia, I would like to wish all of you a successful meeting.
Анх 1987 онд 4 гишүүнтэй байгуулагдсан энэ байгууллага маань үйл ажиллагааны өргөжөж өнөөдөр 24 гишүүнтэй болтлоо. Хүрээгээ тэлсэн нь бүс нутгийн худалдааны хамтын ажиллагааг өргөжүүлэх, худалдааг хөнгөлөх тал дээр та бүхний гаргасан санаачлах хөтлөн чармаалтын үр дүн гэж үзэж талархаж байна.
The Asian Trade Promotion Forum was first established in 1987, and it started operating initially with 4 members. The fact that the membership of the ATFP extended to a total of 24 member organizations now is a direct outcome of your valuable endeavors and initiatives in the field of trade promotion and facilitation in the region.
Энэ чуулганаар худалдааг хөнгөвчлөх, гадаадын шууд хөрөнгө оруулалт болон ногоон бизнесийг дэмжих чиглэлээр худалдааг дэмжих байгууллагуудын үүрэг оролцооны талаар ярилцах гэж байгаа явдлаар цаг үе олсон чухал үйл явдал гэж үзэж байна.
In my opinion, it is a right timing for the ATFP to discuss roles of trade promotion organizations in trade facilitation, attracting of foreign direct investment, and promoting of green businesses.
За ялангуяа Монгол улсын хувьд гадаадын хөрөнгө оруулалт сүүлийн жилүүдэд буурах хандлагатай болсон.
Especially foreign direct investment for the last few years decreased in Mongolia.
Тийм учраас Монгол улсын парламент засгийн газар энэ чиглэлээр өөрийн хууль тогтоомжийг сайжруулж, шинчилж ажилласан.
And therefore, the Parliament of Mongolia recently have amended the legal documents related to foreign direct investment.
Үүний үр дүнд гадаадын хөрөнгө оруулалт буцаж сэргэх ийм хандлагатай болж байна.
As a result, we see the tension that the recovering of attention from the foreign direct investors.
Манай улсад уулуурхан бүтээгдэхүүнээс гадна маш олон төрлийн брендийн бүтээгдэхүүнүүд байдаг.
Mongolia has great opportunities of Mongolia's brand products apart from the natural resources.
Дэлхийн эдийн засгийн байдал гэдэг юм уу одоо манай экспортын бүтээгдэхүүний үн дэлхийн зах зээл дээр төдийлөн өндөр биш байгаа ч гэсэн манай экспортын бүтээгдэхүүний хэмжээ нэмэгдсээр байгаа.
Although on international markets Our prices for our export items are not so high. The number of exported items are increasing from Mongolia.
Би нэг 3 жишээ хэлэх гэсэн.
I would like to give you 3 examples.
Нэгдүгээрт бол Монгол улсын нүүрсний экспорт өнгөрсөн жилийн мөнгө үеийнхээс 2 сая гаруй 2 сая тонноор илүү байгаа. Бит хэмжээ нэмэгдсэн.
The volume of export of coal increased by 2 million tons comparing to the last year.
Манай зэсийн баяжмлын экспорт бол модон жилийн 8 сартай харьцуулахад 2 дахин нэмэгдсэн.
The export of copper increased twofold comparing to the August of the last year.
Энэ бол манай оюу толгойг зэс алтны томоохон үйлдвэр одоо бүтээгдэхүүнээ гаргаж эхэлсэнтэй холбоотой баяжмлаа.
This is related that our biggest mine, copper producing mine, Oyu Tolgoi, started production of copper.
Энэний зэрэгцээ Монголын газрын тосны бүтээгдэхүүний экспорт нь өдөн жилийн үетэй харьцуулахад 35% өссөн байна.
Also, export of oil products increased by 35% comparing to the last year.
Энэ уулуурхан бүтээгдэхүүнээс гадна манайд брэнд бүтээгдэхүүн хөдөөж ахуйн чиглэлийн брэнд бүтээгдэхүүнүүд маш их олон байдаг.
Apart from this natural resources, Mongolia also have brand products, especially agricultural products.
Монгол улс бол ноолуурын бүтээгдэхүүнээр бол алдартай.
Mongolia is known in worldwide by its cashmere export.
Та нар өөрсдөө ноолуурын бүтээгдэхүүн худалдаж авч үзэж турших хэрэгтэй гэж би уриалж байна.
I would advise you to purchase some cashmere products from Mongolia and see the quality of our products.
Манай ноос бүтээгдэхүүн жинхэнэ натурал бүтээгдэхүүн байгаа.
Our wool products also are very natural, organic natural product.
Мэдээж Монголд байхдаа та бүхэн Монголын малын махны чанарыг бол амтлана гэдэгт би эргэлзэхгүй байна.
And I'm sure that you will also taste meat during your stay in Mongolia. How tasteful is our meat?
Энэ бол нүүдлийн мал аж ахуйн мах.
This meat is produced by the way of nomadic grazing of cattle.
Манай малын нэг онцлог бол ингэж хашаанд хашдаггүй. Нэгдүгээр, хоёрдугаар ямар өвс болж идэхээр биднээс асуудаггүй. Байгалийн эмийг өөрөө олж идэдэг.
So the livestock that is grazed in Mongolia, they are not raised in fences, but they graze on the open fields, and they do not consult. They eat all the natural grass.
Чи сайн орчвол дөөн таскаас гэдэг. Ямар юм бас та хэлж.
They don't ask us what to eat.
За энэ зэрэгцээ манай улс бол Улаанбаатар гурилгын хэрэгцээг бүрэн хангана.
We 100% supply domestically. Our market with domestically produced wheat.
За бусад одоо байгалийн гаралтай болоод тармил жимсгнээрээ бас нэлээд алдартай.
Also, we are quite well known with production of other agricultural products with fruits, like fruits.
Би яагаад энэ хэлээд байгаа гэхээр биднэрт арилжаа 8 худалдаа хийх асар хөргөн боломжууд байгаа шүү гэдгийг хэлж.
I'm emphasizing and giving you these examples just to give you that we in Mongolia have great opportunities in these fields.
За бид энэ агуулгаараа экспортыг дэмжих хөтөлбөр боловсруулах засгийн газар ажиллаж байгаа.
The government has developed the export program and is working to implement it.
За бид бас худалдаа бизнесийн таатай орчныг бүрдүүлэхийн тулд татварын багц хууль, тусгай зөвшөөрлийн хууль, хөрөнгө оруулалтын болон хөрөнгө оруулалтын сангийн тухай хуулиудыг сайжруулж шинжилээд байгаа.
In order to create favorable business environment in Mongolia, we have conducted legal reforms and amendments in tax-related laws, special license laws, investment law, and also investment fund laws.
Монгол улс хөргөн уудам нутагтай.
Mongolia has a vast territory.
Тэгэхээр Монголын газар нутаг дээр бас сэргээгт хэрчим хүчний томоохон их усруудыг барьж байгуулж бусад улс оронд экспортлох хамтран ажиллах юм боломжтой.
So Mongolia also has opportunities in the field of producing renewable energy and exporting the energy.
Манай засгийн газраас гадаад худалдааг хөнгөвчлөх цахим нэг сонгохны хөтөлбөрийг бас боловсруулж хэрэгжүүлж эхэлж байна.
From my government, we also developed and implementing a single window for trade facilitation.
Тийм монголчууд Монголын зөв цэцүүг байдгийг юугаараа баян байна, түүгээрээ дайлна гэдэг үгтэй.
We have a saying in Mongolia that what we have rich, we will treat the guest what we have.
Тэгэхээр би Монголын зарим удаа баялаг зүйлийг та бүхэн дурдлаа. Түүгээрээ манайхан дайлна гэдэгт үргэлцэхгүй байна.
So I shared you with a product that Mongolia is rich of, and I'm sure that you will taste those products that we.
Чуулганы үйл ажиллагаанд амжилт хүсье.
And I would like to wish again a successful meeting.
Нардаг Монгол орон тавтаа морилоороо.
Welcome to the sunny Mongolia.
Бас морь унж үзээрэй, тэм унж үзээрэй.
And please also try to ride a horse or camel.
Чадвал талаар давхиж үзээрэй.
And gallop through the steppe.
Баярлалаа. Амжилт хүсье.
Thank you.
Shall I start? Because we are co-chairing.
Co-chair, yes. I have to look here.
Now, first, what's his name?
Please attention. Please meet your relation who will.
Now, group photo. I think everybody looks very nice. While we are looking nice, we should hurry. Welcome again. Now we will start our today's conference. And let me express again and again our warm gratitude to all ATPF members, delegates and guests. It is our honor to host this ATPF meeting, second time. 19 years ago. And just I met outside someone, for example, delegate from the beautiful lady from Thailand. She told me that she was also one of the participants then, 19 years ago. So, you know, it's very good. And I just replied to her that you did not change. Yes. So, what I would say, that first of all, it is an honor for us, for the Chamber of Commerce, to host and to meet you, to network with you, and to gain from your experience, because it is time for us to know what you are doing and what we would like to do with you, and how TPOs with the similar functions, we should proceed and work together for the prosperity of each of us and for our shared and common prosperity, which is now very important. And Mongolia is a country which is challenging country in terms of development, in terms of the investment and trade. And for us, it is very important to have such a high-level experts, because you are experts. Even I don't know what I would say later on, but I will share what we're doing. And therefore, it is very good to hold this kind of conference so that we understand each other very easy, and we can easily share, and we can get an idea. So this is, I think, very important. And thank you, JETRO Chairman Shige, for supporting this important event in Mongolia. And thank you all of us that you came, as this is very good contribution and support for us. And ATPF, I think, is now internationally experienced forum as an institution, although we have quite liberal kind of this democratic form of this running this forum and institution. I think nowadays, I think it becomes the role of the ATPF and the role of each TPO is getting very important. For Mongolia, Mongolia was, Chamber of Commerce was one of the initial participants of this ATPF, and we were always looking for the ATPF good reputation and experience and strength. And today we have also not only our members, also we have some guests. I especially invited some guests, ITC, International Trade Center, probably as experts, as a professional, you do know about this organization, but I wanted to make more connection with this regional and international cooperation. So I think we will have also, we will network with the delegate from this organization. Also, we have Mongolians, Mongolian ministries, and also Investment Promotion Agency, which is newly established agency. And one of the topic we are going to discuss is how to combine successfully this trade and investment promotion. What is it? It is just change a word, or it is content? Well, if it is content, it needs tool. What? Is it traditional tool or newly tool we should combine or develop or something? That is the discussion which is going between and among professionals, and I hope that we will discuss about it. So with this, I wish and welcome to Mongolia again, and welcome to Chamber. And we prepared a certain program, and tonight I think we will celebrate it. And I hope, as Prime Minister told and wished you, that we will give what we prepared from our heart. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Chairman of JETRO and Chairman of this ATPF, Mr. Nishige.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It has been 1 year and a half since our last ATPF CEO meeting. It is a great pleasure for me to once again see host Sambu Dembro, the Chairman and the CEO of MNCCI, along with all the representatives who took part in the CEO meeting in Agra. The meeting in Agra was very successful, thanks to Ms. Rita Renon, CEO of the ITPO, and her sub-members. And I can still remember the magnificent and beautiful Taj Mahal. And it was really beautiful because I tried to, see a beautiful Taj Mahal It was 2009, January 2009. At that time, it was foggy, and I couldn't see the clear Taj Mahal at that time. So for me, it was really wonderful time. I'm also happy to welcome all of those who are new to this meeting. In between the Agora CEO meeting in March last year and this one, 2 working level meetings have been held in Yamanashi and Sanga in Japan. As follow-up to the Agora meetings, these working level meetings had a lively exchange of views on various topics. These included development of global human resources, regional business matching, FTAs and EPAs, investment promotion, and the ATFP Exhibition Industry Committee. Increasing expectations have been placed on Asia to play a crucial role as a driving force for the world economy, aiming at sustainable development of the Asian economy. Promotion of trade and investment considering the world market is a necessity, and the creation of the opportunity by TPOs, such as activities towards regional economic integration, facilitation of trade and investment, human resource development and industry exchange, is becoming ever more important. This is the first CEO meeting to be held in Ulaanbaatar in 19 years, the last one being in August in 1995. For me personally, this is my second visit to Mongolia since 2008, just after the Lehman shock. And I'm impressed with the level of development achieved in that time. I'm reaffirmed to the fact that Mongolia has developed into a country of greater prominence under the leadership of Mr. Prime Minister Altan Hoyag. He was here just a few minutes ago. And that its close bond with Japan will continue to grow stronger. This Ulaanbaatar CEO meeting has given us an opportunity to visit Mongolia at such a wonderful and opportune time. Its theme is role and engagement of TPOs in promoting green business, foreign direct investment, and trade facilitation. Given the global focus on issues such as development of regional economic integration, the environment, energy, and resources, I believe that this year's meeting is a significant one. I would like to conclude my remarks as the co-chair by expressing my deep appreciation for all the preparations made by the staff of MNCCI and Chairman Denblow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite self-introduction. Which side? Right side, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackson. I'm from the Macau Trade and Investment Promotion Institute. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Sam Lee. I'm from the Macau Swell, Macau Trade and Investment Promotion Institute.
Good morning. My name is Lawrence Yip. I'm representing the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Subhashish Bose. I am the Vice Chairman of the Export Promotion Bureau of Bangladesh, an additional secretary to the government. I have been working with this organization for the last 3 years. Thank you very much.
My name is Umaporn Futragun from the ITP.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nantawan Sakuntanak from the Department of International Trade Promotion, Thailand. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aksamil. I come from Indonesia, Directorate General National Export Department, Ministry of Trade. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dodi Edward. I came from Indonesia, from Directorate General National Export Development, Ministry of Trade. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. My name is Maria Lourdes Madiran, and I'm from the Philippines, Center for International Trade, Expositions and Missions, or CITEM.
Morning, good ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chen Zhenrong from China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, China.
I'm Zhang Xin, also from China Council for the Promotion of International Trade.
Good morning. My name is Tony Birchall. I'm the Australian Consul General to Mongolia.
And good morning. My name is Graham Barty, and I'm representing the Australian Trade Commission from Sydney, Australia.
Good morning. My name is Jose Brunello, and I'm representing the International Trade Center of Geneva.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hong from Vietnam Trade Promotions and Agency.
Very good morning to everyone. My name is Bùi Huy Sơn from Vietnam Trade Promotion Agency, or Viet Trade. Very nice to see you all. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jilly Huangling Lai from Taipei World Trade Center, Taiwan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanji. I'm from Taiwan. I'm associate with Taipei World Trade Center. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vatsana Wongpila, the counselor from the Lao Embassy to Ulaanbaatar. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and participant. I'm Nasir Hamid from Trade Development Authority of Pakistan.
Good day for everybody. I'm Bandule Godake from Sri Lanka Export Development Board, and wish to see you all next year in Sri Lanka.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Kok Ting from Brunei, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Just briefly, I noticed in the website that it's still under the Ministry of Industry and Primary Resources for trade promotion, but as of 2005, it is now under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, because there's a merging of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade in 2005.
Good morning. My name is Sushila from the Malaysia External Trade Development Corporation, commonly known as Smart Trade.
Good morning. My name is Sean Sim. I'm also from the Malaysia External Trade Development Corporation, but I'm based in Beijing. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Il-Hun Ko, and I'm from Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency.
Good morning. My name is Sung-Soo Kim. Very nice to meet you. I'm also from Kotra.
Good morning. I'm Rita Menon, Chairperson and Managing Director of the India Trade Promotion Organization at New Delhi. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Hitesh Sethi, Manager, India Trade Promotion Organization.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Magwang Oyun Chimek. I am Vice Chairperson of Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Welcome, everybody, once again to Mongolia.
Okay, thank you very much. I already introduced myself. Now I would like to invite report on 22nd and 23rd working level meeting. Ms. Junko Ishii, Secretary General, ATPF, WLM. Please.
Thank you for your introduction, Chairperson Sambu Demberel, and a very good morning to CEOs and fellow ATPF members. I am Junko Ishii of JETRO, and I serve as Secretary General of the ATPF Working Level Meeting. Today, I would like to report on the outcomes of the 22nd and 23rd Working Level meetings, which were held in November 2013 and May 2014 after the previous CEO meeting in Agra, India. The 22nd working level meeting held in Yamanashi in November last year was attended by a total of 33 representatives from 22 TPOs. The 23rd meeting was held in Saga in June this year, and 40 representatives from 24 TPOs attended. We spent a day and a half fruitful discussions for each of the meetings. At the working level meetings in 2013 and 2014, we discussed ATPF cooperative projects, namely development of global human resources and regional business matching. Investment working group meetings were also held on the sidelines of the Yamanashi and Saga working level meetings. To share and exchange ideas and information, we also held discussions on the topics of FTA, member TPO's good practice, and announcement of the future ATPF CEO meetings. In addition to these topics, I would also like to report on the use of the ATPF website and the networking events and industrial visit tours held before and after the meetings. I will begin with development of global human resources. Development of global human resources was proposed at the 25th ATPF CEO meeting in Bangkok in 2012 as a means of assisting small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, throughout Asia. At the working level meeting held in Yamanashi last year, TWTC reported on the International Trade Institute, ITI, which was established to provide trade education and raise the competitiveness of local business people. ITI provides pre-job and on-the-job programs and has produced particularly outstanding achievements in improvement of language abilities and providing employment opportunities for graduates of its International Business Administration program and the International Trade program. Also, JETRO reported on the first and second program on international business practices jointly conducted by JETRO and Hong Kong TDC. This program targets corporate managers and middle management of Japanese SMEs which are interested in businesses in China, including Hong Kong and Greater South China Economic Zone. Next, regional business matching. Regional business matching, or RBM, proposed at the 25th CEO meeting in Bangkok, is a method to enhance international business through facilitating tie-ups between local industrial groups. At the Yamanashi and Saga working level meetings, we discussed the merits of regional industrial interaction and the problems which may occur in trying to expand this interaction in ATPF participants' areas. We already established the specific theme ATPF Regional Business Matching Scheme, in which TPOs introduce to each other the industrial organizations from their own countries and regions that are interested in holding dialogues and economic exchanges with other organizations abroad. We brushed up this scheme to make participation easier. In these sessions, TPOs shared their knowledge of matchmaking, and examples cases were introduced by the local governments and companies participating in the scheme. I would like to report on the progress of this regional business matching scheme. In spite of difficulties in identifying the industrial groups interested in interaction and matching, we still received 9 submissions so far for participating in the scheme. An example of the matching by the scheme is the talks between the Ceramic Industry Associations of Lanpan, Thailand, and Gifu Prefecture of Japan. A delegation from Lanpan will visit Gifu next week, and 16 participating Thai companies will begin building networks and hold discussions with the association representing the Japanese ceramic industry. They will also visit the International Ceramic Festival and ceramic factories. JETRO and DITP will be helping them plan and discuss about future cooperation. At the working level meeting, TPOs acknowledged that the scheme should continue and more results can be expected in the long term. This is a standby system of ATPF, which is usable at any time, and utilization of this scheme should be enhanced even more. To further promote activities for regional interactions, JETRO proposed hosting a capacity building initiative program in 2015. Directly following the next working level meeting in the same year under the theme of regional business matching. We planned the program to last for 1.5 days, including visits to local governments, companies, and research institutes engaged in this project. Discussions were conducted in the investment working groups held during the past 2 working level meetings. The third investment working group had a total of 19 member TPOs participating, compared to 12 TPOs at the second working level meeting and 8 TPOs at the first working level meeting. The increased number of participants shows that the growing interest in investment. We have reached a consensus on 2 proposals at this third meeting. First, it has been agreed among all member TPOs to position investment as an official topic for ATPF working level meeting. Second, a new scheme which is called Cooperation for Assisting Potential Investors has been agreed. Here's a more detailed explanation of this new scheme, Cooperation for Assisting Potential Investors. Please refer to the slide. A company in country A consults the TPO in country A regarding investment in country B, such as to set up a local office or subsidiary in country B. TPO in country A will ask this potential investing company for permission to share its information with the TPO in country B. When the company agrees to share the information, the TPO in country A will introduce him or her to the TPO in country B. The TPO in country B will support this company to invest in country B. This scheme can be participated by TPOs on voluntary basis. Currently, 10 TPOs have joined this scheme. In terms of this scheme, JETRO proposed 3 steps to be followed in order to share information among TPOs regarding potential investors. First, the investor must approve his or her company information to be passed on to the TPO in the targeted country. Second, the TPOs must follow the rules of confidentiality. The TPOs must not publicize information without the investor's approval. Third, when the potential investor succeeds in setting up a business site with the support of the TPOs, the investors should agree to publicize their success stories as the outcome of ATPF cooperation, as well as to be reported at the CEO meetings. I will talk about information sharing and discussion next. First, FTA session. As some CEOs at AGRA CEO meeting proposed to continue discussing free trade agreements at working level meeting, we held an FTA session at Yamanashi meeting. Prior to this session, JETRO carried out a questionnaire asking all ATPF members about promotional activities that TPOs conduct to increase FTA and EPA utilization by their companies. 20 TPOs responded to the questionnaire, and 7 TPOs replied that they are already conducting activities to the promotion of FTA and EPA utilization. At the FTA session in the Yamanashi working level meeting, JETRO presented the current state of FTAs in Asia and their utilization in Japanese companies. Additionally, an overview of the various FTA frameworks, their coverage, and their benefits were explained. 7 TPOs conducting FDA promotion activities also shared best practices for promoting FDA utilization and emphasized the importance of raising awareness among businesses. The presentations of member TPOs' good practices were given at the Yamanashi and Saga working level meetings. A total of 13 programs and practices were shared among ATPF members, as shown on the slide. At the Yamanashi and Saga working level meetings, MNCCI presented detailed information on this ongoing CEO meeting in Ulaanbaatar. SLEDB also proposed hosting the next 28th CEO meeting, and it was affirmed anonymously at the Yamanashi working level meeting. At Saga working level meeting, SLEDB provided a preliminary overview of the 28th CEO meeting. We will be hearing more about the plans for the next year from Mr. Girisa Bandura Egodage of SLEDB today. Regarding the 29th CEO meeting in 2016, TDAP proposed their candidacy to host the meeting. The details will be announced by Mr. Nasir Hamid at a later date. ATPF website has been established to exchange information among ATPF members since 1996 and gets about 37,000 hits every year. The contents of the past working level meetings and CEO meetings, the contact list, and information of each TPO are posted there. The password for the members-only site will be changed from today, as written on the slide. So please take note of the new password. The presentations, minutes, and documents of this CEO meeting today will be released later on. In meetings, networking receptions took place. People from the local governments and companies, as well as foreign students studying in Yamanashi and Saga prefectures, joined the events to actively exchange information. The Yamanashi governor joined the members at the meeting to talk and explain the overview of the prefecture. Also, the lieutenant government of Yamanashi and the governor of Saga joined the networking reception held at each of the prefectures and have built human networks with the ATPF participants. After the meeting, industry visit tours took place both in Yamanashi and Saga prefectures. At each location, they had a chance to hear about efforts to promote local industries through overseas sales and the use of tourism resources, which broaden their knowledge about the history of the two prefectures' industries. This concludes the report on the 22nd and 23rd ATPF working level meetings. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Secretary General Junko Ishii. Now I would like to invite next presenter. Report on 9th ATPF Exhibition Industry Committee. Ms. Akiko Nakagawa, Chairperson, please.
Thank you very much for introduction, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dembele. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the AIC session today. It's a great pleasure to see all of you. My name is Akiko Nakagawa, Director General of the Trade Fair Department, JETRO, and the head of the Secretariat of AIC, ATPF Exhibition Industry Committee. Today, in this session, there are two topics to be explained. The first topic will be an explanation of the schedule to select the 7th ATPF Joint Exhibition in 2016. Next, Ms. Ji Lai from the Taipei World Trade Center, TWTC, will make the final progress report of the 6th joint exhibition. 次お願いします。Let me begin from the first topic. As you know, all the ATPF joint exhibitions have been held once every 2 years. This year, the ATPF joint exhibition will be held at the Taiwan International Green Industry Show, TIGIS, from October 6, 2014. The next one will be held in 2016. 次お願いします。So next, let me explain the schedule plan for selecting the 7th joint exhibition. After this CEO meeting in Ulaanbaatar, JETRO Secretariat will send out the questionnaire and ask for candidates to host the next joint exhibition. Then, if you would like to consider to become a host of the 7th joint exhibition, please let the Secretariat know your intention, including what kind of explanation regarding the joint exhibition, including advantages which participants TPO could have. The deadline for this questionnaire is expected to be toward the end of March next year. We heard the next 24th working level meeting is scheduled to be held in May or June 2015. At this meeting, we will have candidate economies make presentations about their intentions of hosting the exhibition and what advantage they will be able to prepare for the participants. Even if we only have one candidate economy, we will ask them to explain their plan and answer questions to get a better understanding of the exhibition. We would like to start the majority vote after 24th working level meeting, because we believe you will need time to discuss the decision in your own country. The vote will be carried out from after the 24th working level meeting to the end of July 2015, and each TPO will vote for some candidates by email. The host country and the exhibition will be selected by majority decision. As soon as the majority vote is finished, we will announce the result of it by email. In August 2015, the 28th CEO meeting will be held in Colombo, Sri Lanka, and we would like to officially announce the result of the vote at that meeting. 次お願いします。Moreover, we would like to inform you of the time of the next joint exhibition. If an exhibition which is held from January to March is selected as the next joint exhibition, this exhibition should be organized from January to March in 2017 in order to secure enough time for preparation. Namely, the next joint exhibition will be held from April in 2016 to March in 2017. This schedule was agreed by all TPOs at the working level meeting in Saga in May 2014. So thank you very much for your attention. We will follow this schedule for selecting the 7th joint exhibition. If you have any question, feel free to ask afterwards. So I'll move to the next topic. Let me hand over the presentation to Ms. Jill Lai, TWTC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Taipei World Trade Center, I would like to give you the progress report on the preparations for the 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition. As mentioned by Ms. Nakagawa already, the 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition will be held in conjunction with Taiwan International Green Trade Show. I will first present the current status of the exhibition itself, followed by the events organized in association with the exhibition, and finally, I invite any questions you may have or offer suggestions. TWTC has first proposed to organize the 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition in 2012. The 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition is organized under the theme Green Vision, Green Asia, with two goals. First, TWTC would like to promote green competitiveness among all ATPF members. Second, TWTC would like to create a platform for ATPF members companies to network on global green trade. The exhibition itself will be held from October 6th to 8th, 2014 at TWTC Nangang Exhibition Hall in Taipei. The venue, TWTC Nangang Exhibition Hall, is the largest exhibition hall in Taiwan. It also strives to be sustainable in congruence with the theme of the exhibition. The hall has received a green building label, greenhouse gases emission verification, friendly building award, and fire safety building label. It is also in the process of being certified for ISO 20121 Event Sustainability Management System. The 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition is held in conjunction, as I mentioned, with TGIS. Altogether, 185 exhibitors have registered to participate to date, and we are expecting to occupy 345 booths, or a little over 3,000 square meters. We would like to thank the 9 other TPOs that have decided to join us, TWDC, in the 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition. And they include TIGINET, DITP, FNCCI, Hong Kong TDC, IPIM, JETRO, COTRA, MATRADE, MNCCI, and then ourselves, TWTC. And altogether, 10 TPOs are planning to participate, occupying 50 booths. This is just a floor plan to show you the current plan for location of the ATPF Joint Exhibition. In addition to our ATPF participants, there will be several other international participants also within this area. The exhibitors are grouped into 4 categories. 66 are related to clean energy, 50 are related to green environment, 62 are related to urban planning, and then another 7 are related to water and wastewater treatment. Major pavilions will also continue to be present in the exhibition this year, including the Kaohsiung City Government Taiwan Green Trade Zone, the new Taipei City Government, and the China Steel Company and its group of companies. Now I'd like to move on to the associate events. An exhibition is, in fact, an event platform to encourage exchanges between exhibitors and visitors. So TWTC will organize several events in association with the exhibition. In addition to be held in conjunction with TGIS, actually the 40th edition of the Taipei International Electronics Show, or Taitronics, will also be held at the same time as the 6th ATPF Joint Exhibition on the first floor of TWTC Nangang Exhibition Hall. These 3 shows will include nearly 700 exhibitors occupying close to 1,400 booths. And we're expecting 40,000 visitors to generate about $500 million in business opportunities. By having all these shows together, TWTC also seek to foster cross-industry interactions between electronics and green industries. Electronics companies are not only potential customers for green companies, but also potential partners and potential investors as more and more electronic companies develop green solutions for in-house and for other industries. Okay. And the joint opening ceremony for Taitronics teachers and the ATP for joint exhibition will be held at 10 p.m. October 6th. The Office of the President, as well as representatives of related ministries and municipal governments have been invited. There are also two special programs for ATPF members. One in the afternoon of October 6th, TWTC will organize the ATPF Buyers Happy Hour, so exhibitors will have opportunity to interact with buyers from around the world. Exhibitors are also registered to make new product presentation on stage with my colleagues. And as I mentioned, there are two procurement events will be held on October the 6th, including the joint procurement meetings, and buyers from Singapore, India, Canada, etc. have registered to participate. There's also a special program for government procurement, and currently 15 WTO GPA members sourcing for product related to LED, solar panels, and smart grid have agreed to participate. And buyers can also easily walk across the hall just to see the ATPF member booths and as well as join us for the happy hour. Two other events related to the green industry have also been planned on October 7th, and all the exhibitors and visitors are invited to join. One is on circular economy in electronics forum, and then also the Taiwan Smart Grid Technology Symposium. TWTC invites all members to come to Taipei for the 6th ATPF joint exhibition, whether as exhibitors or as visitors. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to raise any questions you may have. And just an addendum to my presentation, I just quickly run over the joint exhibition booths, and may we have the next few slides, please. This is the invitation that will be issued to all buyers visiting us for ATPF joint exhibition, and they will be also available electronically in case any of the participants would like to also issue them to buyers they would intend to invite. Next. This is just a photo of a past show that we have organized in which we have a special pavilion for international participants. Next, please. These are the ones that we are currently planning for the ATPF as an area, and then the following is the one for individual booth. Next slide, please. Yeah, that concludes my explanation in regard to the booth. If there's no further question, thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Akiko Nakagawa and Ms. Lai Huang Li from Taipei World Trade Center. Now, before opening discussion, I would like to raise one very important question. Raise your hand, please, if you want to drink coffee or tea. Huh? Do you have questions? If you don't have, of course, we will continue. Now we will go to coffee. But I don't know, because I'm a little bit, I was separated from this ATPF some years, so therefore it is for me new, and therefore I would just express on this with regard to this working level meeting and joint exhibition. First of all, what I would like to propose is, when I saw this ATPF, there was no logo. But meanwhile, all working group, whatever we are doing, we are trying to produce products, joint ATPF products. I'm not mean this physical product. Our joint promotional products. So we will probably later on we will brand it, because we are working in organizing this different exhibition, and the lady told that there is a country A wants to invest. So two proposals, very easy proposal. One is each TPO should have, starting from now on, or those who already have it is fine, but those, for example, Chamber doesn't have, it's kind of official ATPF desk. You know, as experts, what does it mean, desk, ATPF, information desk, or whatever. This is kind of promotion. This is officially should, I think, be launched. The second, I think ATPF should have some logo. It is very important for this kind of forum to have very logo, because we will not only within ourselves, also outside the world. So there is a need kind of this, for example, this, to have this logo. For example, if when Mongolian Chamber will, they are not policy making, but they are policy tools. So it is kind of tool based, something like that. Okay, I finish it. Do you have questions regarding this 2-3 ladies' presentation? If not, let's make coffee and tea. Thank you. Please. Coffee break. How long? Maximum 20 minutes. This is maximum.
The title of our second session is The Role and Engagement of TPOs in Promoting Green Business, Foreign Direct Investment and Trade Facilitation. So following the program, I would like to invite Mr. Demberel, Member of Parliament, Chairman and CEO of Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to make the keynote speech from Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Floor is yours.
Okay, so actually it is not keynote speech. It is just sharing what we are trying to do here in Mongolia. So keynote speech will be made by everybody, because we are key persons. So everybody, every TPO will make its own view on this, how we should be engaged. And of course we are engaged very much, but the sharing our experiences, how and in what areas and what tools we are used, I think it is very essential to, and always from my experiences in participating different kind of this TPO meeting, that I always gain some experience. I always get some idea from this kind of networking. So let me just start from how, for example, we are seeing these 3 topics we today going to discuss. First of all, this is FDI. That means this, this how we are facilitating trade and investment. I think, as the Prime Minister told this morning, we are now at this stage to invite back sometimes, because we have made some mistakes last year or 2 years ago, adopting certain laws, which is quite not encouraging. In certain extent, it is limiting, because maybe we thought that we are now independent in terms of but we were naive as a country, as a decision makers. And we understood it, and we adopted new law on FDI. And I was a working group member in the parliament,
And I was trying to put in the new law what does any TPO, like Chamber of Commerce. And also I would like to, here we have also representative of the, as a result of this our new law. We made new agency, which is Invest Pro Mongolia. It is government agency. And now, for example, we are working very together with this agency. This is new agency, and they need to get our support. And this is kind of institution. And also we put the certain elements of the ombudsman service. Any foreign investors, potential foreign investors, before they will not only looking at what is this country about this in terms of the climate, investment climate, and how this he or she will be treated as a company also. Whether this company enough hosting services which is needed. So that's why the working group, this representative mentioned about this country A, country B. So it looks like as a basic, but at the same time it is very important. So therefore, this FDI is for Mongolia now very, very important. And we are realizing it. So therefore, Chamber, even as a TPO, we put added certain elements to our traditional foreign relation department. That this staff, my staff who's 5, 6 people, they should be engaged in also in investment promotion. But the investment promotion just doesn't come automatically. It needs the skills and the spirit also, how to work with and how to invite and how to serve. So that is investment promotion techniques. Because we, as a TPO, we have all our traditional TPO trade promotion tools and techniques. So how to, or if we will just combine this investment promotion, is it just the same as we suppose usually do, or it is different? So this is a question mark. And that's very important that you will share with us. So how, for example, we could combine it. I think this is very important. Mongolia, in doing that, for example, now, for example, investors in many countries, they are seeing what this country is about in terms of doing business. Singapore is #1, so many years. Mongolia is ranked somewhere 76, a little bit progressing. And this morning, Prime Minister told that we are making this business enabling environment reform, beer, like drinking beer. We are just exactly going how Mongolia is ranked and what we should do. And there is a lot of red tape. In the Chamber, as a TPO, we have our very old traditional tools, the Chamber's tools, which is called Red Tape Perception Index. We are surveying among the local and domestic and foreign businessmen how it looks like, how they feel living and working in this climate. And we ranking the government agencies by their attitude and service on the perception of the business community. It is quite strong tools. And it is affecting. But it is not, I think, affordable to each TPO here, because each TPO has its own approach. And also we are making kind of this different kind of survey and business matching, a lot of business matching. And even now we're thinking about this, how to really make this ombudsman activities. For example, Qatar has, it's good, if I'm not mistaken, Qatar has an ombudsman service, isn't it? Right? And when we were adopting new law, I was mentioning in the Parliament House that we should read about what other trade promotion organizations like JETRO and COTRA is doing. Some of our members of parliament, they don't know what's this JETRO and COTRA, MATRADE, etc. So someone has to introduce them. And there is a special agencies, institutions, which is dealing exactly what we are trying, it is called trade promotion. Sometimes in emerging economies, especially, trade is just considered as automatical. Even certain part of the society, it is not considered so to say, bringing development tools. So I think, therefore, trade promotion is still very important. But what we are, and what I am trying to focus is how to successfully combine trade promotion and trade investment promotion. And other thing, now I will to move to my part, trade facilitation. Very, very familiar term, especially very familiar to those who are the member of the WTO. But how about this, how it should go with these TPOs? Some of TPOs, in Europe, for example, there is a special agency specializing on trade facilitation. They are private ones. In Asian chamber structure, not so many chambers are engaged in trade facilitation. I don't know so much about this TPOs, classical TPOs engagement, but I think once we want fair and liberal trade, once we want to make trade as a tool of our common prosperity, I think we maybe also should think a lot about this trade facilitation. That's why, as a TPO chamber, has started this trade facilitation as an initiator. And we have also a tool. And this tool is received by us from international agencies. Now, for example, in order to make assessment on what areas, in what sectors we should facilitate trade, we are doing so-called time cost distance analysis, which is available in UNESCAP. UNESCAP has good methodology on this. And WCO, the World Customs Organization, they have also the similar tools. ADB has similar tools. And we have received these tools, and now, as a result of this, within the last 2 years, we have made more than 20 products, import and export product, time cost distance analysis, and gave it to Parliament and government. Okay, do this, because business wants this, because they want easy trade, not complicated. They really need kind of this custom procedures, and other procedures should be user-friendly, business-friendly. That's, in simple language, trade facilitation is about. And we are making kind of this, and then we're trying to find what's the solution. The solution was ready. Another UN agency which is located in Geneva, it is called UNICE. Very rich experience on this solution of this trade facilitation. And it is called SEW, Single Electronic Window. And probably you have this. But mostly in countries in Asia and the other part, it is considered as if it is job of the customs. But actually it is not job of the customs. Customs is only one participant. TPO, like Chamber of Commerce and the other associations, should be engaged very strongly in this. So therefore, we are trying to, and we are initiated this single electronic window and give it as a draft resolution, and government is adopted. And in several law of Mongolia, including the customs law, it is the first term trade facilitation was included as a responsibility of certain ministries and certain agencies. Before, for example, customs usually, in their classical term, they were working mostly in terms of the fiscal side, how to make more revenue. Now, Vault, the customs organization, and many other organizations, now many other customs, they have started to think on how to facilitate trade and how to work and how to develop public-private dialogue in trade facilitation field. So that is what we are trying to do here in Mongolia. Then, having such a trade facilitation, we thought then there should be public-private dialogue-based institution. So therefore, there was established a single electronic window national committee, whereby we are trying to facilitate trade. Because exporters, say for example, importer in Mongolia wants to import from Thailand rice. For that, he or she has to spend 42 days and quite a lot of money within the supply chain. Inspection, then pre-inspection, all this kind of these issues. And he has to, and then that adds the cost. And the consumer will suffer. And the inflation will be affected. So something like that. So this trade facilitation is just other side of the trade promotion. So this is how we are trying to combine here in Mongolia. So far, anyway, good, but we still need a lot to do in this field. And I just take example of ITC, International Trade Center. After Bali meeting, post-Bali, now ITC has as far, if I am not mistaken, it is a special division or group which is engaged in trade facilitation in developing in the other countries. Is that right? Yes. So trade facilitation is getting more and more as a kind of activity and tools of the trade promotion organizations. I don't know how, for example, in our network, legal mandate or some organization chart, whatever, is allowing to be engaged in this. But in terms of Mongolia, even though in our mandate as a Chamber of Commerce, although it is not expressed explicitly, but implicitly, it is expressed. When we are talking about the trade promotion, we mean also trade facilitation. So that's why, because if you want to promote a business or trade, you have to talk and discuss and work with the business people. And business people will complain to you. It is very difficult for us, these inspections. It is very difficult for us, this is customs, standard, etc. And this kind of this technical and non-tariff barriers are very much cost to the business. So that's why, as a TPO, we are engaged in this. And we are trying to work with this correct transport corridor. Mongolia is landlocked country, but not mind-locked. Therefore, as other Central Asian Republic, we are engaged together with this CARIC, how to make these joint corridors. And in this field, we are working with the ADB and also UNISCAP and this is UNIC. They have tremendous kind of the expertise resources in working with this trade promotion organization like Chamber of Commerce. And we are gaining from them experience. And now having this trade facilitation as one of our combined tools jointly with the traditional and classical trade promotion, that makes trade promotion as a kind of this more influensive tool. So this is what I just wanted to. So how to roll? I don't know what's the role. I just know that what we are doing, but what should be role, that's what we will discuss, and how to engage in different forms. For example, I remember some years ago, during this meeting, we were discussing about these trade promotion tools. It is still very important to, but it is, maybe it needs to be added by certain investment-related or trade facilitation-related tools. I think and I hope, and I'm looking forward to listen, to hear from you certain also good things on this. MNCCI is engaged a lot in this business promotion tools. This year, for example, we visited China 6 times, and we received more than almost 10 delegations from different countries, and trying to host, trying to promote the trade investment. But I recognize that we should work within the ATPF more. That's why they exist in this working group level meetings, because this working group people, they will tell us what the lower level of this business they think. So therefore, I think the 3 presentation which was made by this work, I think it is very important for us to go further. And one of the times, it is it is not just easy job. It is, we should, if we are ATPF, I think this is, seriously, I just thought it should have this, this logo. It is not nice design. It is not about nice design. It is about product promotion, because we are product-making bodies. Our brain and our joint activities. So therefore, and the desk, ATPF desk, at the chamber we don't have it, but we will have it right after this. I will make sure that we will have ATPF desk, and each ATPF member's information will be gathered, and online will be connected. Then we will promote ATPF so as a joint our product. So that's what we will do. And also one of the issue is maybe for TPOs, which is by legal mandate belongs to government, but independent, they have operational independency. I think it is also very important to have this more dialogue with the business community. For example, Chamber of Commerce is membership-based, but many of you are not. But our market is business and government. So we are working with the government, but mostly with the business people, and trying to know what they want in terms of trade promotion, trade facilitation, and investment. So that is, I think, and if we look at our composition, there is a certain Chamber of Commerce and World Trade Center. This is purely private or non-government, non-public institutions. And we, by nature, we engage more in this business-related, business connection, interaction. And I think that is maybe also we should think about how to make sure that the exhibition we will organize in further will be more authority and will more imageable and more attractive for the business people. Even UN agency is trying to organize exhibition. For example, UNESCAP in Bangkok, every year they are announcing business week. And international organization mindset is changing. They are more toward to dialogue with this private sector. Everybody talking about. So TPO, as a TPO, we are kind of leadership. We should have kind of leadership, take kind of leadership in terms of this what I am mentioning. And my last thing is about the green business. It's fashion. But whether it is just fashion or it is just new philosophy. For me, I think it is new philosophy of TPO. Because the whole world is changing, the attitude is changing, and everybody talking about it. And we started this new green initiative almost 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And when we just first started to speak about the green business, nobody understood it. Among the business committee at the government level. Then we were trying to get experiences. Then we found many organizations, say in Asia, UNESCO, green growth, UNIDO making green industry, and UNEP in Geneva, they are green economy, etc. World Bank, ADB, everybody talking. So then we have decided to get certain concrete things. Then, and when we look at the European Union, they have some kind of quantitative task. Each country now, for example, Japan has CO emissions should be reduced to 20 or something like that. So then we initiated that 520. Up to 2020, Mongolia should reduce energy efficiency by 20%. It is very much business related, because companies, they would like to economy cost, but how to do, and whether there is a government framework. So that was needed. And now Mongolia has, by our initiative, Minister of Environment and Green Development. And we just, in the spring session of the parliament, there was adopted Green Development Program of Mongolia up to 2030. And so this is kind of legal and political framework. Now within this framework, we have to act as a TPO, how to promote green business, how to gain that this energy efficiency and whatever, this water efficiency, etc. This company which is working on this field, how we should work so that they could meet each other and gain from each other. So this is investment. Investment is becoming also green. And for example, in the mining sector, now we are telling to the investor that you should not pollute our rivers. You should be responsible mining, something like that. It is not only about this mining, it's for every sector, food stuff. And we therefore, for example, we initiated so-called movement, which is called Organic Mongolia. And by the assistance of JETRO, some years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, we have made first in Tokyo Organic Mongolia small exhibition. We were trying to introduce JETRO, and through JETRO, Japanese companies, what we want. Now, for example, on the agenda, how to promote this. It is one thing that we will say we are natural, very natural, it is one thing. But to implement and to make it known, it is promotion. Professional and very far-reaching promotional activity. So I think we are trying to work in this field. For the hotel, for example, we have many hotels. Now we have this green leaf. We introduced this green. We are not government, but we discussed with the Minister of Tourism and the Minister of Environment that we will make it, and they agreed. And green leaf is kind of this tool to promote green hotels in Mongolia. And the energy efficiency, we are trying to make energy auditing among the companies. How you will benefit if you will save certain this in your this manufacturing process, whatever kind of this energy efficiency or kind of. So this 520 is our main product, and it was adopted as an official document. And even now, for example, very small, small thing, but we are trying to, our members and non-members, to develop green offices. Let's start from our offices. So that's what our the message to them. And now, jointly with some NGOs and some companies, we are making this green office. And usually also, and in order to promote green business, Chamber has started to publish green paper green economy. You see this green paper. This is not so rich, but still there is something to say. What now, how to engage the companies, and most importantly, what we should propose to the government in order to incentivize. Nice words and kind of traditional promotion activities, awarding system, etc. It's good, but not enough. There is a need, economic incentives should be developed. So who will think about this? First of all, we have to think. And then we have to discuss, and we have to propose to the government, okay, please do this, because business people will be incentivized in this if you will do this, etc. So it is again about the law change and kind of government policy changes. So that's how we're trying to. And last, my staff asked me, because in here we have each TPO should say some things, and I propose a 3L. This is not good, but I think if you look our spirit of gathering together and working so many years together, I think we should maybe please show it again. 3L, 3 leadership. First, leadership in green business. Second, leadership in trade facilitation. Third one, leadership in export and investment promotion. So that's how, for example, our TPOs network and the ATP could work. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite now Austrade representative to make presentation. Please, floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Chairman. I'd like to quickly talk about Austrade's focus for the next financial year and the areas that we want to expand upon and adapt into our changing environment. Firstly, the key government themes of the new Abbott government. The Minister is very keen to promote that Australia is open for business. That's a key theme he's using. That we would build on our strengths, that is, capitalise on things that we're already good at and capable of doing. And that, of course, as you all know, foreign direct investment promotes growth and innovation. Another element that I haven't put on the chart that I would make available today or open today is that Australia is also very keen to promote women in business and women in export. And as such, actually, I would offer today to the TPOs present that Austrade with the Department of Foreign Affairs is running a workshop in November in the Philippines, in Manila, aimed at enhancing the capacity of women-led small businesses, and it's offering slots for 4 women CEOs fully funded to participate in that forum in Manila. So if there are TPOs that are interested, then please contact me or Tony during the day. Secondly, from an Australian point of view, we always have to adapt to a new environment, and our economy is in transition. Of course, Australia is only a small population, 22 million to 35 million. I think that's roughly the population of Mumbai, so, but across the continental size of the US. So, you know, by 2050, we're still only 35 million people, so that is a constraint for us, and we have to understand what that means. We also have an ageing population, and so therefore that places different demands on our economy. And as you are fully aware, our terms of trade are dominated by resources and energy and commodities, but they're not a big employer. Mining only employs 2% of the workforce, and agriculture only employs 3% of the workforce. So whilst they're our biggest exports and contributor to our revenue, actually they're a very low employer. So that means as commodity prices come off, we have to find other income streams, and that means that we are moving more towards a services economy, of which actually is 85% of our GDP, and capitalising on intellectual capital and intellectual property in our workforce. So if you look at Australia today, we are in a nation in transition as we try to take the reliance off resources only and move into other streams of activity. So as far as Austrade is concerned, we focus on 4 pillars. We market our education capability, both through our universities, English as a second language, and of course our vocational education skills. Educational services is actually our 6th largest export revenue earner, so it's a very important component of what we provide. Of course, Austrade also has a responsibility to attract investment into the country. We're the Trade Promotion and Facilitation, or Export Facilitation Organisation, and we're also now responsible for tourism population. And tourism and education are actually our 2 largest services, so it's appropriate that it fits within our TPO. From an investment attraction point of view, Austrade has been tasked with 5 priority sectors to focus on. Agribusiness and food, I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. Tourism infrastructure. Tourism numbers, of course, are growing rapidly. The fastest growing demographic, of course, is Chinese tourists. And actually we're seeing Chinese investment into ageing Australian tourism infrastructure expanding greatly. Of course, we're still focused on resources and energy. Australia has the largest reserves of gas in the world, but it requires significant investment both onshore and offshore. And we're focused on advanced manufacturing, services and technology, and new major infrastructure plays, especially around roads and facilities, but also new investments in resources. To enable that, we've appointed 5 specialist senior investment advisors. So these people are experienced people from industry, and they more or less perform a concierge type role. So they act as a go-between between the countries wanting to invest in Australia, the various state governments, and also the federal government. So if there is an issue, then actually the senior investment specialist is the person that's tasked to handle that issue and bridge across all the different parties. The aim is that we want to accelerate the ability to invest in the country and not have it bogged down in bureaucracy or a state government issue or a federal government issue, for example. So that's another way in which the Minister is demonstrating that we're open for business. And Austrade also chairs the Australian National Investment Advisory Board, which includes all of the states and the territories. So we're responsible for bringing together all of the opportunities for investment across Australia and managing those with the states. At the end of the day, it's the states and the provinces that have to execute the investment, but Austrade is the organisation responsible for facilitating that. From a trade promotion point of view, of course, we have an international focus, and we divided that focus up into function, so focusing on growth in emerging markets, for example, Latin America, Africa and the Middle East, South Asia, and some of the CIS countries, and established markets and East Asian markets. And we effectively have allocated our resources according to where our requirement is most needed. And within that, the most important thing for a trade promotion organisation is to be able to deliver back to your community what are the opportunities and the insights. So for your teams in the field, like Tony here, for example, representing Australia in Mongolia, it's really important that you have a strong understanding of the market and the market requirements, if it's energy or if it's a water issue or if it's a food issue, and that you actually be able to explain that in great detail in order to attract the exporters to that market. Of course, on a global context, you can almost say there are 2 markets, China and not China. And therefore, when you're dealing with not China, then those markets are either having their supply chains affected by the demand from China, or they're attempting to sell to China. And the only reason you need to understand that is because the motivations of those countries are different from what the motivations of the China market itself might be. But clearly, we want to take advantage of both. We consider insights into markets to be 2 things, simple or complex. A simple opportunity is one that is kind of clearly understood. It's probably transactional in nature. It's no less of value, but it's just a transactional capability. and is probably well understood. And then we have complex opportunities where we put a lot of effort, and we've developed a process. We've developed a process to both analyse and articulate a high-value opportunity. We call that PRETS, P-R-E-T-S-S, and we call it following the PRETS trail. And what we recognise is that in new and emerging and growth markets like this one, often it's not just a simple case of turning up with a piece of technology or a piece of equipment or a good or a produce. There's a lot more things that need to go into the process before that can even occur. That may mean that you need policies or regulations or institutions to be in place for mining tenements, for environmental sustainability in mining, for example. There's also a requirement for some research or research collaboration to understand the problem or to define the problem. Then we can start to deliver equipment and technology. And of course, tied to that is also skilling, particularly vocational skilling and services. In other words, what I'm suggesting to you is that now when we are looking at an export, we're not just looking at a transactional selling a good or a product, we're looking at selling a package, an end-to-end package of how an entire capability can be delivered into a market. And the end product of that is export, and the end product of that is education and skilling. Okay, so part of our aim here is for Austrade not just to become an exporter of goods and a reliable export partner, but actually to become a trusted partner in delivering a capability that is sustainable for the market and the economy and for the betterment of the society for which we're exporting that capability. Mongolia's green energy requirement would be a great example. So there are 6 factors in a PRETS success in the process we undertake. So this might be interesting from a TPO point of view. Invariably, there's a market trigger. For example, 350 miners killed in a mine environment in Turkey. Turkish government recognised it didn't have enough safety regulations. Australia has a comparative advantage in mine safety regulations. We have a capability and a capacity to deliver that, and our exporters were willing to participate. So in a very short time, less than 2 months, we were able to assist the Turkish government deliver a mine safety capability that previously didn't exist at all, simply by following the PRETS trail. So I think it's a very effective way to do that. Our team focus is we're interested in high global demand, of course. So if it's worldwide, high global demand is a tier 1 client. Our tier 2 clients is where perhaps it's one market or 1 or 2 markets, but there is significant demand. And then, of course, as opportunities appear. Our guiding principle is that the government does for business what they cannot do or cannot do efficiently for themselves. And so a lot of our energy and focus is in growth in emerging markets and less so in established markets like the US or Europe, for example. And we've also chosen to focus on a known number of 10,000 exporters out of a potential 50,000. In other words, we focused. And finally, I should say that our trade team sector focus is around agriculture, food and consumer resources, and you can see up there, that's all our areas of comparative advantage. And the last chart, I would say there are 2 really interesting things that are happening in Australia at the moment, of which we're focused on from a TPO point of view. The ministers, the chairman has spoken about energy and water, but actually we believe that there is an energy, water and food nexus, and we've developed significant expertise in how to manage those 3 components as they combine, so we're promoting that in a number of regions. And of course, you also know that there is significant investment going into opening up Northern Australia, which is a tropical area, to be a food and energy supply chain for the region over the next 50 years. And there is a lot of research going in there, and some of your markets are actually participating or looking to participate in that research. So Australia is about to open up a whole new energy and food bowl in its north, which is creating a lot of export and investment opportunities for us. So that concludes my presentation on Austrade and where we're focused for the year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Now I would like to invite presentation from Kotra, please.
Chairman Tembrell of MNCCI, Chairman Ishige of JETRO, and distinguished guests. I'm very pleased to have a chance to share Kotra's innovation in information service with you. I will begin with the background of Kotra's innovation and then explain Kotra's strategy and achievements. Finally, I will conclude with implications of Asian TPOs. First, I will briefly explain the background and how we pursued information service innovation. Recently, there have been changes in information service environment for government and public organizations. First of all, there is an increasing demand for disclosure and sharing of information. In this sense, we are requested to break from the conventional way, but to be more open and willing to share information with customers. Information dissemination has also changed from supplier-oriented to customer-based. To respond to such changes, the Korean government has promoted the Government 3.0 initiative. As you see in the slide, Government 1.0 pursued efficiency and provided one-way delivery service. Government 2.0 put citizens at the center of the initiative. Information disclosure and citizen participation are promoted to a limited extent. However, Government 3.0 provides customer-oriented services to individual citizens. Customers may enjoy personalized services based on openness, sharing, and collaboration. To satisfy customers' demand for information disclosure and customized information, and to respond to the change in government operation, Kotra decided to pursue a new approach to our information service. Now I will explain about Kotra's strategy and achievements in more detail. Kotra has established information service innovation strategy with 3 pillars: openness, collaboration, and customization. Openness enables customers to view business information which was limited to internal use only before, and collaboration with partner organizations to offer better information service. Lastly, customization ensures that we offer tailored services. I will elaborate Kotra's achievement of information service innovation. Kotra disclosed overseas companies' database, which were internally used for matchmaking service between overseas companies and Korean enterprises before. As you see from the slide, users select a country or item to search overseas companies, then clicks company's number to view details. Many users enjoy this service as they can easily get overseas companies' information. Along with disclosure of overseas companies' database, Kotra has also offered more information. For example, the overseas market information previously reported to CEO and the management only is now available to the public as Kotra CEO report. And we also offer them overseas business travel guide, which was accessible by overseas business travelers only. Now I will move on to collaboration. In order to provide better quality information, Kotra has strengthened cooperation with partner organizations. For example, our overseas investment information system provides integrated information given by 24 overseas investment-related organizations. I ask for your understanding that the website is in Korean. This site is for Korean company. In addition to use our partners' information in our website, we also provide our information to our partners' website. For example, we offer ours to TradeNavy, an overseas business portal managed by Korea Traders Association. I will explain about Kotra's customized information service. So far, Kotra has provided business information through a number of websites, such as Global Window, which provides overseas market information, and Buy Korea, a global B2B e-marketplace, etc. We are now operating 8 different portals. However, customers have experienced difficulties in selecting which website to find the required information. To tackle this issue, we established a single window for users to easily find the information they want. This slide shows overseas business information portal of KOTRA's single window. The portal helps customers to search and obtain required information in a more simple and convenient manner. To help your understanding, I will explain how users search information in the portal. When you want to search automotive parts market information of United States, you input product code and select country, which is United States at this time. Then click search button. Then all kinds of United States automotive parts market information we have are displayed in a single page. This information comes from KOTRA's each website, such as buyer's information and buying offer from Buy Korea, market trend from Global Window, and trade show information from our exhibition portal. For customers who have not obtained required information through our portal, we also provide customized one-stop consulting service called Trade Doctor. As indicated in the slide, a customer files his or her case online. Then professional consultant at KOTRA provides one-on-one consulting service. Apart from the online service, customers may call the call center or visit KOTRA. And sometimes the KOTRA consultant may even visit customers if needed. If anyone has issues that may not be resolved through the consultants at KOTRA, then they can have a consulting service with over 1,000 global experts nominated by KOTRA in the field of custom clearance, accounting, investment, marketing, standard and certification, law, finance, etc. Selected experts will provide a customized service without charge. Lastly, I will suggest implications of KOTRA's information service innovation to Asian TPOs. Above all, disclosing more information and providing customized information will secure customers' trust and enhance service efficiency. To satisfy customers' demand for different and broad range of services, it is critical to closely work together with related organizations. I hope there may be an opportunity to exchange information within Asian TPOs. This concludes my presentation on KOTRA's information service innovation. I believe that 3 pillars, openness, collaboration, and customized service are practical elements to consider to enhance TPO's information service. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, KOTRA, for your interesting presentation. Now I would like to invite a representative from Sri Lanka Export Development Board, please.
Once again, good morning, Chairman of JETRO, Chairman of Mongolian Chamber, and distinguished delegates. With your permission, may I use the podium for my presentation? Since I'm alone, I think I need your support from the operator side, so I'll call you one by one while the slide is on. Okay, get back to the first slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see the next slide. Yeah. The topic says the balancing of social, economic, and environmental objectives in the export value chain for sustainable development. So it gives the meaning sustainable development all about balancing. So I would like to start with the World Bank quote to support this topic. And in fact, this is how Sri Lanka Export Development Board looking at this. World Bank says development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. That is what World Bank says. And in other words, what we are trying to say is meeting the needs of the future depends on how well we balance social, economic, and environment objectives or needs when making decisions today. A goal of sustainable development is to improve living standards and the quality of people's lives, both now and for the future generation. That's all about the first thing. Now you have gone far. Second slide. I will tell you what to move. Yes. These are the contributors. The important thing is basically sustainability assured to all stakeholders, irrespective whether they are active contributors or passive contributors, that whether they are living or not living. It's an important factor. Next one, please. Okay, we are going forward then, I mean. When I say only, I move the forward. Otherwise, I'm complicating. I can't see properly. Sustainable export value chain. Yeah, moving to next slide, please. Yeah, to give you input, we have selected 3 major sectors. It comes on the next slide. Handicraft sector, an apparel sector, and we call it backyard economic sector, that is the Vinaguma program. Number 1 is basically make sure the poor people, economically disadvantaged people are transforming to income insecurity status to self-dependent status. That is for the supply handicraft sector. Regulatory bodies are transparent and accountable in maintaining relation with manufacturers, workers throughout the supply chain. All the children have a right to go to school. Therefore, it is assured that no child labor is assured under any circumstances. Yeah. It says passing dividends to all the contributors for the supply chain. Workers are paid with a fair wage, which have been mutually agreed by both the parties. Men and women are paid equally, no discrimination among different ethnic groups. Workers are free to join from trade unions. Workers are provided with appropriate working conditions such as appropriate lighting, ventilation, etc. Then we move into slide 7. You can see assist in capacity building respect to the environment. Managerial entrepreneurial skill development, we are focusing provision of required technical know-how also. Appropriate waste management techniques, water management techniques, use of renewable energy, efficient use of depleting resources also considered. When we are moving to next slide is apparel sector, one of the success story of Sri Lanka, free of child labor, free of discrimination. All the children have a right to go to school. Therefore, it's assured that no child labor is used under any circumstances. Workers are not discriminated in hiring, compensation, access to training, promotion, age, disability, gender, sex, political affiliation, etc. That is on the apparel sector. Yeah, it says one more important factor in apparel, free of sweatshop practices, appropriate working conditions. Workers are provided with appropriate working conditions such as appropriate lighting and ventilation extra once again. Fair practice overtime. And also, working required only to work during the agreed required working hours. Overtime work will always be voluntary and not be demanded on a regular basis. Workers have the right to join off from trade unions and bargains collectively worker representatives are not discriminated under any circumstances. That is on the apparel sector. Social responsibilities encouraged without the provision of various facilities for apparel sector workers, such as provision of accommodation and meal, transport, recreation facilities, career development facilities, entrepreneurial skill development to employees. It's another initiative taken by Sri Lankan government, and it's quite important. We call it Divinaguma. Divinaguma is a recent initiative promoting backyard household economic activities, giving a new dimension rural economic base to evolve as an organized family economy. Ladies and gentlemen, here I think I have to say something about Divinaguma. As you all know, Sri Lankan exports are highly depending on few countries like Europe and USA. We had a vision in Sri Lanka, backed by Export Development Board, to promote household unit, is backyard economy. Whoever who has little land, we are entrusted with their capabilities into that land to produce their own fruit and vegetable. We are happy to endorse, we are happy to say that even with the last year's recession, previous recession, our exports or our economy didn't shaken up much. Many countries faced that recession during that period, and as a result, your economy has gone, shaken and curved a little bit. But thanks to our Divinaguma program initiated by Sri Lankan government as well as supported by Export Development Board, our SME sector and the supply chain from the grassroots level was very stable. So therefore, there was no major impact. Let me explain importance of domestic agroeconomic unit. The government of Sri Lanka has already identified domestic economic units contributing to the domestic supply chain in areas of agriculture, dairy production, and industrial sector. We considered all three sectors separately in a domestic level. As a trade promotion organization, incorporated them into the agro-export value chain and infused the required values to create a socially responsible agro-export supply chain while creating economic feasibility. The next slide says, what are the economic feasibility? It's the quite important factor that I'm going to insist. Cluster information through one product, one village concept. There are so many villages dedicated to one product. Provide skill development programs in the technical know-how we have provided. Introduce good agricultural practices. Introduce demand-led productions, linking up with exporters and assure guaranteed prices. Whatever they produce, we assure the price. Whatever they produce, we buy it from them. So therefore, their supply is also assured, their production is also assured. They are as a unit, as a family, they are assured about their production and their money and their investment. It's not a major way, it's a little way. Introduce possible. This is what we are talking about. Organic practices mean it's not just normal product. Environment objectives in the export value chain. EDB, Export Development Board, together with other relevant stakeholders, assure that Sri Lanka banned its products under the slogan of Sri Lanka, made in Sri Lanka. When you buy a product made in Sri Lanka, you become a valuable partner in a socially responsible export supply chain while consuming product that has contributed to the sustainability of all stakeholders in that product export supply chain. We are very happy to endorse that statement. As you all know, this is the last statement. We have been facing for last 30 years civil war internally. But just after the war, we were like sleeping, and within very few areas you can see is a huge increase of export and import at the trade. So what we are trying to do is we are focusing 3 areas. Number 1 is value, high value, value-added products. Number 2 is market diversification. Number 3 is high-tech. Those are the key factors that we are focusing on to maintain sustainable business in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka, for excellent presentation. Now it is floor opening for discussion. So please, who is first? Come first, service basis. So please, India.
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I think the introduction that you made in your first presentation is very timely, and it's actually very consistent with what all of us are doing at this time. But it's just that the transformation that we take at our TPO also depends a lot on the policy transformation of the country and also the level of development of each of our countries. So rightfully, as you said, most of the TPOs have to move beyond export promotion. It's not whether we want to or not, the environment will push us towards that. As an example, we used to think that, we used to debate as to whether trade is a function of investment or is investment a function of trade. These days it doesn't matter because the global economy is so seamless now, you just have to move the barriers to trade and move along with the production value chain and the supply value chain. So in respect of that, we are doing a lot of these changes, but within the confines of what the policy agenda is in each of these our countries. As an example, in Martrade, we never spoke about cross-border investment. It was not our job to worry about investing in Vietnam or in Thailand or in Philippines. But these days, we have to speak about it because you need market access, you have to cross borders, and you have to invest. Then we create a division within the organization called cross-border, and that's when the other TPO becomes a friend. We need to deal with JETRO to find out about what's happening in Japan, or we need to speak to Thailand to find out where are your opportunities. And we then pass over this inquiry to Thailand to say, there's a potential investor coming in. For whatever reason, he is going there, be it because the country has got no labor anymore. We are a classic case. We do not encourage labor-intensive industries because we don't have labor. But why not give it up to Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Indonesia? So I think a natural process is occurring, and if we don't take advantage of it, then we will lose out in the whole system. And examples given by Austrade as to being a part of a value proposition, where you're not just exporting Australian products, but you're giving training, HR development. It comes as a package. At the end of it, the end game is you still want to export something out of Australia. Similarly with Kotra, very high-tech, internet-driven. We are also learning from examples of Kotra moving. So I think it's a transition that each of us will be moving along. It's just a matter of how deep we can go into each of these sectors. And last but not least, countries like Sri Lanka, fantastic social enterprises being developed. If agriculture is the way to go and farms are small, why not this be one of those programs that we can look at for countries that need these examples? So I think it's really excellent in the presentation and what Chairman said, that yeah, this is the way we will have to go. And last but not least, the free trade agreements will push us this way. And we are one of the strong supporters of free trade agreement. So we will have to move on this agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next, please. Thank you, Malaysia, Madrid, Malaysia, truly Asia.
Just one comment, not as co-chair of this meeting, as a participant of this meeting, I'd like to say a few words. Mr. Denver made a very comprehensive speech, as representative of Malaysia described. Those are things that all the members here should address. I would like to, among them, I would like to focus on the investment. As you said, nowadays, the investment and trade cannot be separable. And when this ATPF group was established almost 30 years ago, trade was very simple. But during the last 30 years, the global economic structure has changed. And the investment, particularly FDI, foreign direct investment, has been playing a bigger and bigger role. So it's time for us to address seriously that issue in this ATPF forum. That is what I want to say, I want to emphasize at this moment. In the afternoon session, I will make my speech focusing on that point. Thank you very much.
Yes, this participant has made very good contribution. Okay, so please, next one. We have still time, right? No, I think we cannot, because now after one or two questions we have to supply something. Please. Then I'll straight, please. First you.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a question to the Sri Lankan Export Development Board. You have mentioned about the introduction of good agricultural practices, and also mentioned about the payment of dividend to the stakeholders through the value chain. So whether you are pursuing contract farming in the agricultural field, that is my question. And you have also mentioned about the facilities given to the workers in the apparel sector, that is about the education and also about accommodation, recreational facilities, etc. So what type of facilities you are currently providing to the workers in the apparel sector? Thank you.
Let me answer your first question, that is contract farming. It's very, okay, in short, Sri Lanka known as agricultural country. Our main crops are tea, rubber and coconut. Due to this technical transformation, you know that the product basket has changed over the 10 years. Technology came into the scene, and also our apparel sector became #1 as our exporter. 40% of our export coming from apparel. Tea, rubber and coconut are basically traditional sales. They are living with their, actually it came from the village hubs. It is not coming from the rural hub. So government has twofold activities and to very much focus on these two sectors separately. You are the right question, apparel and agriculture. Yes, 5 years back, we were talking about Sri Lanka as a cheap labor country. We were talking about cheap energy there. No more cheap energy and no more cheap labor remaining in Sri Lanka. So how do we conduct agriculture sector? Then of course we have to get the technical input into the agriculture center. But how do you reach into the lower end of Sri Lankan rural farmer? Then of course we have to talk about some different concept. So with their skill, with their talent, and with their knowledge of traditionally they have, as TPO, we go into the step by step, we call Divinaguma. Whoever who is, that area, supposing many people used to do certain products, it is not economically viable. What we did was, is called contract farming. We appointed somebody in that village, and village head, and also with the support of the government, and we developed that home-based units. So one village produce one product, it has the viable economic condition there. That's first answer. And also, we don't give any equipment on subsidy rate, but except manure. Because our Sri Lanka government decided to give manure to rural villages in a highly subsidized rate, because just to come up in that particular segment. That is very focused. Apparel is a success story. If you really know, if you really want to know the Sri Lankan success story, 100% of the raw materials are bringing from outside. We add value in Sri Lankan base and we re-export. To do that, we want to get the labor willingness. Our literacy rate is 97%. Our skilled labor force is very high. Sri Lanka has very skilled labor force. Today, 5 years before, our GDP rate is about 2,200. Today, 3,800. Our aim is for 2020 by $7,000 US. So when you are having that aim, you cannot expect labor. How do we keep all this labor intact is basically providing facilities and just to ensure the recognition and also provide all sort of recreation activity. Who wants to go for that trade if you don't get the return? So Sri Lankan government has entrusted, when you are in this field, you are secured to all these other activities. You are secured of your working time, you are secured your family time, family life, you are secured of your return on investment, you are very well looked after. So based on that, it's a huge list. I'm so sorry. I will give you a little late what are the success story and also technological and skills and also standards. So we are talking about those are the two factors that we are practicing. Those are the two practicing things that given we as the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Perhaps more observation. I was very interested in the COTRA presentation. And part of our role as TPOs is to provide information and insights and to provide referrals and to match businesses. But of course, the way we do that now is quite different. And I'm sure in your markets that your exporters are wanting to contact your trade commissioners or your market people 24/7. And they want an answer. They want an answer on this. And they want information to be timely and accurate. And compiling that information as TPOs and deciding how to make that available and how to make it available in a timely manner, I think is one of our next big challenges, because otherwise we face a scenario where they can go to other service providers or go directly to market themselves, perhaps armed with less information or less capability. And it's a challenge for us, I think, to keep ahead in how we can deliver good information that will better facilitate their opportunity to make a more appropriate export in the right way. Or when they do enter a market, they enter the market with the right information about customs or regulations or appropriateness, which is a very important part of our role. So I was interested in the COTRA presentation because Austrade is struggling in ourselves as to how we should, what information we should collate and make available to our exporters, and then how do we do that? And I think we're way behind pretty well any private business organisation that is attempting to do something similar. So I just think that's a challenge for us all in how we stay ahead of delivering real-time information, point to point, person to person, and how we make that more effective. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Chair. I also have a question about the Koreans exercise. I find the Koreans COTRA's report is very, very interesting. The main message is that the COTRA provide information through the information sharing, so that the COTRA can provide customer with easy access to market informations. I'm just curious. I think the whole exercise is very, very beneficial and very, very constructive. I'm just wondering, what kind of a customer, so-called customer, or what kind of a business can be benefit through this kind of information networking or information sharing? Is it many SMEs, or I guess it is the SME who are the main beneficiaries to such excellent networkings? And I would like to know, do you have any kind of evaluations, and how effective this network can help your customer and also in what aspect, in what way? Thank you.
Is there any? Please.
Yes, thank you for your questions. And regarding your first questions, we are focused on SMEs rather than big companies, conglomerates, and so our information service is oriented for the SMEs because they are lack of persons who is specialized in market information, and so we provide overseas market information for them. And regarding your second question, as the Ms. Kim has presented, we just started our new information service, so we should wait for the customer response, and so we are now planning how we get a response from the customers and how we evaluate our services. So I cannot tell you the evaluation at the moment. Thank you.
Any other? Okay. As I also participant, I will not just ask question because I have a lot of questions, but I will ask during our face-to-face meeting. But I appreciate very much to first three presentation. And when I was just listening to their presentation, I was thinking, okay, first what I will do is first I will read, because I did not read, and when I read, usually I understand. So that means that my eye is more developed than my ear. And second, I was thinking that I will give to my staff task to analyze each presentation, then report to me later on when you will leave, and what we should do, and what we should take from you as good ideas. I know just a little bit about this Kotra house trade in Sri Lanka, but I just realized that we still underutilizing your capacities. So that is the most important, how to, utilize this collected capital. This is very good capital to gain from each other. For example, I know that Kotra has a very good ICT-based kind of networking system, if I am not. And I remember in the Austria, for example, some years ago, was sharing with us on this performance measuring. It is very early, but I think it is still on agenda, for example. And I was wondering how, for example, Austria, as a resource-rich country like Mongolia, succeeds to become as a service 95%. And how they, for example, avoided resource, so-called Dutch disease and resource cures, and that is very important for my country. In Sri Lanka, social enterprise, that is a modern trend, so to say. And this is very important for micro-enterprise, because in our economy, like Mongolia and Sri Lanka, in many other Asian economies, the informal sector is a lot portion. For example, by some estimation in Mongolia, it is almost 22% to GDP. So how to utilize so huge human capital so that to bring them to good shape and to good path. And in Sri Lanka, in this field, the Sri Lankan still important, for example, as I earlier said, that this is export promotion tool is interested. A month ago, I gave task to one of my division chief that she should write more than 100 letters to all export promotion agencies. But I left ATPF members and we wrote to Europe and the others. Why? Because we should gain what they are doing. We should visit their websites. So I think from this presentation, at least we had good food for thought, and now we will have real food, and we will go for our lunch. Thank you for all your presentation, and thank you for good patience. Thank you.
Please, if I could have your attention, please meet your licensed officers who will guide you to the Best Western Premier Toshin Hotel, and lunch will be on 25th floor at the Premier Lounge at the hotel. And please meet your licensed officers again at the hotel by 1:15. and enjoy your lunch, and we will see you at 1:30 for session 3. Thank you for your attention.
And one thing, because we will just walk, and I think we will guide you, because traffic is sometimes very dangerous. So you should be careful.
Just stretching your legs while we was walking from the hotel, from the lunch. So now let's start the section number 3, plenary session on the regional economic partnership in promoting foreign direct investment. On this session, we have 3 speakers, 3 TPOs, CCPIT, EPB Bangladesh, JETRO. So may I request CCPIT to start with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. It's always difficult to speak after lunch. And, as I hope that everybody has stretched your legs, but not really for the mouth. Good afternoon, everybody. Chairman of JETRO, Chairman of Mongolian Chamber of Commerce. It's really a very good pleasure for CCPIT to participate in this TPO meeting. And first of all, I would like to thank the Mongolian Chamber of Commerce as well as the Secretariat of TPO to organize this meeting. Actually, I'm not going to follow the slides because some of the things has already been discussed this morning. The first remarks I would like to make is that this morning the chairman of Mongolian Chamber of Commerce has really raised a very good question, the question of the role of TPO in the new area or new business environments. And we have a very good discussion even in the luncheon table. And so with the integration of business around the world, around the region. So it has been always very good to ask what is the role of TPO to promote the business of one country or one region, and how to promote, how the TPO can more actively facilitate the trade and investment and other business among the regions. So with this in line, actually, I will just share some experiences of CCPIT in the last several years. What is the focus of CCPIT in promoting business between China and the rest of the region? There's 3 focuses actually CCPIT has been actively and is still undergoing how to promote the business. One is have been actively involved in the trade investment facilitation, which has been not so good at for CCPIT when it was established in 1952, because most of these last period, the CCPIT has also been active in organizing trade fairs, matchmaking seminars, this kind of very effective and traditional tools to promote trade and later on investment. But with the integration, especially with the fast globalization among the regions, CPIT realized provide some of the basic framework as a whole to enlarge the business. So in the last several years, CPIT has been more involved in the trade and investment facilitation. Domestically, CPIT is trying to have much closer dialogues, for instance, with the American Chamber of Commerce, EU Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Japanese Chamber of Commerce in China, to see how the business investment or environment in China looks like to foreign investors and foreign business. And we try to seek advices and ideas or even comments or even criticism from these business circles in China, and then pass these messages to the government to reshuffle the policies relating to investment and trade. And that's we have been very closely working with these large multinationals as well as these Chamber of Commerce in China. And for bilateral and multilateral, for this trade and investment facilitation, we have been trying to establish, for instance, bilateral or multilateral business council to see what is the business environment between, for instance, between China and Mongolia. We are very happy that Mongolian Chamber of Commerce, National Chamber of Commerce, has been also establishing a council which is particularly to improve the business relations with China, and we are trying to also to establish a counterpart organization so that these two organizations can be sit down together to see, besides matchmaking seminars we are going to organize, and particularly we are interested to see what is the problems existing in developing trade and investment between our two countries. So this is one of the focus we have been doing for trade and investment facilitation. And the second, we have been more actively in promoting and marketing regional economic cooperation arrangements, FTA, because CPIT, although it's not a policymaker or directly involved in negotiating with FTA matters, but we have been realizing it's very important to educate or marketing this concept of FTA among the Chinese companies. For instance, China has been, ASEAN has been developing FTA for the last 10 years. And we are, with investigating, we found that a lot of Chinese companies are not aware of this kind of arrangement. So this, we have been acting with running seminars, even with door-to-door consultating to marketing this kind of economic cooperation, regional, even bilateral arrangements. And also in this regard, we have been organizing some big events to promote or marketing this kind of arrangements. For instance, with the ASEANs, we have been organizing in Nanning, Guangxi province, the China ASEAN Export. I believe some of the delegates here has been attending in the last several years the Nanning Fair, and along with the fair we have the China ASEAN Business Summit, which is in parallel to promote more awareness among the businesses. What is the preferential arrangements China ASEAN countries has been doing? And the third, actually working, we has been actively or more interested in promoting is for better infrastructure. This probably is a fashion or it's necessity, whatever. The connectivity between the regions. Probably among the Chinese speaking regions, we always have a saying that if a family wants to be rich, you build a road first. I think this is also true for every country and for every region. So that's why the Chinese government, as well as the CPIT, has been promoting this kind of concept, as well as helping private business to be more involved in in this building of infrastructures. And that's basically my 3 or 4 comments sharing with all delegates, and thank you very much. Hope I'm still on time.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite, just a moment, Export Promotion Bureau of Bangladesh. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished CEOs of TPOs and representatives of different TPOs. I have given a paper in the folder. You may please see it, but in order to make short, I'm just highlighting the points regarding investment in Bangladesh. There is a locational advantage for Bangladesh. The country is bordered by India on 3 sides, and one side is covered by the Bay of Bengal and Myanmar. It's a gateway to the SAARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, and countries of the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So this is an advantage for Bangladesh to attract foreign direct investment. Some highlights on macroeconomic factors. A steady average annual GDP growth of 6.21% and above during the last 5 years. Inflation has been kept in low single digit. Exports have been gradually shifting from traditional goods to more value-added and non-traditional items. Emphasis has been put on manufacturing sector, sound macroeconomic fundamentals, stable exchange and interest rates, low debt, and high foreign currency reserves. I have shown export-import balance of trade. I will be skipping most of them. And in 2013-14, the export income of Bangladesh is 30.19 billion against its import of US dollar 40.69 billion. Here is a percentage of export against imports. So in 2013-14, the export is actually 74.18% of total imports. Top 10 countries to which Bangladesh is exporting. The countries are United States, Germany, United Kingdom, France, Spain, Italy, Canada, Belgium, Japan, Netherlands, and others. The growth rates have been given here. To US it is 3.03% growth. To Germany it's 19.13%. United Kingdom it is 5.53%. France 10.82%. Spain 24.21%. Italy 28.53%. Like that, so it's growing to most of the countries actually. Some potential countries are there: Brazil, China, India, Japan, South Africa, and South Korea. With India, we have negative balance of trade. With China, our export has grown by 62.88%. And also with Japan, this is 14.90%. With South Korea, this is 37.65%. The major commodities which we are exporting to different countries of the world, starting from frozen food, agricultural product, tea, petroleum byproducts, chemical products, leather, raw jute, jute goods, handicrafts, knitwear, woven garments, engineering products, home textile, footwear, bicycle, cotton and cotton fabrics, ceramic products, computer services, other manufactured goods. We have a basket in which we have only few products to export to different countries of the world. only 6 products actually make up 94% of the total export income of the country. Although we are exporting 729 products to 192 countries of the world, but our export basket is very narrow. Regarding investment in the export processing zones, I have given you some of the export processing zones. Actually, there are 8 export processing zones in the government sector, and up to now, investment is 3.188 billion. There are some export processing zones which are actually underway, and there are some special economic zones as well. One private economic zone is in operation in Chittagong of Bangladesh. The exports from the export processing zones are also mentioned here. In 2013-14, export from the export processing zones to various countries of the world actually stood at $5.53 billion US. The export processing zones wise, we have given some export, and per month export is given. Employment has also been given. 389,017 people or workers have been employed in various export processing zones. And what is the benefit of investment in Bangladesh? Because Bangladesh is getting duty-free access for many products to various countries of the world. Like EU countries, 28 EU countries are giving duty-free access to various products to Bangladesh. Almost all the products except arms, ammunition, that is everything but arms. So there are 28 countries of the European Union which are giving duty-free access to the Bangladeshi products. Australia, New Zealand, they are also giving generalized system of preference facilities to Bangladesh. Japan is also giving us duty-free access under GSP scheme for all products except arms, ammunition, and leather hand gloves. Norway, Switzerland are also providing us duty-free access under GSP scheme. Canada is also providing us duty-free access under GSP scheme. India is giving us duty-free access for all the products except tobacco and drugs under SAFTA scheme. China has given us duty-free treatment for 4,788 products. South Korea is giving us duty-free access to 4,802 products. Thailand is giving us duty-free access for 229 products. Malaysia is giving us duty-free access for 297 products. And Chile is going to give us duty-free access for all products from the 1st of January 2015. So if an investor invests in Bangladesh, definitely they will be able to export the products to all those countries without any duty, and that's why their products will definitely be competitive compared to other countries. And some comments on Bangladesh. Different international organizations or authorities have branded Bangladesh as one of the emerging economies in the Asian continent. Goldman Sachs branded Bangladesh as in next 11 list after the BRICS nations. JP Morgan Chase commented Bangladesh, the country ranks 4th in growth in economically active population. Morgan Stanley has commented Bangladesh is at the very early stages of an investment boom. So different comments are there, and we understand that there is a huge potential for investment in Bangladesh. Now, why the investors should choose Bangladesh as an investment destination? It's because of the factors I have shown here. Low-cost labor force. The minimum wages for the laborers is 5,300 taka, which is equivalent to $69 US per month. And with overtime, it is around $100 US per month. Strategic location, I have already mentioned. Strong local market and growth, because Bangladesh has a population of 160 million people, and 30% of the population can afford to buy many things. So it's a market of 480,000 people at least. Proven export competitiveness. We are still competitive in terms of our price and quality compared to the regional countries, because cost of production in the regional countries has gone up. So we have stayed actually competitive. Competitive incentives. There are some incentives provided by the government for the foreign direct investors. Export and economic zones, as I have mentioned before, that there are 8 export processing zones in the government sector, and another 10 special economic zones are underway. And 1 private economic zone is in operation in Chittagong. So any investor can choose any of the zones actually. The demand for space in the government sector export processing zones is so high that we are going for vertical expansion of the infrastructure in those export processing zones. And positive investment climate is definitely there. And Bangladesh is one of the top exporters of ready-made garments to US and Europe. Risk factors of FDI are the minimum in Bangladesh, because Bangladesh has signed agreement as a member of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Scheme, an overseas private investment corporation of USA, and Bangladesh has passed a law which is called Foreign Private Investment Protection and Promotion Act 1980. Bangladesh has never defaulted in its debt payments, not asked for their rescheduling. Bangladesh has an open, market-based economy led by a vibrant and innovative private sector, which provides the main stimulus to its growth. It's a homogeneous country with no religious, ethnic, or other forms of cultural conflicts. Bangladesh has outstanding records in human rights. It's one of the largest contributors to UN peacekeeping forces and missions, and the records of the forces have been exemplary and laudable. Growing markets with innovative entrepreneurs offer greater business opportunities vis-a-vis old markets with stagnant demand and high taxes. Movement of capital to emerging markets, like the ones represented by countries of South Asia, is likely to be profitable with no added risk. Existing slacks in the economy of Bangladesh offer enormous opportunities of high return and low risk investments in infrastructures, utilities, manufacturing, and consumer goods industries. Large and lumpy investments against the backdrop would not be inflationary and would expand the productive capacity of the economy, offering a variety of new goods and services, which would further promote sustained economic growth and social development. Many international agencies have identified Bangladesh as one of the most promising locations for investment. I have already mentioned about that. Legal framework for foreign investment. Some of them I have already mentioned. The Foreign Private Investment Promotion and Protection Act 1980, the Bangladesh Export Processing Zones Authority of 1980, the Investment Board Act of 1989, the Companies Act of 1994, the Bangladesh Private Export Processing Zones Authority Act of 1996, the Import Policy Order 2012-2015, Export Policy 2012-2015, the Industrial Policy 2010, Policy and Strategy for Public-Private Partnership 2010, Special Economic Zones Act of 2010. Bangladesh is a signatory to the following agencies for protection of foreign private investment. I have mentioned before, International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, that is another organization to which Bangladesh has signed as its member. World Intellectual Property Organization, Bangladesh is a member of that. Now the facilities and incentives provided by the government of Bangladesh. 100% foreign equity is allowed in the export processing zones. Unrestricted exit of capital, full repatriation of facilities of dividend and capital at the event of exit. And without duty, the companies can import raw materials from abroad. Subcontracting within EPZs permitted, full serviced plots, ready factory building, all types of utilities, warehouse and secured bonded area, business support services, administrative services, customs clearance at plant site, workers' dormitory enclave, recreational amenities, 10% sales to domestic tariff area. So these are the facilities actually given by the government of Bangladesh, which is a very flexible policy of the government. I now stop here. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you. Now our final representation will be made by JETRO. Please.
Can I use?
Yes.
Morning session was a very lively session. Afternoon session, the speakers have sort of backward disadvantages in this regard, especially after the very good lunch. But anyway, I will try. Just 27 years ago, in 1997, then JETRO chairman, Mr. Akazawa, proposed the Established Promotion Forum, or ATPF. His goal was to encourage trade promotion organization in Asia to build a closer relationship and promote trade in this region. At that time, the number of members in the ATPF was just 10. Compared to that time, both around the world and in Asia, trade has increased almost 10 times in volume. However, what we need to highlight at the ATPF at this moment is not only the increased trade volume, but also the substantial change in the quality of trade. These days, many countries are involved in the process of producing a single product through its design, materials, parts, components, and assembly. Global value chains have been established across the world. Trade of major parts and components, such as for electronic appliances, engineering goods, and automobiles, account for almost 30% of all trade in 12 ATPF member countries and regions. And it will continue growing in the future. This was achieved thanks to the spread of production sites and foreign direct investment, or FDI. Trade related to investment is expanding. Today, trade is closely linked to investment. Based on this trend, trade promotion organizations, or TPOs in Asia, need to do more than just promote exports. We can cooperate more. We have more room to collaborate with each other. We also need to encourage the and facilitate investment and partnership with foreign companies. This is what I want to propose in today's meeting. I want to talk about two topics to give a quick overview of my proposals. One is what is JETRO doing in Japan in this context. Specifically, I will speak about the role JETRO is requested to play in Abenomics. In consideration of this role of JETRO, the other proposal is related to the new role TPOs need to take in each country and region. I'll begin with the first topic about JETRO's role in Abenomics. Japan's economic growth is back on track, thanks to Prime Minister Abe's economic policy called Abenomics, following 2 decades of economic stagnation. 4.4. As you may be aware, Abenomics consists of what is called 3 arrows, which represent bold monetary policy, flexible fiscal policy, and the growth strategy to encourage private investment. Under the 3rd arrow, the growth strategy, which I think the most important among these 3 arrows, Prime Minister Abe is at doubling FDI into Japan and increasing overseas expansion by Japanese companies. These are exactly the mission of JETRO. 4.5. The first mission is to support FDI into Japan. To do this, JETRO operates facilities called Invest Japan Business Support Centers, or IBSCs. Each of the IBSCs is a one-stop support center providing various information and services to foreign companies interested in entry into Japan. Free rental temporary office spaces are also offered to foreign companies for 2 months. JETRO promotes inward FDI by approaching prospective overseas companies. To prepare a friendlier investment environment, we also make proposals to the Japanese government based on the needs of foreign companies, such as corporate tax reduction. PowerPoint 6, the second mission of JETRO is to support overseas expansion by Japanese small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs. To illustrate the importance of this mission, I would like to make a comparison with Germany. Like Japan, Germany is a country with many SMEs. However, the rate of Japanese SMEs expanding overseas is extremely lower than those in Germany. The growth strategy of Abenomics sets a target of helping 10,000 new Japanese SMEs expand abroad over the next 5 years. PowerPoint 7, very complicated picture. I'm sorry for that. As I described, JETRO promotes both outward globalization, such as export and outbound FDI, as well as domestic globalization through inbound FDI and promotion of tourism. I'm certain that the TPOs need to examine how to be involved in these activities, both outward globalization and domestic globalization. Through these efforts, TPOs will significantly increase their influence in the economic policies of each government. We should use the ATPF to discuss and take on these proposals. From this view, I think that discussion about allowing investment promotion agencies, or IPAs, to join the ATPF is crucial. PowerPoint 8, regional economic integration in Asia through economic partnership agreement, or EPAs, is now coming to a major turning point. The TPP has been making substantial progress. It's very close to the finalization. Among these EPAs, RCEP, or the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, have the largest impact on the ATPF network. Making rules alone is not enough for trade and investment promotion. Enhancement of ATPF activities also need to be discussed in line with the progress of these EPAs. To contribute to the discussion, I would like to propose 3 activities to be addressed for the ATPF. Please find the illustration on the following 2 pages. JETRO's first proposal is ATPF Supplier Matching Support Scheme to provide support by TPOs for companies entering ATPF member countries and regions. According to our survey of Japanese companies operating in Asia, difficulty of local procurement makes high on the list of issues to be tackled every year. One reason is a lack of information concerning local suppliers. Matching to find partners for procurement can be supported through information exchange among TPOs of each country and region. Secondly, I would like to propose the establishment of cooperation for assisting potential investor scheme. The essence of my proposal is described here. Ms. Ishii already mentioned about this, but I'd like to repeat it. An exporter in country A, for example, China, may establish sales or manufacturing base in country B, say Japan, to expand business. I don't know, representative of CCPIT likes it or not. Anyway, let me do it. Then It consults with the TPO in China, i.e. CCPIT. CCPIT shares information and introduces exporter to the TPO in Japan, that i.e. JETRO, with the permission of the exporter. JETRO provides consultation services to the exporter in China. Eventually, JETRO assists the exporter with setting up an office in Japan. The result of cooperation should be reported at the ATFP CO meeting with the permission of the exporter and the TPOs concerned. Actually, JETRO has already established such a scheme with several TPOs in Asia. Thirdly, I'm certain that participation of investment promotion agencies in the ATFP will allow it to continue to grow and become a more effective forum for trade promotion. These are my proposals. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
So now, thank you for your good proposals. Now we have already had 3 presentations. Now it's time for questions and comments, discussions. Please raise your hand. So, Matrade, please.
Mr. Chairman, just following up on the last presentation from JETRO, the idea of having the business matching for suppliers, the first proposal, I think that would be a very effective means to match potential buyers and sellers, or even suppliers, to add on to what is already being done by probably other agencies in each country. As I mentioned, not all our countries have trade and investment in one agency, so it could add on to that equation. But with regard to cooperation in investment per se, the same principle will apply. Not necessarily the TPO is the focal point for investment in the related country. So that has to be taken into some consideration. And we also have investment promotion agencies that have been set up particularly for certain specific reasons. So you again may have an issue with this. We're not saying it's not good. I'm just saying that we are structured differently in our countries. So you may have 2 people, 3 people coming for that. Just my comments on the proposals.
You are? Please, Thailand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
All right, lady first. Thank you. Well, DITP, our function, we do not promote investment per se. I'm sorry, the microphone is not working. I was just saying that our office, DITP, as the name suggests, we promote international trade. The function of investment promotion is with our Board of Investment, but the situation in the marketplace has forced our office to do this kind of work also, because in order to keep competitiveness in trading in the export sector, the Thai companies needed to go abroad, to invest abroad also, because we needed more labor, more raw materials, GSP privileges. All of these are no longer available as the economy of Thailand grows. So our offices abroad has been asked to also facilitate the Thai business sector to invest abroad, especially maybe in the beginning within ASEAN. Looking forward to the ASEAN Economic Community coming into force within the end of next year. what we have learned to be useful is cooperation within this meeting itself. We've learned a lot of things from colleagues who has maybe done more advanced, from more advanced economies, or done more promotional work in investment promotion. For example, JETRO. In Thailand, we have even the word JETRO model to promote investment abroad. Our private sector feels that JETRO has been doing such a good job that they are asking our government that our trade offices provide also similar information and assistance as JETRO is doing. I think, and I just look forward to it becoming actually implemented with a lot of our participation, because in many of the projects that has been proposed before this, sometimes it doesn't materialize as much as we would hope to see. Thank you.
Any other? Okay. CCPIT, yes.
Just two comments concerning the JETRO proposal. I think for CCPIT, we're very interested to these two proposals. One is the match desk officer for connecting all the information, either be trade and investment. I think it's a very good idea, and we will take seriously to study. I hope we can have a chance to follow up with your office in Beijing. And other comments, the second point is also concerning the encouraging foreign investment in Japan. And CCPIT is actually doing these things, and we are now at the moment very interested to see what is the situation for Chinese investors into Japan. And we want to make a survey to see what is the I should not say problems, what is the real situation, how to encourage Chinese investment into Japan. And also we hope that we have went back to Beijing to have a direct discussion. As I understand that your office in Beijing is very actively taking all measures to encourage Chinese investment in Japan, and we hope we can have a cooperation to see what is the what kind of situation facing the Chinese investment into Japanese market. Thank you.
Anyone next? ITC, please.
Thank you, and thank you, the chairman of JETRO, for this very interesting intervention. And thank you for all the comments. The ITC has been looking at this issue of the greater integration between trade and investment, and in fact we are making our WTPO conference in Dubai next 3 to 5 of November to center on this issue of how is the role of TPOs evolving from just export promotion to internationalization of business, and how there is an increasing integration between investment and trade, and how as small and medium enterprises have to integrate into global value chains, they have to also look at either investing abroad or attracting investment to expand their capacity, or team up with other companies in other parts of the world in joint ventures and other type of agreements and so on. So the role of TPOs is evolving, and we are trying to reflect that, and we are trying to look as ITC, and particularly in the section where that I am responsible for, which is the section that provides technical assistance for the improvement of performance of trade promotion organizations. We're looking very much at this area. I cannot make a commitment at the moment, but I have seen in this conference that there is a huge interest in this particular area, and I see with very much interest the proposal of JETRO of promoting the collaboration between TPOs to share services. Basically what we're looking here is how can the trade promotion organization of the other country can provide the trade promotion organization of the first country certain services, and how can they mutually help each other to promote the business of both parties. We are looking at that, and there are two ways in which ITC could probably help. But again, this is something that I will bring to the management of our organization to see how we can allocate resources to expand this. One of them is to prepare some kind of, if you want, a regulatory environment of how these TPOs can relate each other, like a code of conduct, if you want, that could facilitate and build trust between the different TPOs. I think that could be useful, and some points have already been touched by JETRO today. Like question of confidentiality, you know, there are certain issues that are sensitive and that have to be. So one of them is how we could contribute to some kind of international code of conduct in this thing. The other thing is that we could do is to prepare case studies on successful integration of trade and investment. And this is another area that we could probably contribute, and we would obviously request the support of some of your organizations like JETRO or New Zealand Trade, which is not present here, but that is another agency that has integrated trade and investment, Austrade as well, and see how we could, ITC, prepare case studies that could be distributed to all of you, and you could benefit from the way and the experience and the particular techniques that these organizations have put in place in order to integrate these different objectives. As I said, I am not promising on this, but this is something that I will bring to our management and see how we could allocate resources to provide you support in these two areas. Thank you.
Any other? Please.
With the permission of the chair, in the first place, I would like to congratulate all the member TPOs who have made excellent presentation so far. The recommendations, Chairman, I have an observation. Recommendations made by the JETRO are excellent, but taking forward the point made by Martrade, establishment of cooperation for assisting potential investor schemes, I believe before going ahead with this scheme, the third part, considering possible invitation of investment promotion agencies, is recommended. Our trade missions abroad, the people from TDAP working abroad, though they are facilitating the investment as well, but they never route those queries to TDAP. It's the Board of Investment. So in our country, we have a structure that there is a central Board of Investment and there is a provincial Board of Investment. So I believe, without going ahead with the third recommendation, or at least for those ATPF members where there are two separate entities mandated with these, those should be invited, or for the investment promotion agencies, those should be invited, at least from those member countries which have separate Board of Investments. And then this scheme will, the establishment of the cooperation for assisting potential investors will work better, rather than inviting them. And we can obviously, like, in my case, TDAP can always facilitate all the requirements or requests from member ATPF member countries, TPOs, but eventually we will refer it to the Board of Investment. So the link gets weak if the organization which is directly mandated with that task is not in the loop. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. I do appreciate the three report made in this afternoon. Well, in terms of the integration of trade and investment, I do understand the importance of it, and I do see the trend of it. But in terms of the capacity of the TPO for Taipei, currently we don't have the capacity to take care of the investment issues, either inbound or outbound. And these important areas are being conducted by other official government agents in Taipei. So that's the current situations. Then, well, if we were to, combine investment and trade together, then perhaps, as suggested by the chairman of our Japanese colleague, considering possible invitation of the investment promotion agencies to ATPF network, that could be one possible solution. And perhaps the other one is that if TPO in Taipei, we were commissioned by the relevant government agents in Taipei to conduct such activity, that could be the other possibilities. But now today, well, I cannot say for sure that I have to report to you. Okay, thank you.
Any other? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add something about DigiNet. Our Directorate General is not related directly with the investment issue. But in practice, when we promote the trades and investment, we have some kind of the program and activities with our colleague from the coordinating promotion and investment boards. So in this case, maybe from the JETRO proposals, maybe we can adopt that we can cooperation with the others institution within our ministry when we talk about the investment. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Any other comment? Okay, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me a chance to join all of you here for my very first meeting in ATPF. And I also would like to thank Mr. Chairman of JETRO for the very interesting presentation and also very interesting proposals. I'd just like to have two comments. The first one concerning the first two proposals, which we strongly support, and we would be happy to contribute to further development of these two proposals. And as we have some limited experience working with other Japanese colleagues in METI to develop a system rather similar to the supplier matching support scheme, but it's more related to human resources, then we'll be happy to contribute and cooperate with other colleagues and JETRO colleagues on that. My second comment concerning the third proposal about inviting investment colleagues to this framework, I guess that our system is rather similar to a system in other countries, and that's why we share the situation that investment promotion agency is another governmental branch, another government ministries. But it's not really a problem of separate agency or separate officials to do the work. But the problem that we are now trying to focus in is the effectiveness of our work. Then I'm sure we all have repeatedly mentioned investment and trade are so much interlinked now. And in reality, what we are doing as TPO, a lot of activities are very much in the nature of investment promotion. And I believe that investment is a kind of realization of trade liberalization that we have tried to do through our FTA or agreements. Then I would like to take this proposal back for further consideration, and I guess that perhaps we can leave it to the freedom of member state or member TPO to decide whether to invite their national investment agency to join or not. But ATPF deemed to be Trade Promotion Forum. Otherwise, we are facing the challenge of changing the name into Trade and Investment, and then the scope and the substance of the issue would be significantly reduced. Just to share the experience we got in Vietnam, investment promotion agency, they are playing more role in regulatory framework for the investment, not on the promotion part. The promotion part, promotion activities we are doing very much interlink. So I'm not quite sure at the moment what they can contribute to this kind of meeting. But anyway, thank you very much for proposing the idea, and we will look into that very carefully. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, if there is no other comments, I will be very short to adding, not summarizing, just some comments, because it is interesting. The presentations were very interesting and the comments very valuable. So therefore, combine these two, I just would like to express just certain points. The first, I think the CCPIT's view on this, working with the other TPOs and also connecting, because CCPIT is very quite large networking within this whole Chinese territory. So every corner of the CCPIT, depending on the geographical situation, you can find always good help and good assistance from the CCPIT and local areas. And we were discussing during the lunchtime about this with some certain cooperation fields with the CCPIT. And also Bangladesh presentation was, for me, very interesting. First of all, it is kind of export processing zones. Yes, we have all the exports. We went through all these stages, but there is countries which are not yet went through these stages as a tool of this export. So export promotion, export processing zone is as a tool of this export promotion is, I think, very relevant, and it is added by this different kind of this GSP scheme. For the developed countries, they are giving. For developing countries, they are receiving. Say, for example, European Union, the same as Bangladesh, gives to Mongolia 7,200 GSP plus scheme. But actually, we are not exporting to Europe 7.2 products or 72 products. Why? Maybe because it is not related too much convenient to our existing economic and export structure. Maybe because. Maybe because it is not, for us, it is not very easy to penetrate directly. Okay, once there is a scheme, no. And listening to Bangladesh experience and having such, say, for example, Korea gives certain this, and behind that there is always kind of this criteria, classification of the countries by GDP per capita. And it is divided like LDC, developing countries, middle income, lower middle, upper middle income, etc., and so on. But it is now anymore. It should be. Because we already recognize that GDP is not measuring development. We already said that GDP is just showing the economic activity, not development pattern. So why we should still equip with this criteria? For example, Mongolia would like to get from Korea this scheme. But Korea will say, you are lower middle income country, so you are not able. So how about these other indicators, business structure, etc., and so on? So you see, this is very, I think, important question to address, not only by these TPOs, also by the governments. I think it is very important. Recently, there was some Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we were talking about this kind of GSP plus and GSP schemes. So this is important for the country like Mongolia and maybe Bangladesh and other countries, because for them, it is not about how much in volume terms the export or import. It is important what is the structure of the export, where it is value added or where it is promising kind of this innovative-based products, etc. So I think in this regard, Bangladesh experience in the sharing is very important. The last not least, but made by JETRO, 3 proposals. As a participant, I fully agree and fully support. It is maybe our natural conclusion of our classical, our trade promotion era, and the restart of this logical restart of the other type, other era of our trade promotion activities, combining suppliers, potential investors, and this investment in trade as a two sides of the coin. So in this regard, I was just thinking that, okay, if we will do this, how about what we will do first? And there is some scheme, inquiry point. And in the morning I was mentioning about, I was meaning the same. And also investor confidence, which is very important, which is very essential for decision making, whether to invest or not. Who is doing? Some newspapers, Fortune 5,000, whatever, 500, etc. But how about the TPO? If they will be experienced TPO and added by this investment promotion, why they do not engage in this confidence? Because they can do what they can. They share with investors and they can ask, make survey. So that is investor confidence. So this kind of idea came into my mind, and I was thinking that this is the proposal. I think anyway, Chamber of Commerce will support. And I was discussing with Mr. Nishiga that once Mongolia soon, maybe after 6 months or some near future, Mongolia and Japan will make EPA economy. We don't know. We are first country maybe. And we were just thinking, okay, we will penetrate to Japanese market. But whether it is easy, I don't know. So we have to, as a 2 TPO, we have to create kind of group which will assist to our investors and businessmen so that they could easily meet each other and could build some good bridge for. So I think this is what you told. And if we summarize what is this session. So with this note, I just would like to conclude. Yeah, please. And I will finish. And after Mr. Nishiga, we will start other session. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Many encouraging and insightful comments, inspiring comments and practical comments. And different TPO has a different responsibility. Of course, I understand that. That is the situation. However, the world economy has been changing. The structure of the economy has been changing. And we TPOs have to adapt to the different environment. We have to deal with the trade related to investment. We have to deal with investment related to trade. We have to deal with the regulation and promotion simultaneously, as the representative Vietnam colleague described. And our proposal is for your consideration. And just another comment is, in the case of JETRO, this organization was established in 1951. I was 1 year old at that time. I was born in 1950. And 1950s, 60s, 70s, JETRO had been engaged in export promotion. But in 1980s, and the huge criticism about the trade surplus, we engaged in the import promotion business. This is unusual as a trade promotion organization, but we did that. And that activities continued until 2000. And then in 2000, the government, Japanese government decided, oh, it's enough for you to engage in the import promotion. We stopped it. And now, our major activities is to promote trade, especially export, and to attract investment from foreign countries, and to help the SMEs in their doing businesses in foreign countries. Those are our activities. So the functions of our organization have been changing depending on the environment. So probably the other TPOs, like India's ITPO, will change in the future. At this moment, you are engaged in the export promotion. So having said this, the proposal I made, the three proposals I made, please consider seriously. I think as the representative of ICT said, ITC said, it's time for the TPOs to cooperate rather than to compete with each other. Thank you very much.
Yeah, now we will move to other session, but before I forget, and I was just also thinking about this de jure and de facto, you know, when certain laws, there is for TPOs, there is a very strict functions are explicitly expressed in the law. In certain legislation, it is implicit. So that means you have freedom. So that means that maybe this working group could make small survey among these existing TPOs that how much, if we will willing to, you know, to combine this trade and the investment promotion together, what is the possible de jure and what's the possible de facto? For example, for MNCCI, de facto, it's possible. Even de jure, because our law is quite flexible. But in government-related TPOs, avoiding this duplication of these different institutions, there is a strict division of functions in labor. So I think each TPO can also think about it. Okay, so thank you very much. Now it is next session. It is about this, my lovely topic. I like this. This is about the green business, and we have seven TPO we will hear, and therefore I request you to be just in time, because we have the 7 representation. And now let's start. First presentation by National Export Development Directorate General of Indonesia. Please, Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincerest gratitude to the Mongolian National Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and also to JETRO and others parties involved in organizing this very important forum. And I would also like to express Director General of National Export Development regards and apology for not being able to attend this event since she has another schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO TPOs, over the next 10 minutes, I would like to discuss the Indonesian concern towards forest product sustainability, It is contained in 3 main points. Firstly, definition of Indonesia timber legality assurance system. Secondly, the benefit of Indo-TLAS, and thirdly, current status of Indo-TLAS and indigenous effort in promoting sustainable forest product. Distinguished guests, based on the geographic, Indonesia covers about 181.2 million hectares, spread over 70,000 islands, and has the largest natural forest area in Asia and the third largest in the tropics. About 70% or 133.6 million hectares of the land area is forested. Moreover, about 37% of the forest land has been set aside for protection or conservation, approximately about 17% for conversion to another land use, and around 46% of the forest is designated for production purposes. For your information, these slides explain about forestry product, including timber and timber product, is the 5th main export product of Indonesia. In the last 7 years, the value of Indonesia export from timber and timber product grew from $8.3 billion to $9.7 billion per annum. The trend is positive, is about 1.85% per annum, but in terms of the economy as the whole, the relative share of the forestry has dropped from 8.2% to 6.2% as the importance of the others commodity has grown more rapidly. Indonesia exports a wide variety of products ranging from plywood, pulp, and variety product of wooden furniture and handicraft. The value of this trade grew from approximately $7.3 billion in 2005 to $9.1 billion in 2008. And in 2009, after the financial crisis, the value of export decreasing to $7.5 billion. But in 2010, the upward trend resumed with the value $9.7 billion. Furniture, pulp, and paper product and plywood are the most important timber product by value. Meanwhile, export in 2013 of timbers, pulp, and furniture product worth is about $7.4 billion, and Ministry of Trade targeted the export of this product in 2014 approximately $9.5 billion. This year, Ministry of Trade targeting export growth to the world in 2014 by 4.11% with an estimated value of $190 billion, while the target of non-oil export in 2014 is set to grow by 5.5% compared to 6.5% in 2013, and its value is estimated to be the range of the $158 billion until $159 billion. Next. Furthermore, in line the growth of the Indonesia forestry product export, the main export market for Indonesia timber product are the UA. Within the AU, the main market destination for Indonesia timber product are Germany, UK, the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Spain, and Italy. Forestry products are exported from all major ports of Indonesia, from Surabaya, Semarang, and Jakarta in Java Island, from Medan and Jambi in Sumatra, from Pontianak, Banjarmasin, Samarinda in Kalimantan, from Makassar in Sulawesi, and from various smaller ports around Papua and West Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, concern toward forest products sustainability is done at international and national level. And at international level, world acknowledge the role of tropical forests as lung of the world and the importance of tropical forests in addressing climate change. Some countries had already made a policy relating to timber imports, such as European Union, United States Amendment Legacy Act, Japan Goho Wood System, and Australia Illegal Logging Prohibition Bill. At the national level, Indonesia believes that sustainability of Indonesia forest resources is necessary. Therefore, Indonesia government commit for combating illegal logging through both hard approaches by law enforcement and soft approaches by development of Indo-TLES or SVLK. CEO, TPO, distinguished TPO's delegates, the definition of timber legality assurance system is a national certification scheme implemented by Ministry of Forestry and designed to check the legality of timber from the forest through the point of export using independent auditors, verified institution accredited by National Accreditation Agency, and are monitored by NGO or civil society. An Indo-TLS license guarantee that the operator timber industry has complied with the legality standard and criteria. Companies that comply with the Indo-TLAS need to attach a fee legal document to their shipment for export. The fee legal documents specify that the timber product being shipped comply with the legality standard as stipulated in the Indonesian regulation. Thus, the fee legal document provide assurance that the timber and timber product is legal. Fee legal documents are issued by Conformity Assessment Body or LVLK in Indonesia. As for the Indo-TLS certificate, the system has been implemented since January 1st, 2009. In this context, the Ministry of Trade has the mandate to ensure that all export of forestry products are in the line with the Indo-TLS scheme, Indonesia Legal Woods logo, and encourage the export to be more green business-minded by regulating the registration of exporter of forestry industry. Only ETPI key is allowed to export timber product from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of Indo-TLS implementation is to maintain sustainability of Indonesia forest resources for sustainable development, while the expected benefits are, firstly, to increase the competitiveness and creative positive image of Indonesia export timber and timber product in destination market. Secondly, to reduce or stop illegal timber and timber product and its associated trades. Thirdly, to promote certified legal timber to domestic and international market. And finally, to encourage forestry private sector to transform the way they run the business from conventional forest resources utilization to the sustainable forest management, which will help the attainment of REDD, reduction emission from deforestation and degradation goals. Distinguished guests and participants, I would like to slightly review the current information about Indo-TLS. Indonesia is the first country in Asia to sign voluntary partnership agreement on forest law enforcement, government and trade, FLEGGT VPA with AU. The agreement was signed on September 30, 2013 in Brussels and concern a licensing system for timber product exported from Indonesia to any of the 28 AU member states. Indo-TLAS is also the first national timber legality assurance system in the world to be implemented based on FLEGT principles. Out of approximately 3,500 timber companies in Indonesia, around 5% or 637 timber-based factories already have TLAS certification on December 13 to get the Indo TLS certificate. A company shall be assessed by independent certification agency with a cost of 15 million rupiah, or approximately around 1,280 US dollar, and the cost of processing of the TLS certification is around 70 million rupiah, is around 6,000 US dollars. Distinguished participants, these are mechanisms of the timber legality assurance system. Conformity assessment body are tasked to ensure that company audited operates in compliance with the Indo TLAS and have credible supply chain control. Companies that meet this requirement are certified for legality for a period of 3 years, subject to surveillance audit at least once a year. The legality certificate will expire after 3 years and can be renewed subject to a renewal application and another audit. Conformity assessment body are accredited by the Indonesian accreditation body against ICO or IEC standard and relevant regulation relating to Indo TLS, and directed to fulfill their auditing task by the Ministry of Forestry, to whom they also report the outcome of their audits. As a standard certification practice, conformity assessment body are contracted by the company that wants to be certified and are required to operate according to the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization Guideline. Conformity assessment body also checks timber export using the legality verification process. If compliant exporters are supplied with an export license in the form of a fee legal document, or when the voluntary partnership agreement VPA is fully implemented with a FLEGT license. If the shipment is intended for the AU, any export without a fee legal license will be prohibited. If an exporter or one of the supplier does not hold a valid legality certificate or is found to be in breach of the relevant regulation, several things can happen. Firstly, the request for an export license will be denied, stalling the shipment. Secondly, the exporter in question is at risk of losing his legality certification altogether, making all export impossible until he has amended his operation. In the third place, if malfeasance can be proven, the exporter or his supplier are at risk or being prosecuted. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this next. Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this flowchart is described the collaboration between Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia toward forest products sustainability. Since January 1st, 2013, the Ministry of Forestry and Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia has enforced and imposed Indo TLS is based on a certification approach, also known as operator-based licensing. To achieve certification, conformity assessment body must audit the legality of the operation of timber producers, timber traders, processors, and exporters. Any company or industry that exports its product will have to pass through the legality verification process in order to obtain fee legal document. If the company or industry has not been verified for its legality, then an inspection will need to be done by a conformity assessment body. On October 22nd, 2012, the Ministry of Trade has issued a regulation numbers 64 on forestry product export regulation to support Indo TLS. This regulation stipulated that the deadline for TLS certificate is January 1st, 2013 for export of plywood, sawmill, chipwood, LVL, and veneer, Group A, and January 1st, 2014 for export for furniture working. Ministry using to extend the deadline for the Group B into 2000 as well to comply with the Indonesian system exporting timbers product. And also, I would like also to take this opportunity to announce that on October, the Ministry of Trade is preparing the 29th Trade Expo Indonesia, the biggest annual export product exhibition of Indonesia, will be held on October from 8 until 12 with theme toward green business. There will be a special pavilion in Indonesia which showcase sustainable product made natural resources including timber product, paper, and furniture. Thank you very much. And we would like to listening for the opportunity to be part of this important meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, next presentation will be made by Department of International Trade Promotion, Minister of Commerce, Thailand. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recognizing the worldwide concern for global warming, I think it is our job as TPOs to promote environmentally friendly business for a better tomorrow, as well as for sustainable growth of our business sector. In our mission to expand markets, to promote value creation, and to create competitiveness, the DITP has initiated many activities focusing on the promotion and development of environmentally friendly products, recognizing the need to maximize the effective use of natural resources and creating value through design and innovation. Because the effects of global warming is very apparent, today's consumers and customers increasingly have environmental concerns and awareness. For entrepreneurs and exporters, this situation presents an opportunity to create green products to appeal to these environmentally responsible consumers. Allow me to share with you some of the activities in promoting green innovation. First of all, we organize mini exhibitions on green and eco products in all of our international trade fairs. For example, in our gift fair, in the photo on the top left-hand corner, you could see an eco shop exhibiting green products from a group of young designers. The eco shop is a channel to promote green products for the public to become aware of environmental concerns through good designs. In addition, we recently also introduced the Innovation Plus Design Cafe, or ID Cafe, at our trade fairs. This is a cozy cafe that has trendy, green, innovative products on sale, while customers can taste organic coffees, drinks, snacks, with eco-friendly, modern design packaging. The coffee shop has been quite successful, and we have actually been asked by a shopping center. Actually, we've been asked by a shopping center to set up such cafe in their complex. All the furniture in our ID Cafe are also eco products. Somebody is clicking the thing not quite correctly. In our food fair, we have organic pavilion, which provides knowledge about organic products from the production stage to quality certification and the entire marketing cycle in order to educate both the growers, the traders, as well as consumers. These are just some examples of the organic products on sale. For furniture fair, we would have a separate exhibition in front of the fair to showcase furniture made from scrap materials as well as recycled materials. Even in our refrigeration, heating, cooling, and ventilation products fair, or we call it RHVAC, we focus also on products that are environmentally friendly, using energy efficient and environment-friendly technologies and innovation. Secondly, the ITP participates in international trade fairs for green products and services in overseas countries, such as BioFAC in Nuremberg, Germany, the Natural Products Expo, West and East in the US, Distinctive Nutrition Asia Expo, and I think we cannot leave out Taiwan International Green Industry Show next month. Thirdly, we support entrepreneurs and designers to develop green products. In this connection, the ITP promotes the cooperation between the entrepreneurs and the designers under the project to develop green products, the examples of which are as follows. Renote. This is a company that attaches primary importance to the care of the environment. Therefore, Renote is made from materials that has been recycled. The cover is made from recycled scrap leather, and the paper is also recycled. Their whole production process is environmentally friendly. Even their buildings, lighting, and furniture are also eco-friendly. Lamps. These are products made from materials left over in industrial factories. These lamps, wall arts, and coffee tables are made from sheet metals, which has been cut out. So what is left is turned into value-added products, which at the same time eliminate the garbage from the factory. The last one is, this lampshade is laser cut from a single piece of wood, like when we cut paper and then we pull it up. So there's no scrap left and it's easier to transport. Fourth, the ITP organizes seminars and workshops related to green and eco products with the objective to provide an overview of the growing importance of green products to consumers, to introduce new ideas and thinking about eco-design, to allow entrepreneurs to identify green market business opportunities, and to encourage entrepreneurs and designers to initiate ideas how to develop green products in terms of design and innovation, quality standard, and packaging. Fifth, we give recognition to producers and exporters of environmentally friendly products through the Prime Minister's Business Enterprise Award. We have added the Best Green Innovation, a new category since last year. Six, last but not least, the ITP started to organize Thailand Innovation and Design Expo since last year. This year, the fair will be held during 18th to the 21st of September in Bangkok. In conclusion, from our experience in working with green and eco entrepreneurs, some useful lessons emerges. Other products may be purchased due to aesthetics or functions, but eco products, we find that explanation is needed to go with the product, to tell the consumers how environmentally friendly they are, and so that when they buy it, they have a certain value added to the product. Another issue was the reasonable prices. To answer the question, why should we pay more to conserve the world? So the designers and entrepreneurs have to think about the design of eco-products in terms of not only aesthetics and functions, but prices as well. In conclusion, at present there is increasing business opportunity for green and eco products and services. So it is our job as TPOs to point this out to our entrepreneurs and to encourage them to move into this direction. In order to realize this business opportunity, design and innovation, as well as cooperation between designers and entrepreneurs must be promoted, while marketing opportunities must be provided. Finally, the ITP is pleased to present to all heads of delegation our re-note as an example of Thai green products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, next presentation will be made Hong Kong Trade Development Board. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, friends of ATPF. I'm very excited to be in Ulaanbaatar for the first time, so allow me to thank the MNCCI and JETRO for hosting and organizing such a wonderful event. My boss has always asked me to make my presentation short and interesting. I'm happy to report that I have achieved 50% of the requirement. My presentation will be short, but it will not be very interesting, so bear with me for the next 10 minutes. Hong Kong Trade Development Council is responsible for promoting our trade with the world, both import and export, from products like food, electronics, to services like legal services, financial and accounting services. So naturally, the very important green business falls under our responsibility. Perhaps a few minutes on a few quick numbers on the size of the industry in Hong Kong. We are talking about a value-adding industry of $900 million a year, growing at the rate of around 3.5%. We are employing 40,000 people, accounting for about 1.1% of Hong Kong's workforce. So, but the industry itself is well beyond these numbers. If we look at other sectors like toys, electronics, they are also producing a lot of environmental friendly products. So if we take a broader view about the green business, the figures is much bigger than the 900 million that I mentioned earlier. So TDC has a lot of work to do in terms of promoting our green businesses. In the next few minutes, I will share with colleagues the major approaches that we have taken to promote green businesses. The first two, as shown on the screen, are using trade fairs as a means. The third bullet on the screen is by bringing Hong Kong companies to the overseas market to have direct interface with their potential customers. And then the final bullet point on the screen is a way of promoting the green qualifications of all the companies that we are in a way representing. So let me go into Eco Expo Asia first. This fair started in the year 2006 as a very small fair to begin with, but over the last 7 or 8 years, we have grown substantially, still small in size, but the growth rate is quite respectable. We have growth in both exhibitors and visitors, and also the participating countries. And one particular interesting thing about the fair is that we have public engagement, which is quite different from many of the trade fairs that the TDC organizes. The next Eco Expo Asia is coming up in October for 3 days from the 29th of October to the 1st of November. So this is an open invitation to all our friends here to come and have a look in Hong Kong. This year we are expecting about 300 exhibitors from more than 20 countries. To name a few of the countries in our past editions, we have Canada, Chinese mainland, Germany, Japan, Macau, Russia, and Switzerland. So in terms of participation format, of course, the fair will be organized according to different environmental disciplines, like waste management and things like that. Can you go back a little bit? You are faster than I can manage. In terms of group participation, we will invite economies to come and participate to showcase their capabilities as a country. The slides here show a few countries that have been participating in our show before. Next slide, please. So concurrent with the exhibition, we have a 3-day conference. The themes over the 3 days will include global green initiatives, waste management and recycling, green building and energy efficiency. We're happy to report that we have attracted quite a lot of government officials from the region to speak about their green measures and perhaps what they are looking to buy to help improve the environment. We also have speakers from the business and industry sectors, and we also have people in the research sectors. The conference will also have a special themed luncheon this year. And surprisingly, and perhaps a pleasant surprise, is that we have attracted some non-environment business to become sponsor of the event, just to make sure that in the eyes of the public or in the eyes of the participant, a particular company is very conscious about the environment. For example, we can have the luncheon sponsored by a very famous bank in Hong Kong. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, this is a very unique trade fair in the sense that it engages the government, the industry, and the public, because we think bringing the public to the knowledge of green and environmental protection is very important. So we have the last day of the fair open to the public. We are involving students, we are involving the teachers, the general public to come and have some hands-on experience of what protecting the environment is about. 1 or 2 years ago, we have brought in a few electric vehicles. So those with a proper driving license can test drive the vehicle in the open ground of the fairground. We have also got some green workshop so that the students or the publics can have some experience on what green life is all about. So all about is very specialized fairs for the environment. As you know, the HKTDC organizes over 30 international trade fairs in Hong Kong, from electronics, toys, fashions, and things like that. So in each fair, similar to what our friends in Thailand are doing, we organize special zones with green products so that the buyers could find it easier to look for green products. We are increasingly seeing international buyers looking for green products and looking for suppliers who meet certain. So the next approach that we have taken on to promote the green business International Ecotech Fair, and we have also organized IRES companies from Hong Kong, including those from the environmental sector, to visit various markets for business discussions. Next, please. As I mentioned earlier, we have an approach of promoting the green credentials of the Hong Kong companies. So we have made use of our online business matching platform, where we feature hundreds of thousands of companies with products and services by asking an independent third-party verification company to certify which company has attained certain environmental certifications. And when buyers are looking for products, services, or partners, they can select those companies or suppliers who fulfill certain environmental requirements before they start negotiation or before they place orders. Next slide, please. So much about how we promote green products. Allow me 1 more minute to tell you our experience in doing some in-house green measures. As I mentioned earlier, we organize so many trade fairs in Hong Kong every year. We actually built the booths ourselves through our special exhibition services team. Since the year 2000, we have employed a lot of environmental friendly measures, the use of recycled materials. We have also brought in some new machines for cleaning the equipment, for removing stickers on the panels so that we can use the panels many times over. I think we are also the first organizer of trade fairs to have a containerized storage for exhibitors who design their own custom-built booth. So the whole booth, after using at a particular trade fair, can be put inside a container, shipped into our storage in Hong Kong, and then the next year, they can bring the whole booth again back to the venue. So we thought this is an environmental friendly measure, and that is also very welcome by our exhibitors. And last but not least, if I may mention, in our expansion of the Convention and Exhibition Center in Hong Kong, we have converted a walkway for people into exhibition hall. So we have knocked down quite a lot of glass panels from the beach, from the walkway. We have used those glasses to make very interesting souvenirs as our corporate gift to our clients. So we thought we would never forget the walkway that we love so much. Of course, we love the new venue even more because it gives us more exhibition space. So that's all I have for this meeting. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Macau Trading and Investment Promotion Institute, please.
Good afternoon, dear Chairman and friends from ATPF Economies. It gives me great pleasure to be here today and having the opportunity to share and exchange views with you. First of all, on behalf of Macau Trade and Investment Promotion Institute, IPIM, I would like to express our gratitude to the Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MNCCI, for hosting this CEO meeting. Asia is currently one of the most dynamic regions in the world, with promoting green business being one of the key focus to ensure sustainable development. With Macau's role as the Trade and Economic Cooperation Service platform, we have actually promoted green business through a series of economic activities, namely forum and seminars, exhibitions, as well as business matchmaking events. I would like to start my presentations with a brief introduction of Macau International Environmental Cooperation Forum and Exhibitions, MIECF, and then I'm going to show you some examples of how IPIM promote green business cooperation. MIECF, hosted by Macau SAR government, with IPIM and the Environmental Protection Bureau as host coordinators, and co-organized by the governments of the provinces and regions in the Pampa River Delta region, has been held annually in Macau since 2008. The objective of this event is to promote a green economy, green business, and the development of green technology through regional cooperation. All members of the PPRD region set up their own pavilions and sent high-level officials and delegations to participate in the event. The strong support from these governments cements MIECF's role as an important business and technology exchange platform to promote sustainable development in the region. After years of effort, MIECF has gradually become a significant branded environmental exhibitions in the PPRD region and the international market. And it is actually the second Macau trade show to be awarded the UFI UV approved event status. In fact, the annual MIECF has attracted government and industrial leaders, academics in the environmental field from different countries and regions to participate in the event, either as visitors or exhibitors. The internationally well-known speakers has also shared their thoughts at MIECF, such as Dr. Joseph Stiglitz, one of the most prominent economists in the world and recipient of the Nobel Prize in Economic Science. Mr. James Zhao, president of Longon Group, is an expert on eco-agriculture, as well as Professor Jeffrey Sachs, director of the Earth Institute of Columbia University. The size, professional standard, and international participations of the UN have improved year after year, making it as an important cooperation and exchange platform for the environmental industry. The successful three-day 2014 MIECF held in March, attracting 9,245 visitors, conducting 800 business matching sections, and a total of 26 project cooperation agreements were signed. As an official agent responsible for the promotion of trade and investment, IPIM attaches great importance to encouraging the development of more green enterprises. In recent years, we have adopted a series of green measures in various trade fairs and exhibitions, including the MIECF, as I just introduced, and the Macau International Trade and Investment Fair, MIF. Meanwhile, I would like to show you some examples of the measures taken at MIECF. Examples: to actively promote the concept of the green exhibitions, MIECF exhibitors were encouraged to exercise green practices. Most of the booths and decorations were constructed from recycled or recyclable materials. For instance, recyclable construction materials were used in the construction of the Macau Pavilion. It is also worth mentioning that the venue has not been carpeted since 2013. Green initiatives have been validated with statistics. The volume of waste was significantly reduced to be fewer than 20 lorry loads in 2014 MIECF as compared to the 106 lorry loads of waste collected during the 2008 edition. It is a measure that in line with the government's policy of reduce waste at source and recycle by reducing as much as possible the amount of waste generated by the event. More example, a total of 3,000 potted plants were used to decorate the venue the first time during this year's editions of MIECF and distributed to the public on the last day of the event. Over 2,500 square meters of inkjet posters were donated to social enterprises after the event for the production of recycled shopping bags, which is to be distributed at next year's MIECF. Besides, a financial incentive of up to 60% to subsidize the booth rental fees is provided to eligible Macau SMEs. So the exhibition fees is around US dollars, $610 US dollars per standard booth. Programs such as Green Booth Awards and Green Electricity Rebate Scheme are set in order to encourage booth design and construction companies to make use of eco-friendly construction materials. The Green Booth Awards provides incentives to wall-space exhibitors and booth designers and recognize their efforts in adopting greener designs of their booths. On the other hand, the Green Electricity Free Rebate Scheme provides exhibitors with 10 to 20% rebate on the electricity they use in relation to the green design of their booth in the event. Green Business Matching. Green Business Matching provides an online service as well as on-site support for exhibitors seeking business partnerships. We invite local and overseas hotel buyers to meet eco-product suppliers at the Green Hotel Sourcing section. During MIECF, major local hotels were invited to participate in the Green Business Matching for the procurement of green products, including hotel supplies, energy-saving systems, renewable energies, green building solutions, and equipment for waste and water treatment. In addition, MIECF has attracted the participation of various electric vehicle manufacturers. Furthermore, the establishment of an Environmental and Energy Saving Fund in 2011, established in 2011 by the Macau SL government with startup capital of $25 million US dollars, brings deeper cooperation opportunities for the development of green business, making use of the MIECF platform to foster cooperations and networking. In fact, in 1994, the Macau government had been integrating trade and investment promotions together. Therefore, you can see here we are able to provide a range of services with regards to trade and investment promotions. Besides, as far as the trade promotion is concerned, we are used to organize exhibitions, subsidizing local companies in participating trade fairs in overseas countries and regions. We are also able to provide one-stop service to assist investors from a simple inquiries, company setup until the license consent is obtained. In addition, Just last year, we just launched a one-stop service to assist MICE organizers, which we are able to help them to organize exhibitions and conventions events in Macau. With the sustainable development of Asian economies, the green industry is becoming increasingly important. We sincerely welcome ATPF members to make use of the Macau platform to foster mutual development and explore new green business opportunities. Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite you all to participate in the 2015 MIECF, which will be held from 26 to 28 March next year. Finally, I wish everyone good health and a prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Indian Trade Promotion Organization, please.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Jetro and all colleagues, I join other colleagues in again thanking the Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this hospitality, as well as for hosting this extremely significant event in Mongolia. Now, friends, the topic given to ITPO, that is the India Trade Promotion Organization, is TPOs for Sustainable Development in Promoting Green Business and Trade Facilitation. I'm going to take the indulgence of the chairman to today not take ownership of this presentation, which is in front of you, but to lay out some of the points relating to India and India Trade Promotion Organization as a trade promotion organization with the sort of objectives that have been spoken about all across the day, across the table by my friends. The Indian government is a large government. Our Prime Minister has recently stated that he wants to reduce government and increase governance. But I bring this point forward to state that there are a large number of entities in India that are dealing with the issue of foreign direct investment, sustainable development, and green practices in particular. I would like to state that India is both a recipient and an investor overseas. There is a very large foreign direct investment within India, and there is a large amount of investment that India makes in countries abroad. Now, the players in the game are many. There are a large number of subject-specific ministries. It's a federal structure with the states having a very big stake in their own development because the industries and factories have to be housed in the states. There are a large number of export promotion councils dealing with various products, goods, and services. And along with that, there is the role of ITPO, which has been very primary from its inception, that is 1976, but certainly no longer so central to the idea of both foreign direct investment, green practices, as well as sustainability. Now, what has happened is that with the process of liberalization, there have been a large number of players in the game who actually are building up greater databases by the day, and to be very proud of the initial database that ITPO possessed before liberalization, that has, I believe, formed a springboard for future actions by ministries, organizations, as well as trade promotion organizations. So what I would like to state today is that the activities of the India Trade Promotion Organization are largely centered around the use of the exhibition medium as a very viable trade promoting activity, both for enterprises from overseas to come and showcase their products and services in India, and also for ITPO to carry investors with it in their numerous fairs abroad. So along with that, there is an activity level of perhaps 100 plus 35 overseas and 100 activities in Delhi alone. And with that, if we add about 250 activities in our other centers in Bangalore and Chennai, it's a large hook. And the hook is using the exhibition industry to bring forward the maximum trade, retail trade, and international development. Now, with the new role, ITPO has more or less fixated itself on micro, small, and medium enterprises because it is that branch of industry that we believe requires the greater support. So our seminars, our matching, and our business initiatives are more in the nature of the small and medium enterprises, taking them overseas, attracting them to India, and supporting them in India. And I am proud to say that over the 3 years that I have been involved with the ATPF Forum, we have had a slew of initiatives, and I have a very deep gratitude to a number of colleagues, or their seniors or their juniors across the table, who have actually supported India Trade Promotion Organization in spreading the message of fairs relating to food or leather or whatever overseas, as well as bringing them to India. So I would then state, and I would say this to the Chairman Jetro, that this medium has been an important medium, widely used by the ITPO, and definitely very consequential for ITPO's long-term development. As far as we are concerned, we interpret sustainability for showcasing excellence of our country in diverse fields. And I'm not going into specifics because the range of fairs crosses and straddles all mediums. We approve the holding of international trade fairs in India, wherein we are a regulator. We are responsible for the implementation of events, and we are mandated by the various ministries to do so. And we assist the buyers seeking information relating to sourcing products from India and overseas so that they can have a proper opportunity in the India growth story. I am not going to bring out the benefits of the young population that India has. I'm not going to talk of the very high level of entrepreneurial development India has. I'm only going to state that the present government and our present management is very keen to promote the entrepreneurial spirit, covering men and women, and we are doing it through manufacturing zones, through special export promotion zones, through export promotion zones, through the idea of smart cities, and so on. But at the base of it all is better infrastructure, greener infrastructure, and a road, highway, and port network which is going to support India's aspirations. I think there is a lot of theory in this presentation of what green business means to international trade, and I will not dwell upon it because the very, very intelligent young men and women across the table understand this probably better than I. But I will just take one very, very important consequence of the impact as well as the appreciation of eco-friendly methodologies and green technologies. I think we just go into this one. The next one, that the openness to trade leads to a more efficient use of resources, we believe, and stimulates growth and economic levels. I think it's the one before this, Hitesh, doesn't matter. And this supports conservation and sustainability. Now, how this has actually helped is an example I will give from the garment sector as well as the leather sector, whereas world opinion and better environmental standards and the demand for better environmental standards in the world spurred this garment industry to comply with all international compliances for the garment industry. And I'm proud to state that it has happened even for the leather industry, where pollution as well as environmental degradation was a huge challenge. So I think the green growth is a sine qua non of economic development, and we need not dwell upon the importance of it and the fact that TPOs can help. Now, coming to the role of TPOs in green business, some of my friends have brought very, very specific examples of various trade fairs, various consultations on developing the green business, so to speak. I think we have removed a large number of barriers to trade, as well as disseminated the information relating to transfers of technology. And in every trade fair that we mount, there is a green section, which we haven't really brought out pictorially, but there is a green section, whether it's books and paper, leather and associated goods, machinery for the leather industry, which promotes greenness and eco-friendly procedures, as well as for the garment and textiles, which is a very, very traditional industry of India. I will now go into the collaboration of TPOs, a point which has been brought about in very emphatically by Mr. Ishige when he made his presentation. And I now recall his three principles that he outlined. I joined some of my colleagues to state that the TPO represented here, in many cases, is really not the last word for foreign direct investment or for business matching, because there are a number of other agencies like the Foreign Investment Promotion Board, the Ministry of Finance, and most importantly, the states of India, who are the ones who decide as to where and how a particular industry bringing in foreign direct investment would be located or brought in. And let me tell you, friends, there is a scramble among states, especially the port-rich states, to attract foreign direct investment. Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and many such centers like Odisha being heavy recipients of both foreign direct investment as well as industries to be located in their region. Now coming to what ITPO has done. And I would just like to draw upon these green initiatives. Now, friends, they may appear very fundamental to you, but I would just like to state here that ITPO is now on the cusp of a very, very large development of its property and its facility for a state-of-the-art, ultra-modern exhibition cum convention complex. But what I am administering at present, and what has been with us since 1976, is now, by today's estimation, very, very dated infrastructure. So I will just say that we have used energy efficient methodologies. We have made great restrictions for our exhibitors to use some of the energy gobbling means of exhibiting their products. Next. We've used email, we've gone into an IT mode so that we save paper. There's a lot of dissemination of information, and again, gratitude to the other TPOs who've been supporting us. Just go forward. Mobile application, which tells you where you are, where an exhibitor is, a use of e-portal, ramping up the corporate websites, broadcasting technology being used. Go forward. And a lot of, and I'm very proud to state that there has been a great saving, both of energy in terms of electricity consumption and two of water consumption, two things that we are very, very particular about. So friends, this is in brief what we have done with ourselves. And I would like to state that there have been fairs that have been mounted in Malaysia, Sri Lanka, many in Japan, of course, which is traditional, Taiwan, Bangladesh, in Australia. My friends from Australia are not here, but we are leaping into Australia for the first time at the Perth Royal Show as the guest nation. And as far as JETRO is concerned, we use the JETRO offices in India to support us in terms of business matching as well as drawing in of exhibitors for an auto ancillary show or for the leather show, for which I'm again very grateful. I'd end by stating, friends, that in the 27 years since the existence of the ATPF, much development has taken place in the world. There have been revolutions, there have been changes of government, there have been changes in modes of thinking, new leaders. I do believe that the focus could very well be the use of an exposition/exhibition as a hook and as a central point for more business matching, more support to small and medium enterprises, and to move ahead in our joint vision of assuring a high rate of growth with the correctives, with the social indicators, and with the greenness that we wish to ensure. Thank you so much for your attention. And apologies for straying away from the presentation, which was not made by me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Martrade, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start the presentation by making a statement that the role of TPOs, the role of promoting green business is not the job of the TPOs only. The reason being that you cannot promote green business if you do not have the enabling environment and the proper ecosystem in place. And so I'm going to start my presentation to say why it's so important to have the policy in place to drive the business, to generate the interest in green. So looking at the first slide, it's a statement that we know as a country, we are proud of the green that we have. So if we have this amount of green in the country and you want to promote the green agenda, policies have to be put in place before the TPO can do its job. So this is what the Malaysian government has put in place in terms of the have to go green. This is about the quality of life and saving the earth for the next generation. So these were the 4 pillars upon which the Malaysian National Green Technology Policy was put in place. That made the role of the TPO easier because we had the backing of the government with us. And the 4 main objectives of the green agenda was to facilitate the growth of the national economy, because this is still about growing your economy. Whether it's green or not green, economy has to grow. We have to have sustainable development. We have to increase the capability and competitiveness of the business sector if you want to go green. And you have to enhance public awareness and increase education. So if you have these 4 objectives in mind, then it's easier to push the green agenda. And what the government did, which made the situation easier, was they created the Ministry of Green, Energy, Technology and Water. That's making a strong policy statement that we will set up even a green ministry. And underneath that green ministry, they set up the Malaysian Green Technology Corporation to develop business technology, to provide funding, to provide incentives, and drive the agenda. So that was what I meant by having the enabling environment and the ecosystem in place to help the TPO. And of course, Malaysia has already committed itself to reducing CO emission by 40% by the year 2020 at Copenhagen. So this in a nutshell is setting the environment. Now when we come to the role of the TPO, which is smart trade, I think we don't really run away from the traditional roles of what we always do. We develop industries, we help promote, we provide advice, and we provide information, and we come up with export promotion policy strategies, action plans, and vehicles. So the role of a TPO does not change, but the focus to the new industries does. So in this regard, in terms of promotion activities, MATRADE, as the National Trade Promotion Agency of Malaysia, continued to encourage the participation of Malaysian companies in international trade exhibition, which had a green agenda inside. So we participated in Global 2014 in Vancouver, bringing sustainable innovation and best practices to Canada. We participated in water and wastewater treatment. These are very niche areas, but they have very high value in terms of business opportunity. Talk of wastewater treatment, many countries require help. So we have encouraged companies to go to Laos, Cambodia, even in China, we have a lot of these companies. Vietnam, water exhibition. These are just some examples of what a TPO has to do. We still have to bring companies to where the opportunities are in the area of green. It's still our traditional work. But before that, we must have the industry with us. So once we identify the industry's capability, we then match them with the appropriate events overseas, be it EcoBuild in India, EcoBuild in London, Africa Energy In Africa, we went to this program called Solutions for Africa, and we also participated in Macau, and many of the ASEAN TPO forums, countries' exhibitions, we were there, supporting our initiatives. So each of us have given something that we could towards the initiative among colleagues in ASEAN TPOs. Secondly, we continue to push trade and market information to our clients. They need to know what are the new regulations that EU is putting into place that's going to be a hindrance to the exports of Malaysian wood-based products, palm oil products, in the name of green. We know many of these campaigns does sound like it's a non-tariff barrier, but if you don't comply, you lose the market. So we push this information, and we used online information dissemination as our first point of pushing information. So companies that are registered with Matrade receive daily updates on this on these regulations through email. We also have come out with just one slide behind, please. One slide behind. Yeah, I'm on back. Yeah, I'm on this slide now. Our website has got enough information about all the incentives and assistance the government provides so that people can read, because SMEs will forever say they do not know. That's the standard of as small, medium companies. All right? So we go on to educate them. Now we've come out with a publication called What's New for Malaysia? This publication tells the world that we've got something new. Hey, if you don't know about it, read this magazine. It's an online publication. It goes out to targeted companies, importers, and those who need to know what's new in the market. I'm sure other TPOs have this. The next slide. We've come out with publications on biomass and related services in environment. We have come out with a publication called Malaysia's Excellence in Green Technology. These are traditional tools, but still in new areas. Moving forward, the private sector has come out with a green trade fair called International Green Exhibition Malaysia. This is the 5th year in running. It's a private sector initiative. The TPO is now supporting this initiative by bringing in international buyers and business partners. And that is what Matrade comes. We do not compete. We complement and help them out. So in this regard, I would like to invite everybody around the table to please send your companies interested in the green agenda to this exhibition that's coming down in October. The next one. Matrade organizes our own event. We call it InTrade. But over the years, InTrade has taken different focus. This year, it's about lifestyle. Lifestyle means green, saving the universe, saving the earth. So we are focusing this year on the green lifestyle sector. And within that, the next slide, we are introducing green fashion. It can't be seen clearly on the slide. Within the lifestyle, we're talking about sustainable fair growth in the fashion industry, green technologies in fashion, empowering women and youth through new green eco products. So you can see the agenda changes according to the flavor of the day, but the vehicles are there to help the companies. Next slide, we talk about the halal industry. Not many of us know that the halal industry is very much a green industry, because it's the non-food sector focuses on non-chemicals, using organic products, green products. Again, you can find a niche, a growth in this sector. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we go deeper and deeper. Going forward, some of the green exports defined by us, this is the most difficult problem for TPO. Under the customs classification, there is no classification called green. So in order to find out your success, you have to create the classification for yourself. LED is green, fine. Solar is green, fine. Insulation materials are green, fine. Palm oil-based products are green, yes. MDF boards made from recycle is green. So we as a TPO have to show the outcome to some innovative ways, because customs do not classify these as green. So that's a challenge. I think we have to look into how we're going to say that we're promoting green when we can't get the numbers. So moving forward, there are some pictures that is not appearing on the slides, but you have it with you. We have organic fiber tableware made from recycled products. We have household products made from green recycled products. We have chemicals that are green-friendly chemical products for building industry. We have a lot of outdoor garden products made from recycled products. We are very strong in sustainable building and site management. We have provided these services to Singapore, India, in Middle East, in designing green buildings. We are also going into the green electric vehicles, which is the next generation in the auto industry. Malaysia has an auto industry, so we have to build the green agenda there in the auto industry. We have a permanent display area for 500 companies in our building that showcases the best of Malaysian SME products, and there is a section called Go Green. So that gives them, again, another platform. So what I'm trying to say is that TPOs still do what we have to do, but we have to open up the windows of opportunity within what we have. And I'd like to conclude by saying that the TPO's role and engagement in promoting green, you need three things. First of all, you need a strong policy announcement. Government must be committed. Secondly, we need to disseminate information out about market requirements and about potential supply from the home side. But it is the best industry to develop innovation. Continuously, green can drive innovation. The market doesn't know that they want it, but the industry can produce it for the market, and the market will use it. Last but not least, the TPOs have to create the awareness to the business sector that you cannot ignore the green agenda. It's not about profit, but making profit while saving the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, our last presentation, but not least, of course, will be made by Taipei World Trade Center. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lydia Zhou, and I'm here to talk about Taipei World Trade Center's role and activities in the promotion of Taiwan's green business. Taiwan is a small island nation with very limited resources, but it doesn't keep us from becoming a model nation in advancing sustainability. Over the years, Taiwan has gained a lot in the development and use of green technology, green building structure, green factory operations, etc. From this chart, we can see that as a leading exporting country, exports of green products account for nearly 19% of Taiwan total outbound shipments. Taiwan leads in exports of ICT products, PV cells, LEDs, and bicycles. Our nation, however, doesn't merely supply goods. We strive to create more sustainable solutions to make life easier and business more competitive, but without sacrificing the environment. A case in point is our public bike sharing system, which helps save on energy cost, reduce carbon emission, beautify the city's landscape, and improve traffic flow. In Taiwan, we call this U-Bike, which started in Taipei and is now being promoted in other major cities as well. Thanks to its brilliant design, easy access, and 24/7 service, it has generated a lot of interest from countries worldwide. U-Bike is a design of the prestigious Taiwanese manufacturer, Giant. Next, yes. It's convenient to use, and it has great features, such as an ingenious locker, low stand overheight, and an adjustable seat. Moreover, it's fitted with reflective tires, a rear defender, and an auto-detect sensor to automatically adjust light brightness. This 3-speed control bike is also fitted with a specially designed waterproof and stain-proof seat with antibacterial feature, as well as a bike basket. Currently, there are 166 bike sharing stations around Taipei and more than 5,000 bike units offered for public use. A rider can use his or her EC card to register online or at a bike kiosk or a service center. For added convenience, a rider may also look up for the nearest bike sharing station on a smartphone with the corresponding app. Effective promotion campaigns, such as free use for the first 30 minutes, have helped build public awareness. U-Bike is available to the public around the clock, even on weekends and holidays. A call center has been set up to provide assistance to bike users. For instance, if there is no bike at a station, or if all parking posts are occupied, just ring up the center and help comes within 10 minutes. On top of this, a rider can get 30 minutes free ride as compensation for the inconvenience cost. Like the U-Bike system you have just seen, we from Taiwan aim to provide total solutions in advancing green products that benefit all, including the environment. Through this all, Taipei World Trade Center plays an important role in promoting Taiwan's green business. As the foremost trade promotion organization of Taiwan, we have these green missions: to collaborate closely with the Taiwan government in promoting green trade, to assist Taiwanese manufacturers in developing green markets overseas, to connect international firms with Taiwanese partners for green business. There are several ways we promote green business. Next. One of our trade promotion activities is to hold more events in different emerging markets. This is to highlight Taiwan's green image through innovative, eco-friendly products. Such events were held in Indonesia, mainland China, and Thailand this year, with each attracting over 10,000 attendees, including visitors from print and broadcast media sectors. 30 brands have joined our campaign this year. So far, 40 products, including bicycles, green building materials, LED lightings, and green textiles, etc., have been successfully been promoted in these markets. One of the products is from Syntex company, which have receiving a lot of attention lately. Seeing a lovely textile song is their slogan. This company uses recycled plastic bottles and processed coffee ground to produce textiles which are breathable, wind and water resistant, compressible, odor control, and thermally efficient. Such textiles were used in making the uniform of the 10 national teams of this year's FIFA World Cup, such as United States, Brazil, France, Australia, and South Korea. As a matter of fact, Nike had partnered with Taiwan 4 years ago for the FIFA World Cup in South Africa. It takes only 18 plastic bottles to make a complete set of soccer uniform. More importantly, using such material to make clothing consumes 30% less energy. We have set up Taiwan green trade zones at some major international trade fairs. In addition to the enterprise area, we also introduced Taiwan Eco Products Demo House, which features Taiwan intelligent green building concept. Okay, next. We are planning to set up a few Taiwan Green Products Display Center for public viewing in our overseas branch offices. And the Taiwan Trade Center, London, is the first opened for business. This area allows people to learn more about Taiwan's growing green industry and to provide a place where the business can meet and be inspired. Last year, we organized a total of 230 overseas trade promotion events. Many of them focus on green products, such as smart grid, PV cells, LED lightings, etc. In Taiwan, our organization hosts several international green product exhibitions. Two of them, Taiwan International Photovoltaic Exhibition and Taiwan International Green Industry Show, are going to be held next month. Welcome you all to visit us. It's our sincerest hope that we can work together in advancing green development in your country as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have this question and answer session. So please, green floor is open. A little bit tight. Now maybe we will go on our coffee break, then we'll come back and okay, you have, huh? Please.
Just a small comment or suggestion from my side. Thanks to 7 TPOs for your presentation, which was very informative. I came up to my mind about an example of what we do in JETRO, TPOs helping green business. In local cities, municipal governments, they are in charge of drinking water and also wastewater. We, in this meeting, talked about products, more or less about products, but we can probably help in a sense of technology and also service as well in the green business. And since Japanese local governments help the water treatments, we use their technology to help or to business matchmaking with those countries which are in need of water, clean water and waste management. So what we do is to talk with the governments of overseas countries to suggest the technologies that we have in Japanese local governments together with the local SMEs that those local governments have. And the regional business matching scheme that I've been talking about, the RBM, that scheme can be applied to this, which is matchmaking those local areas in other countries in need of the technology and can be matched with the technology that Japanese local governments have, plus the services that Japanese SMEs have. So there are several examples of these matchmaking, and this can contribute to the green business of bettering the environment of those mostly developing countries. Just an introduction and suggestions in the future. Maybe we can use this RBM program to do this matchmaking of technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before announcing the coffee break, I just try to summarize what we have now. 7 stories, 7 green stories, 7 cases. It is out of 22. So that means that the rest of these TPOs has also its own stories. And I just was informed by Mr. Nishiga that it is, I think it is first time, especially focus on this green business for ATPF. So that means that we are starting as an agenda maybe of the continuous discussion of this green business promotion as an integral part of those ATPF activities in further. So I think, I dare to think that would be a very good area, and I will add this 3 proposal made by JETRO might be added 4th proposal, that is this green business networking scheme, because 7 case studies, 7 stories, each of them very interesting. And for example, India TPO was fundamentally considering this regarding with the sustainable, which is in everybody's mouth now worldwide, starting from this UN Secretary General, everybody is talking about this sustainable development, and definition of this in business context, definition of the sustainable development is really meaning to see these three components: society, people, environment, economy. So this combining how to, and this green business is right now is this job of the minority, de facto. How to make sure that it should be job of the majority. That is how to we promote this green business. Each TPO have very good story, and I think anyway for us, MNCCI, I was thinking that now I have 7 story. Now I will add another more than 15 story. Then we will have kind of good luggage of this networking with us. So we will have good equipment for sharing with Mongolian business people from each countries. So I think I think if ATPF as this forum, we will make and combine and consolidate the effort on this green business promotion. I think everybody will benefit. So that is, I think, my just summarization. And we did not mention about the CSR, corporate social responsibility. We did not mention about this green financing, etc. But it is itself automatically goes when, for example, we are trying to promote business. It means that we are providing and trying to promote more responsible business for the society. Thank you very much for all presentations. Now I will announce coffee break, green coffee break.
Promotion organization or trade support institutions in general. In a recent, there have been a number of studies that have looked at what is the impact of trade support institutions and trade promotion organizations. One of these, and all of them coincide that $1 or 1 yen or 1 Canadian dollar or Australian dollar or one unit of currency invested in a trade promotion organization can yield around $40 to $42 to $27 of additional exports for that country. These were studies done by the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank in the case of Latin American and other countries, and of Canada in its own trade promotion organization. And we are going to undertake also in ITC with the European Trade Promotion Organization Network a study to analyze the specific multiplier effect of trade promotion organizations in Europe. This is a study that we are going to start in October of this year, and we hope to have ready during the first half of next year. So trade support institutions and trade promotion organizations have a big impact on the economy of their own countries. And that's why ITC wants to work with them, because you are very strong multipliers of trade in the world. Next, please. How do we help, or how do we try to help trade support institutions in the case of improving their performance? Because if they are good, if they perform better, obviously their multiplier effect will be higher. They will be more effective in multiplying the exports and the investments in their own countries. We basically, no, please, yes. We based our support on good practices. We look at the good practices around the world. We collect those good practices. We establish benchmarks. We establish case studies, and we try to share those with the different organizations. And that's part of our role in helping. That's the way we do. We connect good practitioners with those that may have a need in that particular area. But our approach is first by doing a thorough initial assessment of what are the needs of each trade promotion organization. Each organization has its own strengths, its own weaknesses, and we look thoroughly at them through what we have developed and called the benchmarking model of assessment that I will be explaining later on. We don't want to just have isolated interventions, you know, one training here, one seminar there, but we want to look at the organization as a whole and try to provide integrated solutions, because sometimes weaknesses in one area are connected with weaknesses in other areas, and therefore we need to look at the organization as a whole and to look at the integrity of the organization to see where are those areas that need first to be improved, and later on to address the other areas that depend on that. We look also at having a long-term engagement with trade support institutions, not to have isolated engagement, but to have more of a long-term plan and a long-term working plan with the organization in which we are partners and we are looking at improving performance. And finally, and last but not least, we strongly focus on measuring results or on measuring impact, because we strongly believe that by measuring impact, not only the organization can get a lot of advantages, a lot of visibility and credibility, but also through measuring its own results, the organization is able to improve its performance, because it is a way to analyze where are the problems of the organization, which areas of the organizations are not performing well, and where to start adjusting the bolts. Next, please. Yes, please, go on. We start, as I said, we start by assessing the organization, and we do it through what we call the benchmarking program, or through what we call also an institutional mapping. These are two methodologies that we have developed. One of them, the benchmarking, looks at the organization inside in detail, and I will explain later on how the model works. And the other one is what we call the institutional mapping. The organizations don't work by itself. They work within a map of different institutions that support trade. And from that point of view, we'll also look at what do the other institutions that are in support of trade do in the country, so as to see where there are possibilities of collaboration, or where there are areas where there are duplications and there has to be better coordination, and also where there are areas of gaps where companies are requesting certain services and nobody is providing them. So this is the first part where we do an assessment. The next one is where we go into improving. And that's what we call this project AIM. A for assessment, I for improving, and M for measuring. In the improvement part, we also have a number of methodological tools that we have developed. Some of them in improving the strategy, the governance, and the direction of the organization, developing their service portfolio, which is one of the things that are most demanded, how to manage better the resources and the processes of the organization, how to network and how to organize business generation activities. Also, we have a very successful program of and training program in foreign trade representatives. That's also something that is quite demanded for many organizations. And finally, obviously, we are developing a lot of expertise on how to measure results in trade promotion organizations. And this is something that we are working very well. And as I mentioned, last January, we did a seminar of 2 days with the European TPO network precisely on this subject, and we are now developing a virtual seminar or a virtual course with the Inter-American Development Bank that will be developed for Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America. And we will take that virtual or e-learning modules to our own website later on in Spanish, in English and French as well. So finally, next, as I said, the last part of our program is to measure results or to establish with the organization result measurement systems that could serve better that organization. Of course, we look at the needs and the circumstances of each of the organization to adjust the result measurement system to their resources and to their possibilities and their objectives. As I mentioned, we try with this, and you see that arrow that says M1 to M2. That means that we try with these actions, with this program, to lift the maturity or the performance of the organization from a lower level to a higher level of performance. And we are already working with some organizations, some of them like in Sri Lanka, the Export Development Board is here present, and we have already started with them in that program. Next, please. Next. Let me explain a little bit what we call our benchmarking program. This is a very successful program that we have developed in partnership with 6 organizations during 2011. Matrade was one of those organizations that helped us develop the program. And Austrade was another of the organizations that helped us develop the program in the pilot phase in 2011. And we have been implementing fully this benchmarking program in 2012, 2013, and this year. Within this program, with benchmarking, we have already benchmarked 33 organizations, some of them in Asia, like in Pakistan, TDAP, Viettrade, of course, I mentioned Matrade and the Export Development Board as well, CASNEX in Central Asia, and we have been very encouraged by the results. The benchmarking is we have a model to assess the organization that has 225 indicators of performance. This looks threatening, but I can assure you that the process is very easy and very quickly done in less than a week of work of our experts. And we look at 4 main areas of the organization. We look at the leadership and direction, we look at the resources and processes, we look at products and services of the organization, and finally, again, to the measurement system. That is very important. And as I said, we concentrate on comparing the practice of the organization to good practices. We don't determine what the organization should do, but we concentrate on the processes, on how the organization should do things. It has worked for a very wide range of organizations, And we have with this program, we check the consistency within the organization and what are the needs that have the weaknesses that have a spillover effect over other areas of the organization. Next. This map shows you the organizations we have been working with. As you can see, in Asia, in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, Northern Africa, in Europe, and also in Central South America and the Caribbean. So we've been covering a wide range of organizations in our work. Next. What have been the... Yes, again, please. Next. No, next. That's it. We have, as I said, benchmarked already 33 organizations. 85% of all participants have been very, very happy with, or they have rated as this work as highly relevant and in relation to their activities. 90% of the organizations that we work with rated our professional capacity of our experts as very good to excellent. We had 86% rate very good or excellent the usefulness of the report that they get in order to improve their operations, and 100% of the organizations we have worked with have said that they will recommend this to other organizations. So as you can see, we have been quite successful in implementing this work. Next. Please keep going. I will skip this because I already explained this. We have created a specific web platform that is called tsibenchmarking.org, and in here this is a platform that all your organizations can subscribe and you can use. We have developed not only the assisted assessment, benchmarking assessment that I just explained, but also there is a self-assessment that you can get in and do it yourselves. Of course, it's not the same thing, because obviously one thing is to assess yourselves, and another thing is that somebody objectively comes from outside and assesses your organization. But it could be a good start, a good initial start to look at what are the important things that should be looked at in the performance of your organization. In this platform, we also offer case studies and information on how to improve the performance of your organization. You can find there, for instance, all the presentations of the result measurement seminar that we did with Europe in January this year, and all types of information that will be interesting for improving the performance of your own organizations. Next. So what can our organization and in particular our service in ITC can do for you? Well, first, we could offer also to ATPF to conduct the same type of seminar that we did for Europe on result measurement. That caught a lot of interest in Europe, and it was very well received and very successful. As a result of that seminar, that's why the European TPO requested us to coordinate a European-wide impact assessment study. We can also provide you access to tsibenchmarking.org platform, and you only have to write us, and we will send you passwords and so on, so you can get into all the access all the possibilities of the platform. You can also work. We have developed in ITC a number of e-learning modules. We have developed an e-learning module on that is on introducing what a TPO does, that of course all of you don't need, but maybe newcomers in your organization, may be useful for induction programs in your own organization. We have e-learning modules on other aspects of managing the organization, like we have also developed an e-learning module on how to conduct B2B programs, and also module on foreign trade representatives. And soon, as I said, we will also hang in the ITC e-learning platform modules on how to measure results in trade promotion organization. Of course, ITC can be a source of contacts and exchange of good practices. As we know more and more organizations, we know what are the strengths in certain organizations, and in some cases we are able to organize contacts and study tours. For instance, we are looking at, for example, helping a trade promotion organization of a small country in the Caribbean to visit Costa Rica, that has Procomer, one of the best trade promotion, most performant trade promotion organizations, so they can go and they can learn how the organization is run, how is their result measurement system, how do they run their portfolio of services, and so on. So we can also facilitate this kind of contacts between the TPOs. Of course, we can do the benchmarking, as I mentioned before, and we can provide support to establish better performance improvement programs in your organization, or to establish performance evaluation systems. And I would like to add probably what I mentioned before. We will analyze how we can also help in this question of disseminating good practices in those organizations that have merged both trade promotion and investment promotion, and we will look at this as it has been quite evident that this is a new area that attracts a lot of attention in ATPF. Next. Finally, I would like to mention that in our World Trade Promotion Organization conference that we organize in association with Dubai Exports. This conference will take place from 3 to 5 of November in Dubai, and this is the World Trade Promotion Conference and Awards, where we also grant awards to the best performing trade promotion organizations that have applied for the awards. The last edition of the TPO Network conference was in Malaysia, in Madrid. Madrid was our host. This time we do it every 2 years. This time we're doing it in Dubai. And of course, we're also looking at countries or TPOs who would like to host the next edition in 2016. We do it every 2 years. So if any of your organizations is interested in hosting this World Trade Promotion Organization, more or less at this same time of the year, October, November in 2016, we would be very, very happy to work with you. And biddings will have to be done during pretty soon, and you can do it through our website. With this, I thank you very much for your attention. And of course, I'm at your disposal for any question or any additional support. I will ask to distribute some brochures on the World Trade Promotion Conference, so you can also have additional information on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for ITC for a very good introduction about the ITC activities. And by the way, MNCCI is very long-term partner of ITC since 1990, and many TPOs are benefiting from ITC's activities. Now with this, thanking again, and now I will just we would like to move to more technical questions, issues. And now I would like to invite Mr. Egotej Chris Bandula, Chairman and Chief Executive,
Sri Lanka Export Development Board. Please. Introduction to 2015 ATPF CO meeting.
Thank you once again, distinguished guest. It's more than the presentation, it's just an invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me express my gratitude and also wishes to the great hospitality given so far for our entire delegation by Mongolian Chamber and Commerce. So I think the entire organization along with the president deserve a big applause from the audience to facilitate that facility. Because now we are going to talk about 2015, so it's my duty to start in that way. Of course, not forgetting JETRO. Chairman is also with us. JETRO, of course, particularly in Sri Lanka, we have a very good mutual, strong relation with JETRO Sri Lanka. 1 week back, Honorable Prime Minister visited Sri Lanka. Actually, we were really busy with that visit also, along with the JETRO. And he participated for business forum and also women entrepreneurs exhibition. That shows the interest from the top, as shown globally, that how important trade is to the globe. Again, just to mention, 2015 is a good decision that we made taking to Sri Lanka. Currently, all Sri Lankan economic indicators are doing very well. GDP growth, exports, and bilateral trade, everything is booming. And of course, export also, we are taking the support of ITZ. In fact, you didn't mention that ITZ we are using as the SWOT analysis. You know, the SWOT, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. All these things we can rely on ITZ analysis, so we are doing that also. We are on the right track. And ladies and gentlemen, Sri Lankan export development area, we have developed as a country, infrastructure development, regulatory red tapes have removed, simple taxation policy introduced, and free port concept we have introduced, hub concept we have introduced in Sri Lanka, and we introduced the knowledge-based economic parameters in Sri Lanka. So I think you can experience that part as well in 2015 when you are coming to Sri Lanka. And energy, we have introduced renewable energy sources also into the industry development. So ladies and gentlemen, all that I'm trying to say is 2015, you have decided to have it in Sri Lanka. I think it's a good decision. Yes. Let me go through logistics quickly. It's not a presentation. Dates are in basically 25th to 27th August. Don't know whether I can have it in parliamentary session, but parliamentary building, but I'm sure that we can have it in a good place in Colombo vicinity. Already you all have agreed to have the theme integrating Asia with global value chain. Proposed program may be the next slide. 3-day program. Expect participation of all ATF countries solicited. Participation of high-level dignitaries to express to be arranged the inaugural session that what you have done. Cultural show display in Sri Lanka's culture or field visits. And we are still not finalized the whole program, but with the support of JETRO and their input, we might have some interactive session in terms of way of presentations. I mean, not from the PowerPoint, maybe it's on the discussion sort of a way to get more attraction and more interactive sessions during that day. Okay, we are talking about arrival to Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 international airports, but we request you to come to Bandaranaike International Airport, Katunayake, because our trade promotion, our forum is going to be in capital city of Sri Lanka is Colombo. It's 90 minutes, 30 minutes or not even 30 minutes or 15 minutes through our highway to Katunayake Expressway. Sri Lanka Export Development Board will coordinate the transportation to hotel and arrival guests. All this hospitality will be done by Sri Lanka Export Development Board with the support of JETRO Sri Lanka. Obtaining visas is very easy. is a ETA facility available at the following website. I have given the website, but we will get in touch with you online. If you really required any support for visa and Sri Lanka Export, we will be most happy to answer all your requirements. Accommodation, there are many hotels available in Colombo City, 5-star hotels. So we will give you the whatever the details of hotel list in the future. Transport and all other logistical arrangements will be done by Export Development Board along with JETRO Colombo. We have currently organized a working committee there along with JETRO and Export Development Board. We will open up a full-time working office 3 months prior to the event. The Secretariat. Then we are moving to August. Yeah. Why we selected August is basically it's a fixed month. In Sri Lanka, there is no season. But the unique version of globe, I must say the unique little version of India. Except snow, we have everything. So Sri Lanka, there is no variation of our climate. Colombo goes 23 to 30 the max. And within 2 hours time, you can explore cool climate. Whatever the things that you want to explore, basically heritage, culture, climates, beaches, hill country, nature and wildlife. You can explore everything within 2 hours. So it's a little version of globe and little version of India. My humble comment, those who have visited Sri Lanka 4 years back, it is not the same Sri Lanka that you have visited. Those who have not visited Sri Lanka, it will be a unique experience for you. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 years before, we didn't have one highway. 4 years before, we didn't have any, other than one airport, we didn't have any other international airports. 4 years before, we didn't have any international ports other than the domestic and one port. So it has a tremendous boom happening there. So I think you can experience all these things. And also, yes, I just put few pictures for you to see. This is named as UNESCO 8th World Heritage Site of Sri Lanka. So ancient city of Sigiriya is a kingdom. Those days is made out in rock. Islands of Sri Lanka, you can see forest, and Anuradhapura is the culture. So we are making a proposed field visit, the world's biggest cultural pageant taking place in August in Sri Lanka during that time. That is why we have selected. It's about over 100 odd elephants are taking place with their dresses, traditional dresses. So those are the highlights. Goal, ancient city of Polonnaru. Then we can see other attraction also I have mentioned. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the profession I'm talking about. So you can see a little bit of a glimpse of that. Next slide. These information will be sent to you, all email addresses. But actually, my colleagues, 2 of my colleagues, they have participated for 2 preparatory meetings prior. So then they are working on that already. They have arranged everything. It's a matter of, dialogue with you all. So finally, very warmly and very respectfully, very kindly inviting you for Sri Lanka hosting next ATPF CEO meeting 2015. Of course, you can experience Sri Lankan hospitality, and another point is smile. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Lanka, for a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to invite next presentation, Mr. Nasir Hamid, Director General, Trade Development Authority of Pakistan, 2016 ATPF CEO meeting announcement. Please.
Honorable Chair and respected participant, we presented our candidature for hosting the 2016 ATPF CEOs meeting, and I believe it's accepted, or the chairman would like to ask the members first, so then Would you like to ask the members to vote, or I deem it as accepted? Yeah, Chairman, I'm asking about our candidature. Would you like to ask the members to vote, or should I deem it as accepted, that it has been accepted?
I think the proposal by the representative Pakistan is the it's up to all the participants. But for myself, I would like to welcome your proposal. How about the others? Okay. Okay. So please, we accept. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and respected participants. You have provided TDAP this opportunity to host 29th CEO meeting in 2016. Though the final details will be coming up later, in the next working level meeting, I'll be making a presentation on how we'll go about it. And in the next CEO's meeting, the complete arrangements and complete details will be provided. But we have already worked on it. We will be, most probably, we'll be coinciding it with our largest event. It's called Expo Pakistan, and it's being held every year in October. It's like in-trade, in the event organized by Martrade. And I believe a few of the members are already aware of that event, like Martrade, JETRO, Japan delegation. Last time we had a 42-member delegation from Japan. So these organizations of fellow TPOs not only have been participating in that event as exhibitors, but have been, we do have buyers missions from these member countries. Last time we had trade delegations or buyer missions from about 63 countries visiting our expo, and the total number of the visitors was about 1,000 from around the world. So we were thinking that we will be organizing this CEO's meeting coinciding with the expo, so that all the respectable delegates, not only after having the meeting, they can interact with the buyers from around the world and can visit the exposition as well. From airport to airport, I mean, organizing such events is not an issue. That's our job. That's what we have been doing at TDAP. Either it's a meeting, conference, or an event or trade exhibition or exposition. So we'll be looking forward for you. I will be working closely. We have a JETRO office, rather our office and JETRO's office is in the same building in Karachi. We'll be closely working with the ATPF Secretariat. We will be looking forward for any recommendations from your side, from all the members and from the Secretariat regarding the meeting. If you want to give any input, my email address is there. Immediately after going back, I will designate a team to work on the meeting even from now, and that will be notified to the ATPF Secretariat, the people who will be working for the meeting, and their contacts and email addresses will be communicated to all the fellow members. Once again, thank you for providing us this opportunity. My Chief Executive Officer was very much willing to come here, but Madam Rita will endorse me that we are having a very large event in India, which was inaugurated yesterday. Yeah. So, I mean, the whole of my organization is there, along with my CEO, so that's why he was not able to make it. But, I mean, he asked me to mention it during the meeting and pay his regards to everybody. At the end, I will also like to thank JETRO and MNCCI for organizing this very fruitful meeting in an excellent manner. Arrangements and hospitality is really wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all three presentations. Now, do you have some questions? I guess not. Now, with this, I would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor in this very late in the afternoon. I just would like to have a very quick comments on the presentation by our colleagues, Mr. Brunello from ITC. And thank you very much for your presentation, which is quite clear and interesting. And first of all, I would like to acknowledge our highest appreciation to the support from ITC to our organization in doing the benchmarking. And just would like to share with you that this is the ever first time in our organization history that we implement such kind of system of assessing the trade promotion organization in the local areas. Then a lot of new experience that we learned from that. It's not really a command, but just a wish that we would like to seek your consideration if ITC can also help us to do things and do things with us. As you mentioned, about 226 indicators that really are challenging. So we would be happy if you can help us to simplify it and make it a little bit more localized, so it's suitable to the system, and we wish to use it for the long term. It's not that we have to come back to you all the time, but that is really a good system. And secondly, we'll be happy to receive your sharing about the best practice of TPO. Also, to do things with us, as you mentioned in your presentation about e-learning topics and lessons, and we will be happy to cooperate with ITC to do the learning, to do the training activities for our TPO capacity building, and also to do the training and support activities, having your expert to Vietnam to help with our enterprises to do the trade promotion activities. And with that, I also would like to highly appreciate the initiative from our JETRO and MNCC to invite ITC representatives as a representative of a global TPO network. So if possible, we would be very much appreciate continuing participation from ITC in our meetings. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The first day is going to finalize. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ishige to make concluding remark of first day.
First day.
Yes.
The first day meeting was very, very productive. And when I arrived at this city yesterday evening, I didn't expect such a productive outcome would be able to would be made. But this is a really good result, and based on this, tomorrow morning we will discuss and deepen the discussion that we had. And I think this is just a restart of our forum. You know, as I said in my speech, 27 years ago, this forum was established mainly for creating a closer relationship. But it's time for us to produce something tangible, which would be highly appreciated by the policy makers of each government. That is what I want to say at this moment. Thank you very much for the attending this meeting. Thank you very much for various good comments to this meeting. That's what I want to say at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I think 70 or maybe 60% of the job is done. Now tomorrow we have also 40% needed to finish. Now I just invite Ms. Soyun Chimik to make some technical announcement.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the announcement about the tomorrow's program. We have the slight change because of some other obligations. The visit to the State Great Hural meeting with the Speaker of the State Great Hural was postponed until 11:30. So we will start in the morning 9 o'clock, like today, our conclusion session. So after that, this session will be until 11:20, and the only head of representatives from each TPO will have the meeting with Speaker of Great Hural, and the rest of the delegation will leave to the hotel. So it means departure time from hotel, it would be the same, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for your understanding, and I wish you good evening. And thank you for your active participation.
And the Speaker of the Parliament is my new boss. So say very good things about me tomorrow.
So in the morning when we will arrive from the hotel, the coffee and tea will be served here. Yeah. Session in the same, this hall tomorrow morning starts 9 o'clock.
7 o'clock we have
Gala dinner.
Gala dinner and very good cultural show, and I will perform there.
Okay, thank you.
Meeting, and as a result of yesterday's presentations and discussion and comments, now we have quite extensive and very important document, minutes of meeting, and this distributed to everybody. So let's start now discussion on this paper. So everybody, I think, will have their comment and good ideas, and everybody welcome. So who will start? Maybe it would be better each TPO, if they have something. So let's make such way that everybody will say their opinion, because you have already, right? Timcha?
Copies.
So, well, maybe from the top of the page, one paragraph by paragraph. Any comments? That would be a good.
Yes. Okay, then we will go, because I don't have this.
Oh, you don't have this.
Okay.
Oh, this is. Oh, this yours? Yeah.
No, not this. Okay, yes. So first start from this 27th Asian Trade Promotion Forum CO meeting, 11th to 12 September 2013. So first mistake. Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, minutes of meeting. Co-chairs, Mr. Sambu Dembril, Chairman CEO, Mr. Hiroki Ishige, Chairman CEO, so it is correct. Participants, member of the ATFP, representative of ITC, and other invited participants.
Annex 1, a list of the participants. Okay, overview. The 27th Asian Trade Promotion Forum, ATPF, SEO meeting was held on 11th and 12th of September 2014 in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. The meeting was hosted by Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry with the aim of strengthening regional cooperation among trade promotion organizations in Asia and Oceanic regions through series of discussion, presentations, and panel discussion to discuss, and something wrong, huh? To discuss and share ideas and thoughts relevant to current economic trends as the role and engagement of TPOs in promoting green business, foreign direct investment, trade facilitation. Is it okay? Little bit grammar, please.
And a panel to discuss. And a panel to discuss. And a panel.
Panel to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Better English. Okay. Any other comment? No? Okay. Then the participants confirmed the importance of regional economic integration and actively discussed its relevant topics and reviewed implementation of cooperative projects. It's okay? Joint projects. I don't know.
It could be joint projects. They must have been joint, TPO with TPO. I don't know. Let's.
Cooperative. What kind of project do we mean? Project means activities or joint cooperation activities? Or? Okay, I think Secretariat is explaining that there is, as such, it exists, so therefore we may be better to follow what Secretariat proposed, cooperative projects. Okay. Inaugural session. His Excellency Narwing Astonwik, Prime Minister of Mongolia, welcome participants on behalf of Mongolian government, stressed the importance of regional cooperation among TPOs for economic growth. He also introduced Mongolia as a land of opportunity and shared a list of opportunities and the result as below. Parliament 1. First, Parliament of Mongolia recently amended its document to attach more FTI to 2 million tons of coal exports more than last. I think this is no need. This kind of coal or mentioning about this. I just exclude. His main message was, okay, just let's work together and let's make this, in your topic, what you're going to discuss is very important for Mongolia, especially at the current stage of development. It was this just 2 million, I think this is no need. And also corporate said no need. And we just, Parliament of Mongolia recently amended this document to attract more FTI, and the government of Mongolia is very much has a potential for something like that. Could you say about this? Yeah, no need. So therefore, just a little bit here, put here some 2-3 policy message. Right? Okay, session 1. Mr. Sambu Dimbril, Chairman SEO, on behalf of MNCC, is pleased to being a host organization to organize once again since 1995. He also expressed a warm welcome by addressing opening remarks to all participants, express his appreciation for the strong commitment to close cooperation among all TPOs, as shown in the high rate of participation this year, for the prosperity of each nation and entity in Asian Pacific regions. Entity, it is not the correct word. It is economy. It is better. Usually in international documents, it is said like this: countries and economies, right? As shown in the rate of for the prosperity of each nation and economy in Asia and Pacific regions. He emphasized that these types of gatherings need to be more active in order to expand our connection and exchange information and good practices among each other for the promotion of the trade and investment sectors of this region. Mr. Hiroki Ishige, Chairman and CEO of Japan External Trade Organization, JETRO, extends his warmest welcome to all participants of the 27th ATPFCO meeting, expressing gratitude toward MNCCI for hosting the forum and providing...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Can I suggest that we go paragraph by paragraph? The one before JETRO chairperson said this, the one with your address. The second line, I don't think it's quite correct.
Well, what's the could you clarify this?
In the opening remarks, Mr. Chairman, CEO of MNCCI, on behalf of MNCCI, is pleased to, being a host organization to organize, is, I think we could improve that a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay, yes.
Is pleased to host once again the ATPF meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yes, to host, yeah. Once again. Okay. Any other comments? It's okay. We can do this. Yeah. Okay, let's meeting. Expressing gratitude toward the MNCCI for hosting the forum and providing great support through efficient organization and arrangement work. He also delivered comprehensive information on 2 working level meetings, progress in this state of activities that have been conducted and discussed, including topics of development of global human resources, regional business matching, FTI and EPAs, investment promotion and the ATPF Exhibition Industry Committee since 26th ATPFCO meeting in Agra, India.
Just one comment.
Yeah, please.
Because I expressed my appreciation to the ITPO for the successful meeting in Agra.
Yeah.
So that part should be inserted into this place, into this part.
Okay. After these words of welcome, and TPO representative introduces themselves to the forum. The agenda was formally adopted unanimously, which is available as Appendix 1. Appendix 1 is list of participants, or not? Okay, understood. Okay, report on 22nd and 23rd ATPF working level meeting. The ATPF working level meeting Secretary General reported on the 22nd and 23rd of ATPF working level meeting held in Yamamashi, Japan and Saga, Japan, respectively, which covered the following issues. First, 1, development of global human resources. 2, regional business matching, including the progress of regional business matching scheme. 3rd, investment working group. 4th, information sharing and discussion, CO meeting in Ulaanbaatar. Mongolian Future House and its information from TPO about upcoming events. Okay? Okay. Next,
Ninth ATPF Exhibition Industry Committee. Ms. Nakagawa, chairperson of AEIC, shared the information about the upcoming ATPF joint exhibition. After the introduction, the selection procedure to host 7th joint exhibition was presented. Yes? Yes.
I would like to put this a little bit long sentence after the presented. That is, the AIC Secretariat would send the questionnaires on the candidacy of the 7th joint exhibition after this CEO meeting and kindly requested TPOs to submit it by the end of March 2015 if TPOs would like to host the 7th joint exhibition.
Very good. Accepted. Next, report on 8th ATPF joint exhibition. To promote green competitiveness and build up network on global green trade, Taipei World Trade Center informed that 6th ATPF joint exhibition will be held during 6 to 8 October 2014 in Taipei. It pointed out the significance in its market potentials. The TWT is provided information on Taiwan International Green Industry Show, the main schedule for exhibitors' layouts, floor plan, and special service for TPOs, such as symposiums and forums. TWTS kindly requests the TPOs to submit their completed questionnaires as soon as possible. Yeah, please.
Apparently there's a mix-up between my presentation and Ms. Nagakawa's. So I would like to suggest the following modification. To promote green competitiveness and build up networks on global green trade, Taipei World Trade Center TWTC informed that the 6th ATPF joint exhibition will be held during 6 through 8 October 2014 in Taipei in conjunction with the Taiwan International Green Industry Show, TGIS. It pointed out the significance and its market potentials. The TWTC provided information on participation of ATPF members, floor plan and booth design, associate events, and special services for TPOs, including ATPF Buyers Happy Hour and new product presentation.
Yeah.
That's the end.
So would you please give it to Secretariat?
Yes.
To you? Yes, okay. So it's accepted, right? Okay, discussion. To express shared prosperity and reinforce and promote our joint activities and policies, including the joint exhibition products, MNCCI proposed 2 points. First, establishment of ATPF information disk at each TPO. Second, launch the official ATPO logo. Session 2. Keynote address. MNCCI introduced its main activities to promote FTI, trade facilitation and green development. To attract more of FTI, MNCCI, in collaboration with the Invest Mongolia Agency, supports new investment law of Mongolia in order to liberalize market conditions, provide friendly environment for both business and consumers, increase the efficiency of investment, and diversify economics through various activities. Moreover, MNCCI has been closely engaged with Mongolian government to actively promote trade facilitation activities, especially single electronic window, which resulted in easing customs procedure for over 20 different products for export and import activities.
In conjunction with the several international organizations, MNCCI strives to avoid inflation while providing better business environment in Mongolia. Lastly, MNCCI offers multiple green activities and services to accommodate 520 program initiative adopted by Mongolian government. Since Mongolia offers real organic products as animals choose what they want to eat rather than what is given to it. Okay, it's okay. Mongolian businesses shall aim for improving its strength, which is the complete naturalness. To achieve all these promotional activities, MNCCI concludes its presentation with the 3L initiative: leadership of FDI, leadership of trade facilitation, leadership of green business, to all TPOs. Any comment? Okay.
On Mongolian businesses shall aim for improving its strength. It should be in the organic sector.
Yes.
Because that is what you specifically stated about your naturalness of the habitat and the animals.
Yes.
So perhaps you meant Mongolian government strength for the organic sector.
Yes.
So perhaps you may like to just add a phrase in that.
Yes, please add. Please add this. Yes, accept it. Okay, plenary session 1, TPOs for sustainable development through mutual cooperation. Austrade shared new Australian government agenda to increase FTI, find significant new export opportunities in order to support its terms of trade, capitalizing on their areas of strengths and comparative advantages. To support its new theme, Austrade is committed to offer service functions in 4 pillars. First, education marketing. Second, investment attraction. Third, trade promotion and export facilitation. And fourth, tourism policy. COTRA introduced 3 pillars of new approach to provide customized overseas market information. First, openness. Second, collaboration. Third, customization. With the new strategy, COTRA strives to share highly demanded information, especially foreign buyers database, cooperate with the related organizations for better information services, and provide customized service to all customers. COTRA also suggests sharing information freely within Asian TPOs to meet customers' needs for customized information through collaboration. SLEDB underlined various activities to balance social, economic, and environmental objectives in the export value chain for sustainable development. These activities include, first, socially responsible trade in the handicraft sector. Second, ethical professional practices in apparel sector. Third, incorporation of the household backyard economic activities into agro-exports with Divenyang Guma. Any comments from participants? Okay, if there is a no, let's continue. Discussion. Matrade noted that based on different policy transformation and the level of development of each entity, each TPO should take an action to achieve beyond the export promotion activities. To take further, TPOs shall develop various types of activities, including cooperation for assisting potential investor scheme through diverse methods like internet. After comment made by Matrade, JETRO highlighted that each TPO is highly encouraged to focus on the investment sector for their activities as the global structure changes faster than expected. Austrade commented that TPO should act as an easy access information platform for all businesses that can provide accurate information as well as satisfy needs of all businesses. EPB asked to SLEDB regarding its activities how to actively promote one village, one product movement, and SLEDB responded that individual approach service, secured income, facilities, and trainings are the key for successful implementation of this movement. TWT is questioned about what kind of business do receive the benefits from the service Cotra provides and requested to share the evaluation from the customers about its effectiveness. Cotra responded that the service is targeted mainly for SMEs, which are engaged in specific businesses. Since the service just initiated, there has not been any evaluation that has been conducted, but promised to share with all TPOs near future. MNCCI emphasizes that the harmonization of the human capital and ICT should be effectively utilized, especially in Mongolia, and highlighted to learn good practices among each other that are surrounded by similar economic and geographic conditions for prominent services to all businesses. Please.
Can we go back to the first paragraph? Can I just edit the sentence here?
Which paragraph?
First paragraph, Matre.
Okay.
Matre highlighted that based on different policy transformation and the level of development of each economy,
yes,
each TPO should take action to move beyond export promotion activities. Each TPO will take action to move beyond export promotion activities. Full stop. In this regard, TPOs can develop various activities, including cooperation for assisting potential investors. Full stop.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. So well noted. Please.
For the fifth paragraph on TWTC, may we request that the first verb, TWTC questioned, be changed to TWTC inquired? Because question is a rather strong word.
Questions are usually used in court.
Yes. And we don't want to grow our colleagues from Cotra. And then on the final sentence of the paragraph, since the service just initiated, there has not been any evaluation that has been conducted, but promised to share with all but Cotra promised to share with all TPOs in the near future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, let's now go to session 3.
Excuse me.
Please.
Under the heading discussion, EPB asked SLEDB regarding its activities how to actively promote one village, one program, one product. Actually, it was not so. EPB asked SLEDB whether there was contract farming in the agri sector of Sri Lanka and whether the benefits like education, recreational facilities were provided in the apparel sector.
So would you please give it to just the secretary sentence?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Chairman, I answered the question yesterday from SLEDB's side. Yeah, you are right. You can correct the first answer. Second answer was also correct. One village, one thing is, it is okay.
Okay. Now, we will go to session 3. Plenary session 3. 3 or session 3 plans 2, right? 2. Regional Economic Partnership in Promoting FTI. CCPIT emphasized on TPO's roles and engagement in order to push forward regional cooperation arrangement, enhance two-way investment, and urge better infrastructure and connectivity. Since the Chinese government recently proposed the blueprint of building Silk Road economic belt and maritime Silk Road, CCPIT also suggests cooperation among TPOs to establish mechanisms for information exchange, business matching, and joint research. These roles and engagements will ultimately contribute to accelerating economic integration in Asia.
Sorry, Chairman. I would like
please.
to change a small change for this middle sentence. Just emphasize, CCPIT also suggests cooperation among TPOs to establish mechanisms for information exchange, business matchmaking, and joint researches in building Silk Road, economic belt, and maritime Silk Road. Just move a little bit.
So you will give it to Secretariat? Okay. Any other comments? No? Okay. Then continue. EPB shared the current economic climate in Bangladesh and introduced different initiatives and strategies to increase the volume of export. To attract FDI for reaching the desired target, EPB also provides various products and market promotional activities. JETRO pointed out its role to support 3 areas of Abenomics, which represented a bold monetary policy, flexible fiscal policy, and growth strategy to encourage private investment. Through the involvement with these policies, JETRO mentioned its roles to encourage, facilitate, and partner with foreign business in Japanese market. Mentioned, or for me, I think you committed, expressed your outlined or something, right? Yeah. Okay. Furthermore, JETRO drew proposal for the future of ATPF activities. First, to the start of ATPF supplier matching support scheme. Second, the establishment of cooperation for assisting potential investor scheme. Third, the new involvement of investment promotion agency to ATPF. Any comments? Please.
Regarding EPP, EPP actually mentioned facilities provided by the government of Bangladesh inviting foreign direct investment.
Where is it? Okay. In APP part, right? Could you repeat it again?
To attract FDI for reaching the desired target.
Okay.
EPB also provides various products and market promotional activities. Actually, EPB mentioned about the incentives and facilities provided by the government of Bangladesh to attract foreign direct investment in the export processing zone.
Okay, so just the Secretary will... Any other comments? No? Okay. Discussion. Matrade mentioned its interest of having ATPF supply matching support scheme, which can meet needs for potential supplies for all TPOs. However, Matrade showed its concern of structural difference between TPO and IPA. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like the sentence to read like this. We'll draft it in a while. Matrade welcomed the proposal by JETRO of having the ATPF supplier matching support scheme, which can meet potential needs, needs for potential suppliers for all TPO, full stop. With regard the proposal on investment cooperation, Matrade expressed its concern that different economies have different organizational structure to promote trade and investment. However, TPOs can facilitate information flow between the relevant entities. Right? I'll correct.
Okay. Okay, continue. MNCCI stressed all TPOs shall identify de facto and de jure of each entity to restrict each TPO's explicit function to operate FDI promotion activities. Okay, this is, I just add, MNCCI stressed that its readiness to these three, but for the public sector TPOs, it might be useful to divide them by de jure and de facto, because and the explicit and implicit provisions. So that's what I meant. So just that means that, okay, MSCCI is okay, with MSCCI, okay. But it might, because a majority is public sector TPOs, for them, I think it might be important that there is a need kind of study or some study for differentiating them de jure and de facto. So if, for example, de jure is de jure, strictly it is prohibited to, you know, to make parallel activities. I think there is maybe in a legal mandate of some TPOs, there might be implicit or explicit provisions which allows to combine this trade promotion and investment promotion. That's what I meant. So please just make it not so long sentence as I said, but okay. DITP supported an idea of the involvement of investment promotion agencies, as many Thai businesses face difficulties to receive fruitful information related to trade and investment sectors unless traveling abroad. Any other coming from Thailand?
I'd like to change the paragraph to the following. The ITP was of the view that even though investment promotion for Thailand was under the purview of another government agency, the ITP supports the idea of cooperation to facilitate investment among member economies. Therefore, the ITP hopes to see a tangible implementation on ATPF cooperation for assisting potential investors scheme with high participation among TPOs. We'll give this to the Secretariat.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think Secretariat will got it. Okay. CCPIT welcomed JETRO's proposal of trade and investment collaboration. CCPIT is pleased with the series of benefits that JETRO offers, which would attract more Chinese businesses interested in Japanese market. Is this okay? Please.
Have two comments. First is we have to use economy instead of entity for the all document.
Yes, this is already said.
Second, for the second sentence, we want to change it to CCPIT is pleased to work with JETRO to further facilitate two-way businesses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, good. So I think it is duly noted. ITC mentioned that ITC has been scoping on ways to collaborate with trade and investment promotion together to maximize their efforts to contribute to trade and investment sectors. ITC is expected to consider the new role and involvement of TPOs to promote FDI. ITC also offered possible technical assistance and case study preparation to support TPOs' engagement in promoting FDI. Is this correct?
I would like to make a little amendment to these sentences. I would recommend to put ITC mentioned that ITC has been scoping on ways to collaborate with trade and investment promotion organizations to maximize their efforts in linking. So I would eliminate the word together and put organizations.
Mm-hmm.
To maximize their efforts in linking trade and investment.
Okay, yes.
And eliminate the word sectors.
This is good, yes.
And then I would recommend to eliminate the expression FDI and replace it by just investment.
Okay.
Because we mean not only FDI, but also outward investments.
Mm-hmm.
So inward or outward. So I would just put investment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next. TDAP expressed its concern about JETRO's proposal due to the structural difference between TPO and IPA. However,
TDAP will seek this proposal as an opportunity to enhance the current TDAP structure to provide better services both on trade and investment sectors. Comment?
Yeah. Mr.
Please.
Chairman, this needs to be rewritten. I have rewritten it. I'll read it out. If you agree, then we can place it in the text. Because that's what, that was not discussed, that TDAP will be restructuring itself. Obviously not. I have rewritten it. TDAP, while supporting the proposal, stated that TPOs and IPAs are operating separately in many ATPF member countries, including Pakistan. For effective implementation of JETRO's proposal, TDAP proposed that representatives of IPAs from those member countries where TPOs and IPAs are working separately may be invited for the meeting.
Okay, so please, Secretariat will make it. Now, let's go to TWTC, understood and was aware of the current trend and integration of trade and investment. However, TWTC expressed the concern of its current capacity to meet with the JETRO's proposal. Cooperation for Assisting Potential Investor Scheme, yet TWTC plans to seek assistance from the government to support JETRO's proposal. Is this correct? It's okay with this? Where is it? Yeah, please.
May we request for a slight change on the paragraph on TWTC, the last sentence, yet TWTC plans to seek assistance from the government to consider JETRO's proposals. Thank you.
Okay, next. TGNED expressed its interest to support JETRO's proposal to cooperate with other departments from the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Okay? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add information. DigiNet expressed its interest and will inform with JETRO proposal to cooperate with the others directorates or units within the Ministry of Trade, as well as others ministry or agency.
Yes, please, so give the sentence to Secretariat.
Thank you.
Okay, now, We Trade is delighted to support proposals that was drawn by JETRO. Nevertheless, it may manipulate the functional concept of ATPF. We Trade would like to discuss on the issue further with the other TPOs. Manipulate. Okay, any comment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to simplify the language. We Trade.
Yes, this is manipulate is not wrong.
Can I read slowly?
Yeah, please.
We Trade supported the proposal the proposal. Okay, so we keep that part. That was drawn by JETRO. Nevertheless, you keep that sentence, that will be fine. Nevertheless, yes. It pointed out, nevertheless, it pointed out that the third proposal, okay, you delete may. I'm sorry, you keep it. Sorry, keep it. The third proposal may manipulate of the fundamental concept of ATPF as trade promotion agency, forum. A full stop. Taking into account the fact that organization structures are different among countries, economies, comma, Viet Trade suggested this proposal to be further discussed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, next. JETRO showed its perspective that the era to overcome the structural difference between TPOs and the IPA has come. JETRO explained its story of the adopting structure changes to meet the request of each period. JETRO also requests each TPO to consider the invitation of IPA positively and seriously once again in order to achieve bigger prosperity of ATPF. Okay? Okay. MSCCI commented that each TPO has been exchanged their key activities and the best practices, including CCPIT's views on large networks in the EPRB's export processing zone to develop export activities. MSCCI emphasized that the trade and investment activities are inseparable for regional economic integration as described by JETRO. In that respect, it is realistic to take part in the cooperation for assisting potential investors scheme as a natural conclusion of TPOs, natural development, it is not conclusion, kind of this, it is natural process of development of TPOs, right? It is not conclusion, which may lead to APA to join our circle in the future. Okay. No comment for me. If there are other comments, please. Okay. Next. Sure. Oh, please.
May I suggest or request at the end of this session to include, it's like a direction of investment matter, it's just an idea, so that we can pick it up in the next working level meeting to be held in Japan next year, such as TPOs can participate on voluntary basis, which means not all TPOs, in new schemes, namely supplier matching scheme and potential investors scheme. Details and discussions will be done in next working level meeting. Another one is the matter of inviting investment promotion agency to ATPF will be discussed further during next working level meeting, especially de facto and de jure of each TPO. And since ITC joined us this time,
De jure status of each TPO.
Status of each TPO.
Okay. Okay. I think this is a good idea. It's okay, right?
And also, sorry, one other thing. Since ITC is with us, ITC may contribute to this matter. ATPF requests ITC for related information sharing.
Yes. That was yesterday expressed. Okay, so I think this is important. Okay, now plenary session 3, the role and engagement of TPOs in promoting green business. DGNED explains its role to maintain sustainability of Indonesia's forest resources for sustainable development. The achievements of DGNED activities were noted, for instance, through the license issuance of registered exporter of forestry industry, SPOGA, Fair and 29 Trade Expo Indonesia, to promote export of sustainable forest products. The ITP illustrated its activities in promoting green innovation in order to expand markets for Thai products, promote value creation of Thai products and services,
and increase competitiveness of Thai entrepreneurs and exporters. To accomplish its vision, DITP serves various activities, including first, organize various types of seminars, workshops, and international exhibitions on green and eco products and innovation in design. Second, to provide recognition opportunities to entrepreneurs and designers who have contributed to green innovation through Prime Minister's Business Enterprise Award. Hong Kong Trade Development Council shared their list of activities to promote green business: A, Eco Expo Asia; B, Green Products Zone at fairs; C, outbound missions for Hong Kong and mainland companies to explore green market, technology, and investment opportunities; D, verification of Hong Kong suppliers' green compliance.
Chairman, may I propose a few changes? Thank
Please.
you, Chairman. May I propose to change the first sentence to HKTDC share their initiatives in promoting green business. And for item C, change to outbound missions for Hong Kong companies. That means delete the word and mainland. It should read outbound missions for Hong Kong green companies to explore green market, comma, delete the word technology, and add and joint missions with mainland companies to explore investment opportunities in green technologies.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. So I think this is accepted, taken. Now, IPIM.
Excuse me.
Oh, please.
Yeah. For the unit, I would like to request amendment also. The unit explain its rule to maintain sustainability of Indonesia forest resources for sustainable development program. The achievement of the GNet activity were noted for instance, through issuance of forestry product export regulation to encourage the exporter to comply with Indonesia timber legality assurance system, in the bracket Indo-TLS, when exporting timber product, participate in international fairs such as SPOGA Fair and the annual exhibition at Trade Expo Indonesia to promote export of sustainable forest product.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the Secretary will take this.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
Thailand also have some amendments regarding the various activities, but I think it'll be easier if we just give it to the Secretariat. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, please. Okay. Now, APM, right? Okay, please. Who wants? No comments? Please. You?
For the paragraph on TWTC, there's just a missing injunction in it, and I'll just give it to the Secretariat. It should be green trade zones at trade shows. Thank you.
Okay, so IPM, Hong Kong is okay? With Hong Kong? Okay. IPIM exchanged their information on the use of Macau International Environmental Cooperation Forum and exhibition as a platform to explore green business opportunities. Furthermore, they provide a series of measures to promote green business in Macau while sharing IPIM's efforts in promoting green business, such as one-stop service for investors. Is it okay for Macau? Okay, I think it's okay. Next, ITPO highlighted the importance of green business in international trade for the sustainable development while sharing its concern for trade through green business to provide economically viable solutions to all Indian businesses while reducing environmental concerns. ITPO presents its green initiatives such as water conservation measures, power factor improvement, and IT and broadcasting initiatives. These contributions will shape ITPOs as a catalyst for growth for India's trade in order to showcase excellence achieved by the countries in diverse fields.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we propose amendments in the first and the last sentence of the paragraph. The first sentence, ITPO highlighted the importance of green business in international trade for sustainable development while sharing its concern and commitment for trade through green business. And in the last sentence, these contributions will shape ITPO as a future catalyst for growth of India's trade in order to showcase excellence achieved by the country in diverse fields, given its plans for revamping its infrastructure in the near future.
Okay, so strategy.
Thank you.
So we'll give this in.
Yeah, I'll give it.
Matrade explained its policy and strategies to support national green technology policy, which focuses on energy, environment, economy, and social sectors in order to ensure sustainable development, enhance public education and awareness, and facilitate growth for the national economy. Matrade offers a wide range of activities, international exhibition and publications. Matrade also emphasized the TPO's role in engagement in promoting green business. First, they harmonize the policy to accelerate economy and support sustainable development. Second, update and disseminate information on changing market requirements and trends towards the green agenda. Third, create the awareness on the green agenda for better world to the business sector. Matrade, please.
Just to reword the sentence a little, Matrade explained Malaysia's policy and strategy to support the green agenda through the National Green Technology Policy, which focuses on 4 sectors, namely energy, environment, economy, and social, full stop. In order to ensure sustainable development, enhance public education and awareness, and facilitate growth for the national economy, Matrade undertakes a wide range of activities to promote green products and services, full stop. Matrade emphasized that TPO's role and engagement in promoting green business is seen from 3 areas. 1, the policy to accelerate and support sustainable development. 2, update and disseminate information on changing market requirements and trends towards the green agenda. 3, create the awareness on the green agenda and opportunities for the business sector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next. TWTS recommended 5 pillars of its activities to promote green business. 1, first, mall events in emerging market. Second, green trade zones, trade shows. Third, overseas green product displays. Fourth, outbound trade delegation. Fifth, green trade exhibitions. Through this series of activities, TWTC is devoted to collaborate closely with its government in promoting green business while assisting local manufacturers in developing green markets overseas. TWTC also puts its efforts on connecting international firms with domestic partners for green business. Okay? Any comment? No? It's okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, discussion. Jetro mentioned that local government of Japan is responsible for water and waste management. Japanese local government, along with the Japanese local SMEs, can provide technology and business opportunities. The forum offers an environment to freely exchange views on green development. Through this platform, ATPF can implement
supply matching support scheme proposed by JETRO, and may also use RBEM scheme as one of ATPF initial cooperative projects related to green business. MNCCI pleased with all TPOs that share their unique stories related to green business. The topic of green business has never been discussed during the past ATPF. MNCCI commented that using ATPF scheme on green business can be the fourth proposal from JETRO. MNCCI hopes green business would be one of the continuous topics of the future ATPF and the main activity of each TPOs. On the other hand, neither CSR activities nor green finance activities was not discussed during the meeting. MSCC reminded all TPOs to take these two topics into consideration as a part of green agenda. Okay. Section 4, special session. ITC introduced the ITC approach to trade support institutions' performance improvement in order to foster inclusive and sustainable growth and development through trade and international business development. If ATPF representatives would like to benchmark its assessment, ITC would be able to offer as it follows. First, ATPF network seminar on result measurement. Second, access to ITC TCI benchmarking.org platform. 3, access to set of e-learning modules. 4, facilitate contacts and exchanges of good practices. 5th, benchmarking assessment. 6th, performance improvement support. Is that okay, ITC? Please.
Just a minor change at the beginning. I would say ITC introduced approach to TSI performance improvement and to foster inclusive and sustainable growth and development, trade and international business development. That's okay, but then if ATPF representative would like to benchmark, I would say just that ITC offers its benchmarking process to ATPF, and in addition, ITC would be able to offer, etc. Yeah? Is that clear? Or I will explain too.
Okay, please. Okay? Please.
Thank you. I just want to add a separate paragraph after that. Via trade, after the ITC, Yes, via trade expressed appreciation to ITC support to some ATPF economies and suggested.
Last para.
Session 4, last paragraph.
Above session 4, last para.
Yeah.
On the other hand, neither CSR activities nor green financing activities was not discussed. I think not should be deleted here. Were discussed during the meeting.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, true.
Thank you.
Okay. Now the next upcoming ATPF CO meetings. Mr. Egoja Kriza Bandula, Chairman and Chief Executive of Sri Lanka Export Development Board, announced to host 28th ATPF CO meeting, the date for which was tentatively scheduled for 25th, 27th August 2015 in Colombo, Sri Lanka.
the SLEDB confirmed that the date of the meeting will communicate with the TPOs in due course. The theme of the forum would be integrating Asia with global value chain. The forum agreed that the topic to focus the topic for the next meeting should include the new role of TPOs playing a vital role not only to aim sustainable development of Asian economy, but also to drive force for the world economy. Mr. Ishige from JETRO extended warm welcome to TDAP as a new hosting TPO. After these words of welcome, the welcome TPO recognized Trade Development Authority of Pakistan, TDAP, to be next hosting organization in 2016 with a warm welcome after TDAP conveyed its acceptance of being the host of the 29th ATPF CO meeting and pledged its full support.
Mr. Chairman, small correction. Mr. Ishige from JETRO extend warm welcome to SLEDB as the new hosting TPO.
Okay.
TDP is later on, I mean, next one. So instead of TDAP, it has to be SLEDP.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Yes, there is
Yes, certainly, I'm prepared to emphasize that point in my concluding remarks.
Okay. So
I think also the SLEDB confirmed that the date of the meeting would be communicated with TPOs, would be communicated to TPOs in due course.
Yes. Yes.
That English could be improved.
Yes.
And I think the hosting of Pakistan should be a new paragraph. It should be separate from the paragraph.
Okay, this is true. Yeah, yeah, it is correct.
On SLE.
New paragraph hosting about the Pakistan hosting should start from new paragraph, right? Yeah. Okay. Conclusion of meeting. Acknowledgements. The participants extend sincere gratitude to the MNCCI for hosting the meeting and also to JETRO for the strong support in the meeting organization. Yes, in the meeting organization, in the organization of the meeting. Is it forum? It is not meeting or forum or something, okay. Anyway, just a little bit improve. The MNCCI extended the gratitude to representatives of international partners and trade and investment experts to valuable contribution for valuable contribution to the meeting discussion and commitment on the further cooperation to promote trade promotion activity. Promote trade promotion activity. Okay, to develop whatever, it's just a little bit activities in the Asian region. Mr. Ishige from JETRO made the concluding remarks. During his remarks, he kindly requested all TPOs to their continuous support and cooperation for the further development of trade and investment-related activities. After this address, the meeting was closed by the closing remarks by Mr. Dimbrell. Is this okay? Please.
Mr. Chairman, I think during his remarks, he kindly requested all TPOs for their continuous support and cooperation for the further development of trade and investment related activities. If it is okay.
And maybe long and continuous upload was given to MNCC, right? Okay, so now we have finished it. So Secretariat will make every comments, and meanwhile they will make this comment, and then we'll make it available to us. We will, I think, we will take these chances. We'll get coffee and tea. Yeah, please.
Of all TPOs, I reaffirm our thanks for organizing this meeting over the 3 days to Mr. Demberel, Member of Parliament and Chairman of MNCCI, and to the co-chair, Mr. Ishige from JETRO with his team. Thank you very much.
If anyone who hasn't yet given your amendment to the Secretariat, just make it and go to that desk. Mr. Eric is now working very hard to input your amendment, and it will take some time. So, yes, Mr. Chang Ho. Yeah. Eric, raise your hand. Yeah, he's the man. Yeah. It will take some time, and there will be a break. And after that, we will read out again the completed version, and it will be the end of. No? No? Okay.
It's okay.
Let's check. Okay, okay. We will do that after some time. Please enjoy your coffee. Yes.
Enjoy your coffee, Pavel.
出します。ただ読まない。でも読まないと。そうですね。ここを直しましたってやりますか、じゃあ。赤字にするとか。そうなんです。ただちょっと今かなり混乱してるんで。
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see the second paragraph of the upcoming ATPFCU's meeting after amendment, because I have also suggested few amendments in it.
It is in the process of adding all the comments and all the amendments be incorporated in the text. So please inform that your comment to the...
Okay.
Trade Promotional Forum ATPFCO meeting was held on 11th and 12th September 2014 in Ulaanbaatar. Mongolia. The meeting was hosted by the Mongolian National Chamber of Commerce and Industry with the aim
Excuse
of
me, only the amended part, because it will take a longer time, so
Okay.
to save time.
Okay, I'll try to remember. Inaugural session, His Excellency Norvin Artankuyag, Prime Minister of Mongolia, welcome participants on behalf of Mongolian government, stress importance of regional cooperation among TPOs for economic growth. Mr. Hiroyuki Ishige, Chairman CEO JETRO, extended his warmest welcome to all participants of the 27th ATFCO meeting, expressing gratitude toward the MNCCI for hosting the forum and providing the great support through the efficient organization and arrangement work, followed by the ITPO's warm host for the previous CEO meeting in Agra, India. Reports on the 22nd and 23rd. The ATPFWLM Secretary General reported on the 22nd and 23rd, held in Yamanashi, Japan, Saga, Japan, respectively, which covered the following issues. First, development of global human resources. Second, regional business matching, including the progress of the RBM scheme. Third, investment working group. Fourth, information sharing and discussion. CEO meeting Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and future hosts, and each information from TPOs from a coming event. And the next is 9th. We added here, the AEIC Secretariat would send the questionnaires on the candidacy on the 7th joint exhibition after the CEO meeting, and friendly requested TPOs to submit it by the end of March 2015 if TPOs would like to host the 7th joint exhibition. The next is the TWTC to promote green competitiveness and build up networks in global green trade. TWTC informed that the 6th ATPF joint exhibition will be held during 6 to 8 October 2014 in Taipei in conjunction with the TIGIS. He pointed out that the significance in its market potential. The TWTC provided information on participation of ATPF members, floor plan, booth designs, associate events, and special services for TPOs, including ATPF buyers, happy hour, and new product presentations. The next was the SLEDB presentation. SLEDB underlined various activities to balance social, economic, and environmental objectives in the export value chain for sustainable development. These activities include, first, socially responsible trade in the handicraft sector. Second, ethical professional practice in apparel sector. Third, incorporation of the household's backyard economic activities into agro-exports via Divi Neguma. So discussion. Okay, I'll go. Discussion by Matrade. Matrade highlighted that based on different policy transformation and the level of development of each economy, each TPO will take an action to move beyond export promotion activities. In this regard, TPOs can develop various activities, including cooperation for assisting potential investors. After comments made by Matrade, Jeter highlighted that each TPO is highly...
This Matrade highlighted that based on different policy transformation and the level of development of each economy, doesn't matter, TPOs will take action, not an action. Each TPO will take action to move beyond. Okay, fine, thank you.
Yep. The next one is about EPB question to the SLEDB during the discussion. EPB asked whether contract farming was in use in the agri-sector of Sri Lanka, and whether facilities like education, recreational facilities were provided to workers in the apparel sector in Sri Lanka. SLEDB responded that there is no contract farming because individualized farmer is facilitated and the benefits like education and recreational facilities are provided to the workers in the apparel sector. And the next was TWTC inquired, so which is changed. The next one is session 3 on the plenary session by CCPIT. CCPIT emphasized on TPO's role and engagement in order to push forward regional cooperation arrangement, enhance two-way investment, and urge better infrastructure and connectivity. CCPIT also suggested cooperation among TPOs to establish mechanism, exchange business benchmarking, and joint researches in building Silk Road, economic belt, and maritime Silk Road. These roles and engagement will ultimately contribute to accelerating economic integration in Asia. And after that is the EPB, share the current economic climate in Bangladesh and introduce different initiatives and strategies to increase the volume of export. EPB mentioned about the competitiveness of Bangladesh and highlighted facilitators and incentives provided by the government of Bangladesh to the foreign investors to invest in various sectors in the export processing zones of Bangladesh.
Okay, sir.
And it's JETRO. JETRO in the middle part, JETRO outlined its roles instead of the mentioned. And during the discussion, Matrade welcomed the proposal by JETRO of having ATPF supplier matching support scheme, which came in needs for potential suppliers for all TPOs. Matrade expressed its concern that different economies have different organizational structure to promote trade and investment. However, TPO can facilitate information flow between the relevant economies. MNCCI was proposed amendment, but has not been changed. The next one is by DITP. Although investment promotion for Thailand was under the purview of another government agency, DITP supported the idea of the cooperation to facilitate investment among member economies. Therefore, DITP hopes to see tangible implementation on ATPF cooperation for assisting potential investors scheme with high participation of member TPOs. After that is a CCPIT. Welcome JETRO's proposal of trade and investment collaboration. CCPIT is pleased to work with JETRO and other TPO to further facilitate two-way as well as regional businesses. And after the ITC, mentioned that ITC has been scoping on ways to collaborate with trade and investment promotion organizations to maximize their efforts in linking trade and investment. ITC is expected to consider the new role and involvement of TPOs in promoting investment. It also offered possible technical assistance and case studies to support TPOs' engagement in promoting investments. And after is TDAP, while supporting the proposal, stated that TPO and IPA are operating separately in many ATPF member economies, including Pakistan. For effective implementation of JETRO's proposal, TDAP suggested that representatives of IPA from these member economies, where TPO and IPA are working separately, may be initiated for the meeting.
Initiated. Invited.
Okay. After TWTC understood and was aware of the current trend of integration of trade and investment. However, TWTC expressed the concern of its current capacity to meet with JETRO's proposal. Cooperation for assisting potential investor scheme. Yet TWTC plans to seek further assistance to consider JETRO's proposal. DGNED expressed its interest and will inform with regard to JETRO's proposal to cooperate with other directorates or units within the Ministry of Trade of Republic of Indonesia, as well as other ministries and agencies. Which one, sir? Agency, okay. VHA supported the proposal that was drawn by JETRO. Nevertheless, It pointed out that the third proposal may manipulate the fundamental concept of ATPF as a trade promotion forum. Taking into account the fact that the organization structures are different among economies via trade, it suggested this proposal to be further discussed. And Jethro showed this perspective that the era of I think it was made. And I think there was no other further amendment from this session. And after that is the plenary session 3, DGNED. DGNED explained its role to maintain and promote sustainability of Indonesia's forest resources for Sustainable Development Program. The achievements of DGNED's activities were noted, for instance, through the issuance of forestry product export regulation to encourage the exporters to comply with Indonesia timber legality assurance systems when exporting timber products, participate in the international fair such as SPOG fair, and the annual exhibition of Trade Expo Indonesia to promote exports of sustainable forest products. At this occasion, DGNED informed that the 29th Trade Expo Indonesia will be held on 8 to 12 October 2014 with theme of, towards green business. DGNED invites all TPOs to encourage their businessmen to visit the fair. There will be a special pavilion in Indonesia which showcases sustainable products made by natural resources, including timber products, paper, and furniture. And after that is DITP. Illustrated its activities in promoting green innovation in order to expand markets for Thai products, promote value creation of Thai products and services, and increase competitiveness of Thai entrepreneurs and exporters. To accomplish its vision, DITP initiated various activities including, first, organized various types of seminars, workshops, and exhibitions on green and eco products and innovation and design. Second, participate in international trade fairs on green products abroad. Third, provide recognition to entrepreneurs and designers who have contributed to green innovation through Prime Minister's Business Enterprise Award. The next is the presentation by HKTDC. HKTDC shared their initiatives in promoting green business. A. Eco Expo Asia. B. Green products zones at fairs. C. Outbound missions for Hong Kong companies to explore green market, and joint missions with mainland companies to explore investment opportunities in green technologies. D. Verification of Hong Kong suppliers' green compliance. Next is IPIM. Is ITPO. ITPO highlighted the importance of green business in international trade for sustainable development, while sharing its concern and commitment for trade through green business. To provide an economically viable solution to all Indian businesses while reducing environmental concerns, ITPO presented in its green initiatives such as water conservation measures, power factor improvement, NIT, and broadcasting initiatives. These combinations will shape ITPO as a future catalyst for a growth of India's trade in order to showcase excellence achieved by the economy in diverse fields, given its plans for revamping its infrastructure in the near future. The next is by Matrade. Explain its policy and strategy to support the green agenda through the National Green Technology Policy, which focuses on 4 sectors, namely energy, environment, economy, and social sectors. In order to enhance sustainable development, public education and awareness, and facilitate growth for the national economy, Matrade undertakes a wide range of activities to promote green products and services. Matrade emphasized that TPO's role and engagement in promoting green business is seen from 3 areas. First, the policy to accelerate support sustainable development. Second, update and disseminate information on changing market requirements and trend towards the green agenda. Third, create the awareness on the green agenda and opportunities for the business sector.
Ain't a malicious policy, not its policy. Okay, Malaysia's SIA, yeah, Malaysia. Malaysia's policy and strategy to support the green agenda, okay, which focuses on 4 sectors, namely energy, environment, economy, and social. You don't need the sector after the social, delete the sector. All right, that's all, thank you.
I'll proceed to TWTC presentation. TWTC recommended 5 pillars of its activities to promote green business. First, mall events in emerging market. Second, green trade zones and trade shows. Third, overseas green products displays. Fourth, outbound trade delegations. Fifth, green trade exhibitions. Through these series of activities, TWTC is devoted to collaborate closely with its government in promoting green business, while assisting local manufacturers in developing green market overseas. TWTC also puts its effort on connecting international firms with domestic partners for green business.
I'm afraid we should stop now. Okay? One more page.
You just continue. When the protocol people will appear, we will stop.
Please.
Okay. The next is during the discussion at the last paragraph. On the other hand, neither CSR activities nor green business financing activities was discussed. And the next is the session 5th, the special session made by ITC. ITC introduced ITC approach to TSI performance improvement to foster inclusive and sustainable growth and development through trade and international business development. ITC offers its benchmarking program. In addition, ITC will be able to offer as it follows. Yeah. And after that, ViaTrade made a comment stating that ViaTrade expressed...
Okay, now the heads of delegation follow us, and we will go to 3rd floor. And there will be meeting with the Speaker of the Parliament, and I think it will take 10 minutes, and we will come back. Meanwhile, continue to discuss, I think, because, and then we will come back and we will conclude.
Okay. I see. Okay.
So maybe you use you put the
DITP.
sentence before this the whole sentence.
So okay. DITP supported the idea of the comparative specialist. Even though. Okay.
Even though investment from okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries.
That's so that they can.
Okay. I will talk.
A word maritime somewhere in the
Here.
CIP.
Maritime.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
And by the way, you sometimes you underline, sometimes you not. What does it mean?
So the underline means the presentation. No, underline is the discussion. I'm just making a very minor, like, grammar mistake.
I saw one amendment left. No?
Yes, it was by MNCCI about this one.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I have the idea.
Session 3, about planning session FDI. And development through trade and international business development. ITC offers its benchmarking program. In addition, ITC would be able to offer as follows. And there is no other changes. In the bottom, via trade, expressed appreciation to ITC supports some ATPF economies and suggested further cooperation as well as ITC's participation in ATPF CEO meeting. The after is the upcoming ATPF CEO meeting, which were requested to make a 2 different paragraph between the proposal by the SLEDB and TDAP. The first one is Mr. Agodaj Girisa Bandula, Chairman and Chief Executive of Sri Lanka Export Development Board, announced the host 28th ATPF CEO meeting, the date for which was tentatively scheduled for 5th to 27 August 2015 in Colombo, Sri Lanka. This led informed that the date of the meeting would be communicated to TPOs in due course. The theme of the forum will be integrating Asia with global value chain. The forum agreed that the focus of topic for the next meeting should include the new role of TPOs playing a vital role, not only to aim sustainable development of Asian economy, but also to drive force for the world economy. Mr. Ishige from JETRO extended warm welcome to Trade Development Authority of Pakistan as the new hosting TPO. After his words of welcome, TPOs accepted TDAP to be the next host organization in 2016 with a warm welcome after TDAP conveyed its acceptance of being the host of 29th ATPF CEO meeting and pledged its full support. And after the conclusion of meetings, the participants extended sincere gratitude to the MNCCI for the hosting the meeting and also to JETRO for the strong support to the organization of the meeting. There was no further amendment. However, there was 2 additional amendments was made during the visit of the courtesy visit.
Visit to the Honorable Speaker's office and his kind words.
That the delegation, head of delegation was received by the Speaker of the Parliament of Mongolia, and the JETRO chairman informed him about this ATPF, the Ulaanbaatar meetings, and he also, the Speaker, welcomed all ATPF participants or something like that, right?
Okay,
I'll
make amendment.
Yes, yes. So just read, just write something about this visit.
I will move on to the 2 additional amendment that was made on page 5, very bottom, by the MNCCI.
In the concluding, just before the concluding.
The last part.
Last part.
Last part.
There was 2 additional ones.
Go forward.
The last one? Last part?
Yes.
This heads of delegation, just write it.
Okay.
Amendment.
Put in the last part of the minutes. Okay.
All heads of delegation was received by the Speaker of by the
Last page.
Speaker of the Great Hural. Speaker
of the Great Hural.
It's just erase it. By the Speaker of Great.
Just before this concluding meeting, or inside this concluding meeting, or before this concluding, you just put courtesy visit to Parliament. Yeah, something. Yes.
His Excellency Z. Engpold. Just abbreviation. He abbreviation. He dot H dot abbreviation of His Excellency. Z dot Engpold. Bolt.
B-O-L-T?
O-O-L-D.
B-O-L-T, okay.
Bolt. Jetro Chairman Ishige introduced. Informed about
the gathering.
This our forum meeting, CEO meeting in Ulaanbaatar. About this CEO meeting, ATPF CEO meeting. Ulaanbaatar.
And the Speaker of the Great Hural, welcome with the
Speaker underlined. Underlined the importance of the regional cooperation between
member TPOs.
Member economic TPOs.
Move it under conclusion, but before acknowledgement. That's right.
All head of delegates were received. Just read it.
All head delegates were received by the Speaker of the Great Hural, His Excellency Z. Engpold. Mr. Ishige from JETRO informed about this ATPF CEO meeting in Ulaanbaatar, and the Speaker underlined the importance of the regional cooperation between member TPOs. Okay. There was 2 additional amendments were made on page 5. Can you go to page 5?
Page 5.
What's the topic? It's the discussion commented by MNCCI and DITP. Yes?
Here.
So MNCCI, as the National Chamber of Commerce Industry, is eager to contribute to investment promotion. However, other TPOs, especially under the government, may have to identify de facto and de jure of economy to restrict each TPO's explicit function in order to operate FDI promotion activities.
Okay. Another one. And this is not about the economy. It is just, I just said, maybe these public sector TPOs could consider the current de jure and de facto status, legal status, whether they would combine, whether they are able to combine the trade promotion and investment. That's just said.
Okay.
No, it is not about economy.
Okay.
And,
We will change it.
okay, just change. Easy.
Maybe.
However, MNCCI is concerned.
Or can I see the written one later? Okay. Just mark it.
Okay.
And another additional one.
Additional one
DITP.
was made by DITP to make sure the DITP goes first before the sentence starts. So the ITP supported the idea of the cooperation to facilitate investment among member economies, even though investment promotion for Thailand was under the purview of another government agency. Okay. That was all the amendment.
Yeah. And back to you, Chair.
Last page.
Okay, it's finished now?
There is one more.
Okay,
proposal.
please.
Yeah.
The last page.
Can you use your microphone?
Microphone.
Can you switch on the microphone?
Yeah, if I was mistaken, I think that for the next CEO meeting, you mentioned about the 29 or should be 28 or 29 next year.
28, yes, that was right.
Oh, yes, it's true. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
And this is the 27th, right? And this is 27th.
This is it? This is 27.
27th, right? Yeah.
So?
It's 28.
28.
And this is 29.
29. This is right, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Any other? Yeah, this is okay. Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Secretariat, for a very good job. Now we will go to our final stage, and I would like to invite Mr. Hiroki Shige, Chairman and CEO of JETRO and Chairman of this ATPF, to make final concluding speech. Please, Mr. Shige.
Thank you, Chairman. We have had lively discussion over the 2 days. It was a great pleasure for me to be able to engage in such meaningful exchanges of ideas. In particular, it has been agreed upon in the forum to formally handle the issue of investment, which had previously been a theme under consideration for a significant period of time. This is a sort of epoch-making decision and a major commitment toward further development in the future. I hope to proactively work on developing activities related to trade and investment promotion from this perspective. In this regard, I'd like to emphasize the importance of the work shouldered by the working group meeting to be held before the next CEO meeting in Sri Lanka. With that, I would like to express my sincere appreciation first to Chairman Demblow, who did a superb job in leading this meeting to a successful conclusion. Also to the government of Mongolia for their full-scale support, including allowing us to hold this CEO meeting in the government palace. Please join me in giving a big hand to the MNCCI and all individuals involved for their warm hospitality. Our next meeting will be held in 2015 in Sri Lanka. I'm certain that with everyone's cooperation, we will be able to make it another successful conference like this year's. JETRO is fully prepared to provide any assistance necessary for the next ATPF meeting. I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing for the good health and prosperity of all ATPF members, and that we'll be able to meet again next year in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
Okay, as a host organization, I would like to say a few words. So first of all, thank you very much for coming to Mongolia and experiencing just a little bit about Mongolia. And I think, of course, thanks to all of you, this year CEO meeting was really successful. I was participating in several this kind of meetings, and I think this year was topic was quite good, and I think everybody has contributed. And now we have common good. This good is called our shared, among TPO shared kind of this very good product, which will benefit to each of you, including our Chamber of Commerce. We benefit as a host organization, we benefited from your insights, from your ideas, and from your proposals. And most importantly, we benefited from your communication. Communication here and outside of this building, and during the coffee break, although it is not reflected in the minutes of meeting, but it is in our mind and heart. And we, everybody, and I hope will bring good memory about Mongolia and good memory about the chamber. And there is a slight, small thing, good memory about me. And finally, I would like to thank Jethro continuous and as always leadership support for this important gathering, which is called ATPF. So, and this year we discussed about a new era maybe. Maybe I'm too strong, but I think for me it is new era of ATPF development about what we should make our leadership role in the engagement in our further activities. And I think we put solid basis for our next actions. And I would like to congratulate Sri Lanka and Pakistan to host next meetings. And I think every TPOs will benefit from this kind of meetings. And this show yesterday during our this gala dinner, I think also will remain in your heart, and it will be also some of our messages to your heart, so that Mongolia is a country where the tradition and modernity is successfully married. And with this final note, the last but not, of course not least, I would like to staff of our chamber and also secretariat for their very good jobs, which made this meeting very successful. And I wish to everybody of you to very good health and prosperity. And I think after this meeting, we will have new energy to interact with each other as we planned, as we thinking. So therefore, I wish new success to your endeavor as TPO, and also as an organization from both public and private sector to work successfully for your country's prosperity and also for our common land, which is called Asia. Thank you very much. The song, I would like to devote it because the lyrics was written by me some years ago, 2002, I guess. And I thought it might be good because I copied it from Matre. It is called Inspiring Mongolia.
When you hear about it, you imagine an ancient time. The charm of days and nomadic wisdom that make you feel and touchy. it, make you feel it, touch it, yeah, yeah. Inspiring Mongolia, the sense of nature, the freedom and goodwill. Exploring Mongolia, the land of legends, the wind of glories. Mongolia, inspiring Mongolia. Ooh, sense of nature, the freedom and goodwill. Exploring Mongolia, the land of legends, the wind of glories. Inspiring Mongolia, the sense of nature, the freedom and goodwill. Exploring Mongolia, the land of legends, the wind of glories.
Ladies and gentlemen, so with this song, Inspiring Mongolia, we will move in from the afternoon to give the chance to inspire a little bit slight of Mongolia to be introduced with the production, industrial production that we will visit the exhibition and trade fair organized by the Mongolian National Chamber. And after that, also, we would like to take you to the Gobi Kashmir factory and visit the factory to see the fashion show and make the shopping to make contribution to Mongolian economy. And later, tomorrow, for those that are staying for tomorrow, it's pity that most, the part of the delegation already leaving today, but we hope that all the participants, they will join us for tomorrow's sightseeing. You will really enjoy the Mongolia. You will see the real Mongolia, not like a speaker told that Ulaanbaatar is not Mongolia. So having the chance to see and touch really wild nature and enjoy this day in the countryside. Thank you very much once again for your active participation. I wish you all of you good luck, prosperity, good health, and thank you for your contribution to make the successful this meeting that we, thanks to the support of JETRO, we hosted in Ulaanbaatar. Thank you very much once again. The housekeeping announcement, then now we will take our buses and the lunch will be served at the hotel.